do what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We
top again, I would help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了说傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, burn it all down, my oh my, look at who winds up bigger this time. to cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. What you gonna do now? I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind, wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. I'ma throw back to summertime. Drink red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind, wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. Not afraid to die, type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad? If I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad, only care about a bad. In control, that's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. Nah, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. Nah, I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die, type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain.
What's up, everybody? How are we doing today? What exactly are we doing here?
We're just looking for someone to open the second half of the group stage. Last chance for all of these teams, do or die.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I got it. Got it. Thank you.
Coach one, take one.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really struggling with what exactly is my motivation here.
I really, really wanted to talk about all of the teams at the tournament because I feel like every single one of them has an amazing story, and I just really want to be able to tell it.
Okay, then.
The margin for error is so small. One flash too early or too late can be the difference between making it out of groups or not.
So Liquid, and then there's Mad Lions, FPX though, Tom won.
Shh! Don't rush genius.
From ancient grudge, break under Reddit scrutiny, where first bloods make civil keyboards unclean.
I'm sorry, that's not a text.
Well, I get the text, okay? I'm just, I don't get the subtext, and so I'm asking my friend Bill Shakespeare for a little bit of help, okay? Right? This esports thing, love it. It's great what you're doing here. There's no emotion, all right? So that's what I'm doing. I'm giving you passion.
Oh, thank you for letting me audition this big speech remotely, and I think I can do it justice. Hello and welcome to the second half of the stage. Team to Reykjavik, look for their not a glory, but only a.
Hello and welcome to the second half of the group stage.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, what are you guys doing in here?
We're just looking for someone to open the second half of the group stage.
Oh, Worlds? Oh my God, that's so hype. This is my favorite time of the year. I mean, I feel like Worlds gets better every single year that we do it. Already, this group stage has been incredibly hype. I can't wait to figure out what happens next.
Oh my God, guys, we got it. Cut!
Were we recording? Sound wasn't on.
It's one of the most competitive worlds that we've ever had.
Group B, talent across the board. DDG is a titan.
Nice! Definitely right up there with Damwon as looking like the two current best teams.
But there's one name that springs to the top. I mean, it's Faker.
Faker.
Faker, the best player of all time.
What more is there to say?
내가 돌아왔다.
일단 이번 월드 또한 저희는 우승을 목표로 하고 있고.
You want to talk about T1 as the favorites? They still have to prove that now.
일단 한 번씩 다 상대봤기 때문에 팀이 어느 정도 어떤 성향인지 좀 느낄 수 있게 되는 것 같고 그리고.
It was EDG that denied T1 that MSI title. It was T1 that denied EDG getting out of groups.
These two teams bring out the best in each other.
只要我们队里不出现任何问题的话，就还是会顺利的赢下来。
EDG are gonna wipe T1 off the map.
오늘 해보니까 역시 쉬운 상대는 없다고 생각했어요.
We used to dub Abadaga Faker Daga, and it's really cool to see him on the world stage.
I would just love to show a good performance against one of the greatest mid laners of all time.
Faker Daga, what was that?
Just to prove myself that I am a good mid laner.
Group B is no fun ride.
Right now every win matters. We cannot show any mercy DFM.
But that's going to be the game though. And 100 Thieves are going to wrap it up.
어떻게 이길지 저희도 잘 모르기도 하지만 그래도 남은 경기 정말 최선을 다해서 후회 없는 경기 보여드리고 싶습니다.
People have always had high hopes for the LJL.
次の試合はね、もっとうまくやって爪痕残したらいいなと思ってます。
DFM, you're praying for upsets, you're praying for miracles, but this team has done it and has done it in their own way.
うまいチームが必ず勝つわけではないので、僕らの勝ち方をしっかりと見つけて、We'll be able to beat DFM in the rematch.
You're not going to be ready for the storm.
T1 밖에는 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 마지막에 3경기 연달하는데 그때 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이번에도 저희가 승리하도록 하겠습니다.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. Yesterday, a fate that seemed set in stone fell to pieces, and from it, the future was formed right in front of our eyes. We waited 3 long years for yesterday, for the chance to witness a new era in North American League of Legends. And it all started, as all things do, with success. You see, if there's hope, if there's a shot, NA will take it. Cloud9 gave us a taste of global glory in 2018, and we have been starving for it ever since. But hungry dogs run fast. Time and time again, Cloud9 have risen to the occasion on the international stage, and though we have stumbled before, they will not stop us again. No. In fact, it's only the beginning for North America. It's time for 100 Thieves and Team Liquid to rise up in a suit.
Whoa, James, shut your mouth.
What?
Whoa. Hold on, Lyric. Let's hear him out. I like where he's going with
thank
this.
You, man. I thought we did the whole auditions for the monologues and everything, and I felt like this was the time and the place.
You guys had your hope yesterday, sir. Today, give us a turn.
That's true. I mean, I don't know if you need hope, though, with how the Group B standings are looking at the moment, and we'll get into that in just a bit. Kobe and I obviously still riding a little high from the success of North America yesterday with Cloud9 eking their way out of the group stage. Kobe, it felt good.
They've shown everyone the way. Now the door is open. You know it's possible, so make those upsets happen.
Yeah, you see it right here on your screens. It's the group stage standings, and obviously Group A has already broken down. It's Damwon Kia, a perfect run out of the group's fall by Cloud9 at 3-4 fashion, having to win that tiebreaker to get out. I mean, it was historic in a number of ways, but taking down that second seed in FPX as well as Rogue on their way to doing it. And of course, you know it had to be Perks popping off in that final game on LeBlanc to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, even just the history coming in between members like Perks and, you know, the side of FPX coming in looking so well. Even up against Rogue where people said, hey, you know, maybe they haven't looked too cohesive. Their laners have been strong. It didn't matter in the face of Perks.
So many huge moments in this day for Cloud9. Perks, multiple giant pop-offs. Blabber as well, especially in the early games of the day. Controlling so many of these early snowball effects and being able to then clean up that coordination.
That Odo kill that we just saw was a big one. I'm looking at 45% damage share on the team. Again, it's not always the number you want to see because it indicates somebody else isn't putting that damage out. And I do know Sven tweeted out yesterday, he's like, I broke my hands on stage. Thank God my team was able to carry me across, but he was taking the damage while Perks was dealing it out.
Yeah, it reminded me of the 2018 LeBlanc for Perks as well. Lots of good shades here.
And a good look at them as they celebrate moving on to the next stage, the knockout stages. But, of course, we also have to talk about Damwon and the 6-0. The last perfect group stage performance was actually Longzhu Gaming all the way back in 2017. So this is a feat that needs to be recognized.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's really nice to see, right, losing Nuggery over to the LPL, bringing in Khan. And Chronicler said something yesterday that stood out to me, the fact that he believes Damwon have the best top side in the whole tournament. And I feel like we've been seeing that so far. Khan, Canyon, Showmaker, they've all just been completely dominant in their wins, and the macro from Damwon has been flawless.
If you didn't have Damwon as one of the tournament favorites, right now, you better move them there to #1 because they look so incredibly scary. And one of the things is, not just the play that they've shown, but in their last 2 games versus Rogue and versus Cloud9, they showed completely un-Damwon-like compositions and still picked up those wins. That is the most frightening thing. It felt like they were sending out feelers, you know, doing a little bit of extra and still coming up with the win.
Yeah, and I feel like we even see them play a little bit loose when they do get a lead, right? That they do make some mistakes. They are willing to make more aggressive plays, but they're always able to recover in the late game playing around these objectives.
Now, as those 2 teams move on, we have to say goodbye to FPX and Rogue. Both of these teams putting up stellar performances at different times. It's going to be sad to see Doing B exit the world stage. But Rogue is definitely a team I want to talk about, Kobe, and in one person in particular, I think it's important we talk about Hansama.
Yeah, I really want to shine a spotlight on Hansama because this man has been nothing short of spectacular for Rogue all tournament long. So many really clean plays from him. The mechanics have been on point multiple times, just displaying these types of outplays versus players on the world stage, best players in the entire world. It's actually been just so cool to see him perform like this, even with the team losing.
We saw the evolution of the ban strategies against Rogue just ended up being get rid of the Draven, get rid of the Lucian, and then get rid of all the supports that'll get him fed. So definitely the teams themselves recognizing his ability. Let's go ahead and turn our eyes, though, to the teams of Group B who will be fighting for their own position in the quarterfinals today. And while EDG remain undefeated, T1 trail just behind them. For most people, those are the teams that, once again, we expect to exit, concluding our 6 games today. But after yesterday, Lyric, I think, you know, anything can happen.
That's the thing, right? After yesterday, I am sweating a little bit coming in today. 100 Thieves, DFM, not going to count them out. But along with Damwon, I definitely feel like EDG have looked like the most cohesive team here at the World Championship so far. Their meta read's been really good. They've had answers to these Enchanter supports down in the bottom lane. They're still diversifying their play, playing up more towards Flandre this time around. And I think Jeje, who a lot of people had question marks coming into this tournament, has completely stepped up for EDG.
Yeah, I've liked a lot of, especially his Lee Sin plays, really crisp mechanics showing up, definitely able to handle himself in a lot of these skirmishes.
I mean, they got their first win over T1 in the group stage in their organization's history last week or in the first round robin. We'll see if they can do it again and ultimately exit ahead of them. But you mentioned not counting out either DFM or 100 Thieves. Let's start with DFM. Coming right back to you on this one, Kobe. It's Arya in the mid lane, right? And he did show up. For me, that's the spotlight player, the person that they're going to have to rely on if they're going to get anything done.
Yeah, let's keep pointing out the heroes for everybody, baby.
Please.
Yep, Arya was doing so much work, especially, remember, the Zoe game. Even though they're losing ground, he's still finding these key bubbles. It felt like just when they needed it, he would find the burst damage onto some carry, you know, keep the hopes alive for a way back into the game. He's definitely performing, and it's really heartening to see because he's one of the players that every LJL, you know, fan has always talked about as they're so proud, waiting for him to be up on the international stage. It's already a heroic performance for them to be in the group stage, but being able to actually put up those performances here as well definitely go a long way.
Right, and again, you're in a group with players like Faker in the mid lane, and so I know
actually
you
Faker is like Faker, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Kobe. Thanks for keeping me honest. This is why I love having you around. All right, 100 Thieves. For me, while we have a lot of questions about how they perform throughout the day, I think you've got to look at the 100 Thieves versus T1 matchup because they are the team just above them in the standings, and so your best opportunity for making something interesting happen here is in that rematch.
Yeah, and I think it's super close too because we saw the last time they played, it was all about bringing junglers down towards the bottom lane. Both teams wanting to play heavily through that side. Again, we've talked about Faker versus Faker Daga and who could impact the map more. So I think definitely going to be looking at 100 Thieves as a winnable matchup for them, though T1 definitely the favorites.
Well, we won't have to wait long to see that T1 and 100 Thieves rematch. It's our second game of the day. Of course, Detonation Focus Me versus EDG will kick things off with our final round robin in Group B playing out for 6 more games, not including any tiebreakers like we had yesterday. So strap in, could be a long day. But we look at these first 2 games that we've already spotlit, and then Kobe, it's Edward Gaming versus T1 in match number 3.
That is a juicy one. I like how Lyric wants to be like, okay, you know, the T100 Thieves, that one is the one hanging in the balance. T1 also definitely have a good shot at swinging up here, contesting EDG for the top of the group. Extremely excited and looking forward to this one because especially junglers have actually focused in different areas on the map so far. Even though EDG have shown a lot more flexibility, you know, since finals than they did in the regular summer.
Well, as we know, legends are made at Worlds, and today, two of the league's most accomplished rosters look to their rookies to fill the shoes of giants and fill the pages of history. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is EDG versus T1. And within that matchup, we talk about those rookies. We talk about the people who need to step up. It's been an incredible year for rookies.
At Worlds, we watch new rookies follow in the footsteps of legends, and JJ and Owner have shown that they are ready to pick up the torch.
Have a lot of wards. It's very scary pushing out this wave.
Oh, JJ for FBI, but he wasn't quick enough, and that means he's just instantly taken down.
In EDG versus T1, we get to watch an explosive jungle matchup between these two rookies and the titans of Group B.
Right back up to safety. Arya in the area. It's going to be a sleepy Brave. Oh, no! To get over the wall. Big shadow assault. Oh, parkour. Here we go, baby. Assassin 3. Jump forward. Leap in. That's some Noxian diplomacy.
Owner and JJ are part of the new era for these storied organizations who are here to take the throne.
Well, I may have jumped the gun, but it doesn't change what I was going to say. An incredible year for rookies all around the world. And as we focus in on our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, let's go ahead and look towards the jungle and those relative rookies in question. We've got Honor on one side. We got JJ on the other. Let's start with Honor.
And we wanted to look at, where these two have been hovering. So this is the jungle proximity broken down by lane. And when you think of EDG, and we're talking about the regular season and summer, so much around Viper, around the bottom side. And yet, thus far, we've actually had a lopsided top jungle proximity for them. And you think of, like the Lucian game for Flandre, and they were able to execute on 1-3 run. They've actually earned quite a lot from top triangle of the map. That's why I feel like they're looking so scary now with a lot more versatility.
Yeah, EDG overall, they've grown so much since the early parts of the split. JJ especially looking like the weak link, wasting a lot of time on map, wasn't playing too well around his lanes. And like Kobe just said, it was all about the bottom lane. But ever since playoffs, he's been playing a lot with Scout, he's been playing a lot with Flandre, and we've seen just mechanical excellence so far. I still remember his Lee Sin kick up against DFM, which pretty much saved the game for him. And it's nice to see him living up to other legends like Clearlove before him.
Meanwhile, speaking of rookies, James, gotta talk up Owner, and you saw that jungle plus support proximity there.
30+%.
Him and his boy Carrier meeting up for a lot of plays. And I love watching him play because he is a feast or famine jungler.
Yeah.
But when he is feast, he feasts hard. He is so aggressive. And since they get so many support roams with him, you add that CC, add so much more kill potential to a lot of these roams, and they control a lot of this early pace.
I love stats like that, and I love the fact that we broke it down by lane because, as you mentioned, similar percentages in terms of team jungle proximity between the two junglers, but the parts of the map that they're paying attention to wildly differ. We talk about bot focus, so then we got to talk about Viper. He's still deathless in this tournament. I know Showmaker was as well coming into his second round robin, and ultimately
good company
fell.
he's keeping.
Yeah, it's good company. If you're in the likes of a group with Showmaker, then that's a good start. We'll see if he can continue that deathless streak today.
And it's going to be super important, right? Because EDG have been in a group with T1 at Worlds twice in the past. T1 have always come out first place in that group, but I definitely think Viper has been the game changer for EDG ever since he's come in. He's still very lane dominant like players like Uzi or Jackie Love were, but he doesn't have as much of the baggage of sometimes going a bit too far to get those high damage numbers.
So much history in this matchup, even though it was only a couple times of meeting up. Mako will remember, Faker will remember. Scout was even sub behind Faker as well, so a little bit of extra.
All right, we await that. That's the third match of the day, so a couple hours to go before that one. First, EDG must face off against Detonation Focus Me. And the last two times, or rather last time that these teams met, it was a closer fight than anyone might have expected. Again, already history made by this DFM squad to get to this point, putting up a fight against EDG the first time around. I think the question remains today, can they add to history by putting a win on the board?
I definitely think it's possible, right? We saw last time around, the big thing that'll jump out to me is Steel bringing out the talent. He was doing such a nice job of traversing wards and vision and getting all of these ganks that none of the EDG members expected. And EDG are a bit of a more controlled team. They've been even slower here at the World Championship than they were in the LPL. And I think if you're DFM, if you can find early action, it's always been what makes EDG a little bit uncomfortable. So we're going to be looking at the mid-jungle duo of DFM to be able to put on the same pressure that they did last time around.
Exactly. When the players themselves on EDG are referencing the speed of the game and the snowballs as the reason why, they've lost and why they were uncomfortable, you should go with that. Yep. Run with that.
They gave you the strats. They called it out. They called their own game plan. No, I mean, obviously, most of the time at Worlds when we see an underdog team take a victory, it is generally due to aggression. It's taking the fight to the opposing team early and keeping the pressure on.
And it just reminds me of, things like Vietnam when they make their historic performances, at Worlds.
Marines, one of my favorite teams of all time.
It really does suck that they haven't been able to travel for Worlds the last couple of years, but now LJL are in that sort of position, their first time in groups. These strategies like the double jungling for Nocturne, get him to level 6 before anybody else.
5 minutes, man. 5 minutes!
Those types of things, I want to see that.
Yeah.
Level 1 lane swaps. Yeah, craft a strategy around either Arya or Evie would be my 2 picks, and just go extremely hard in one direction.
Now, real quick before we go, I do think we need to talk real quick about EDG, and there's a member of the team that we haven't talked a ton about throughout this tournament because there have been other top performers, but that's Mako. He's a mainstay of this EDG roster at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he joined EDG and the LPL in Season 5, won the LPL in his very first split. I think people will remember that roster. It had the likes of Deft, it had Pawn, and ever since then, he's transformed from a rookie to the captain, the shot caller. They won that first MSI. He's a 4-time LPL champion, and he has 5 appearances at Worlds so far. I think he's definitely been a critical member in the mainstay of EDG over all these years, plays multiple different styles, and has always been lane dominant.
And especially that MSI win means so much to them. I went to the EDG facility when we were there for Worlds in China, and they have a video that just plays in the lobby. That is a highlight video of the MSI win, the MSI performance that is just on repeat, on loop. They want to add to that highlight video, some Worlds finishes.
All right, well, to do it, perhaps they look for a 6-0 to get out of the group stage and book their ticket into the quarterfinals. We're diving into game number 1, so it's my pleasure to hand it over to Atlas, Chronicler, and Wolf for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash, and welcome back to LOL Park, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf and by Chronicler for what is going to be a banger of a day. Very much looking forward to it, and we are straight into pick and ban, gentlemen, as already both of the champions that Flandre has played are going to be banned away. I think I'm sensing a little bit of a theme here.
You see the target ban on Evie's Urgot as well. Not going to be able to play that one here against Edward Gaming. But I generally tend to agree with what the desk said about how this series, or rather this game, should look here for DFM, is you've got to actually look to the early game. You want to do something that messes with Edward Gaming's slower style, because when we get to the mid game to late game, that's when DFM, even with massive leads, has fallen apart.
And that is always easy to say, right? Just try and find an angle early game. But we've seen that backfire. I think the game yesterday where Rogue went for an early invade with a Draven and Braum, which generally you'd expect to go well, can still be outplayed if the enemy team is ready. I am happy to see this early LeBlanc pickup. I think that obviously Arya's performance domestically and also what we've seen at Worlds thus far on it is incredible, but the pick provides so much pressure, both in combination with a jungler as well as later in the game. This pick away of the Talon though is big because that is what Steel has looked the best on.
Yeah, it looked absolutely fantastic. We heard Perks talking about LeBlanc yesterday, saying that the champion is pretty strong. I'm paraphrasing, yes. Of course, as now Jojo thinking about what he wants to pick up here, and that is the Jace. So I actually told a lie. It wasn't the Lucian that Flandre has played before. It was in fact Jace. So he's going to stick with 50-50 on Jace Graves so far at the World's group stage. Of course, we all know Flandre has been playing for a heck of a long time. I believe debuted on Snake in 2014, so I think he has a bit more of a repertoire than that, but never mind, not going to see it so far this game, as Steel going to take away the Xin Zhao, going pretty standard here on the side of DFM.
Yeah, there's a lot of power in the early game with what they have here already, but there is obviously the ability to poke later on with LeBlanc, and it is a champion that screams Arya's skill expression, right? We saw him play extremely well on multiple champions in MSI, where you expect this player to pop off, right? And we'll see if the counter pick here comes through for the Jace early, because Jace is one of the toughest champions in League of Legends right now in the meta to say, okay, there's a strong counter pick. Wukong is one that comes to mind, but it's not really in the wheelhouse here for DFM. They're going to go back to the Poppy pick here very early on in this draft, but it's rising in popularity right now. Look at that win rate, 75% here in Worlds.
And what we've also seen is that even when teams pick up the Poppy relatively early, as is the case here, it can be hard to really kind of take into account how much impact that Statford presence has. We've seen teams still draft champions that kind of rely on dashes to a certain extent. And I think that the Poppy has slowly started to rise in priority throughout the tournament because the pick, in a lot of occasions, outside of the obvious value that you get from denying dashes at will and being able to both play offensively and defensively with that, the pick itself is just also strong, right? It has a surprising amount of burst. It has a lot of resistances that it gains naturally. And this is a classic neutralizing pick that comes out there in the Lissandra, which has been all right, but thus far, I gotta say, I think in terms of what we've drafted there early, I like what DFM have got.
Yeah, if you remove the nameplates, I definitely agree as well. I mean, 3 top-tier picks here in this meta right now off the get-go.
Yeah, and also the fact that the Poppy is a flex, you know, technically triple flex, I guess you could say. Gang could play that on the bottom side of the map if he would like to, but still keeping things up in the air. Not likely to be going into the jungle, considering the fact that Xin Zhao has already been picked up. We'll see how that does go. Is Draven going to be taken away from Viper? Of course, Viper's champion pool not really going to be touched. He's played 3 unique champions thus far, but the Ezreal was one of them, so not going to be playing that one, and we'll see whether that is where we're going to continue focusing here as far as the DFM bans are concerned.
The Kai'Sa is something he's played a lot as well, but doesn't really fit into this draft as much as it's fit into other Lee Sin drafts we've seen from Edward Gaming here, so I do like this Aphelios ban a lot more. It's still possible, you know, you have a lot of poke and engage with this composition. You can have the Kai'Sa follow-up there with the Killer Instinct, and it has been what he's preferred, but it looks like he's going to pivot over here to the Misfortune.
I actually really like this Aphelios ban because with the Ezreal ban, you also clearly see a sign from EDG saying, hey, we're looking into getting that Aphelios, right? Like, if you ban away the Ezreal, even if the MF would be picked up by DFM, we know how well Viper can play on that Aphelios and into the already short-range comp that was available for DFM. They don't want to take that risk, so instead they're going to go into the handshake that we've seen repeatedly. They give over the MF, knowing that you can get the Jhin to kind of neutralize. Jhin also works very well with the aggressive front line that DFM already have, especially when augmented by the Alistar. So you have a really strong, aggressive core that can play very far forward and can be augmented by Jin's support with the Curtain Call and his W.
As a lot of this, the power in this DFM draft is going to rely on the poke damage coming through from Arya. If he doesn't hit that, then it's going to be hard to finish those targets off, even with the Curtain Call here from Utapon, because this comp doesn't have a consistent damage dealer in its top or middle lanes. They don't have a mage that's going to be able to do long-term damage. They have the burst potential there, and if you could get ahead, obviously, as Arya, sometimes that doesn't matter if you could just finish those targets off. But later on into the game, I do worry about EDG's composition. If you can't get those kills early, there's so much mobility here with this talent.
The thing that I really love about the DFM comp, though, is that they've got Poppy. And what Poppy does is it means that if you've got a teamfight composition, you're not allowed to play it, because she just knocks a couple of them away, and then it's going to be a man advantage for one team. As that is, of course, the Rakan locked away for Mako on the bottom side of the map.
And that's, again, you're picking Rakan, and the pick will still hold value, but you're going to have to play so much more careful because there is a Poppy, right? You can't just go for the big engages that we see from this champion so many times.
Yeah, so that front line is going to have to be careful as Evie gives us the thumbs up. We're on our way onto the Rift for game number 1. The really cool thing about yesterday existing is the fact that DFM got here winning a tiebreaker against C9. Maybe that means that they are going to pick up some of that same energy moving into today's games. And I think all of us want this, because so far it looks pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
When it comes to this particular group, everyone on separate score lines, things like that. We really want to be able to mix this one up. Edward Gaming looking absolutely amazing. But also, I mean, remember, the last time we had a 6-0, it was in 2017. It was Longzhu Gaming at that time. Had to try and think to make sure, guarantee that it was exactly that team, because they had so many different names.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But here we are onto the Rift, and EDG, they could be the second team this Worlds to go 6-0.
It's also important to note for those who didn't follow back then that Longzhu was a Korean team, actually. Despite the name, you might think that was an LPL team.
Yeah, true.
You know, now is technically evolved into what we call DRX today. Didn't make this world, sadly, but I'm really excited about this because as you guys are kind of leading towards Cloud9's 0-3 start, made it feel hopeless, right? And then you could prove, or they proved yesterday that any team can get out of these groups if they have that miracle run. And no one believes that idea. Nobody buys into it, right? But when you see it happen right before your eyes, that's when you know it could happen.
Exactly. And it happened in 2017 as well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like, it's just one of those things, you know, every 4 years. Comes around like the Olympics or a leap year. You know, you've got miracles happening. Well, DFM, let's see whether they can make one as well. As Yutapon rocking the ghost skin is going to spot EDG making their way into the jungle. Now, look, we have to come back down just a little bit after what was a very exciting little intro there, but EDG have looked absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, no, they've looked incredible.
Not only here at Worlds, but also domestically, this team just looks so good.
And the thing that I love most about EDG, and this is something that Dom and Key also share with them, is the feeling of inevitability that even if you do get a lead against this team, you know how incredibly clean they're set up around objectives and how clean the team fights are, right? And the combination of those two means that teams are also going to feel pressure to try and like kind of go for Hail Marys for 30, 70 plays that can actually backfire heavily, because you know that if you don't, it's going to be incredibly hard to actually get anything then later on. Now, if you look at the setups that we see here, Yutapon not going for the cleanse, which I don't think is 100% necessary, but is still going to feel very comfortable when you're playing up against Alessandra. That's always a big line threat. Going for the exhaust instead, which has been coming up more. I think it was Kumayushi and Carrier that went for the double exhaust, if I remember correctly. Not quite that far in, as DFM has gone for the Igniter as well. Evie also going for the Grasp, which I like. Wonder how much trading capabilities Flandre is actually going to give him to kind of proc that. And Scout also going to the Aftershock, where we've seen a lot more Lissandras move away, go for things like the Electrocute, because Aftershock, of course, it's been a while, but it got nerfed a long time ago to
It got target nerfed because of this champion.
Yes.
That's why it got nerfed, and yet still.
It's not fair.
Yeah, if you don't build resistances, it's not as good anymore. Because Lissandra didn't build resistances, and she never died, ever. Yeah, it was not great.
Well, it was great for the Lissandra.
Well, yeah, the team for Lissandra.
Scout would say, let's hotfix it back to being the same as it was. As JJ making his way into the enemy jungle. Just going to get some vision down as Steel completes his wolf camp.
It seems
we'll
like
now move in over this vision.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of a scuffle here.
A scuffle for the scuttle, you could say.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Steel waiting very patiently, but perhaps a bit too patiently.
Yeah, and also thinks that he was unseen, right?
Yeah.
But EDG knows exactly what was going on, and therefore they're able to just take this one away. EDG also going to be able to grab the bottom scuttle as well. I like this a lot.
Start, yeah. This is a really nice start here in terms of controlling the vision, because the composition of DFM has a lot of power.
That's it. Grand entrance to come on forward.
Yeah.
But Gang just going to take a bit of damage here and he'll be all right.
This composition has a lot of power around this Xin Zhao pick early, because there isn't a lot of escape power for Lissandra, so if she's pushed up too far in the lane, you do need to have that extra vision to know when the Xin Zhao is coming through. That's so critical.
And here you already see the dominance from EDG. Prio in every single lane, and having Prio is one thing, but they very cleanly allow JJ to pick up the topside scuttle to ensure that there's no counterplay on the map available for Steel. If Arya does actually find the shove back, which he does not, has to also extend this teleport here not to lose the wave, whereas Scout has already got a fresh back in, now able to also roam into the map, secure more vision. Second time we've seen this. Like, continuously, EDG is now already, they've been tracking Steel, they've picked up every minor objective around the map, and this is exactly the type of play where EDG, they don't actually need to really do anything right now, they just need to make sure that DFM can't find any openings. If you play that way, it becomes a lot harder as DFM, if everyone is always tracked, to look for those aggressive plays that are so necessary for them in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like the one lane where you're happy to just sit back and let it go is Evie's lane on the top side of the map. If Evie actually doesn't fall too far behind and ends up just having, you know, maybe a small CS deficit in the early parts of the game, you're going to feel okay with that, because his job, as you guys point out in the draft later on, is just going to be able to turn these team fights into, you know, what was a 4v4 fight into a 4v3, or a 5v5 fight into a 5v4 fight. So that's kind of his role, and as long as he doesn't fall too far behind or get picked early, then that's good enough. But everywhere else on the draft map, that's where you need to look for those opportunities. And
I really love that it plays into Evie's strengths as well, right? Like, ever since he's been on this roster, and he's been here for a very long time, he's been that tank player. He was the guy that was playing the Tahm Kench top before it was cool, you know? And he's very, very good at that sort of style. He's not necessarily a laning top laner, but certainly very good in those team fights and has great game senses. Now JJ gonna find Steel. and I believe steals away the Wolf as well. And so things just not very fun for the Xin Zhao.
And again, it's incremental leads. EDG, no, we don't need to all in there. Right? There's no need for us to try and force a 2v2 against a Xin Zhao and a LeBlanc. That can backfire, even with Arya pushed in. Steel already falling further and further behind, right? He's a level behind, 11 CS. This next grab with the Prio the way it is, surely also going to JJ. Don't know if you can walk up, Steel.
Yeah, that's a face check. Level 4 to level 5 as over the wall goes Scout. They're looking for first blood, and they should be able to find it. Shuizhou is going to go down as well. Immediately, Arya pops him, and that's a 1-for-1.
Now, even though this ends up being a 1-for-1, every single part of this play from EDG was premeditated by Vision. They had a control ward there on the brush. They knew exactly where Steel was going to come. They knew the timing of that Scuttle Crab, and they knew exactly where he needs to be pathing. They even check with a Scryer's Bloom as well, right before this happens. You're a level up right now. You know you have lane prio, so you commit to the play.
And here you also see a lot of the power that comes out early on and why this 2v2 is so potent. Because the amount of damage that Steel was able to get in with like just a little bit of health is still enough to allow Arya to actually get the blow up there. And now JJ.
Ooh, very close. Wind almost became lightning to steal that one away. Doesn't actually happen.
I mean, look at the gap between these junglers right now. Nearly 50 CS to the 34 right now. I mean, this is really starting to take its toll on Steel's ability to have any power through this part of the game where normally a Xin Zhao is going to be so strong. We saw it in that skirmish, but he's falling further and further behind.
And look at EDG. They got a stacking tier in the top lane, you know, Flandre. He can sit relatively tight until he hits that Eclipse Manamir power spike. Viper has looked at the game and decided, guys, I'm not in a rush. I'm going to get a call. And that spike, once it comes through, is going to be, I think, very hard for DFM to kind of deal with. I think that EDG, as mentioned, won't shy away from a fight, but don't necessarily need to look for one. Display a controlling playstyle and then have faith, as they should, in their capabilities to, once we get into these mid to late game team fights, these first or maybe second objectives, their capability of playing the front to back in a way that DFM just can't really match in terms of how clean it's all set up.
Well, we've ticked over to 8 minutes, so Shelly is on the Rift right now. Shuizhou just going to move on in, clear out this control ward that he knew about from before, as EDG might be preparing to head over and pick that one up.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a real committed call here very soon because the group up is happening here for DFM. You can see that on the bottom side they do have prio, so toying with the idea of staying there as they have enough time here to rotate over as the Scuttle fades away. JJ in a really nice spot here, actually, unseen.
Well, going to start off his red buff, and it looks like Steel will at least get the first bit of damage onto Shelly. Evie going to move on down. Wave equalized on the top side of the map. Flandre dealing with it right now. Scout going to move on in. On vision of DFM, Steel is just going to back away. Not going to fight off more than he can chew this stage of the game, especially with the position that he is in.
Yeah, I mean, now you're seeing the rotation up from Viper to catch that mid-wave, but Scout's here, so this is just perfect slow play from EDG. Push them off without losing anything on the map, without losing any resources.
And you see how slow EDG played as well, and how respectful DFM still feel like they need to have to play, because Gang was already roaming up. He was already around mid lane by the time that EDG said, okay, no problem, we know the timing windows in this. Viper and Mako, you shove out the lane, they shoved it out, forcing Utapon to stay there, roam mid together, and recognizing the fact that at that point, EDG, they're already 1k gold ahead. You need to get a really good fight of DFM. If you can't find that, you can't really opt into it, have to back off, basically waste time trying to get an objective that they're not even getting. And now EDG further building their lead.
Well, that's an ulti to come through from Viper here, as Gang needs to be careful. Doesn't have level 6 yet. It's a decent headbutt, but I have a feeling Mako should be able to catch up. But no, Viper is going to pick it up with a blast going all too easy. Caught clearing vision.
Yeah, that's just as simple as that. I mean, you're clearing vision, you're way too far out, just mistimed when the rotation was going to come back to the bottom lane there and gets punished for it. Stays too long, way too greedy there, and that's a lot of extra gold going over to Viper, who, as you mentioned, Chronicler is already building towards that coal gold, and he's going to hit a really big spike, around that second Drake fight if things continue as they are, and giving that extra free first blood gold over, or rather early gold here, not first blood, is going to be so massive.
Now, I want to go back to something that you said earlier, Chronicler. It's that feeling of inevitability, and EDG have started it very early in this game. You could imagine that DFM are thinking, like, we have to make something happen. We have to do something, but we're only 10.5 minutes into the game. We've only had 3 kills so far, but already EDG feel in complete control.
And that is the beautiful thing about how EDG has played thus far, why people are so high on them, I think justifiably so, is because how clean it all looks, right? We saw Damwon yesterday, especially in their last two games. They were very good, but it wasn't necessarily clean. There was some liberties taken. There was some corners cut on EDG. They will have none of that. Now, it is not all bad news for DFM. Obviously, the lead thus far, not insurmountable. We've seen the power in like 2v2s, 3v3s that you can have with Steel and Arya. Utapon can still make a big play as they go in on Mako.
Yeah, he's going to grand exit though. Should be absolutely fine. Deadly Flourish not going to be followed up on or anything like that. As Scout's going to take some turret shots as Shelly's going to ram her head into the outer turret in the mid lane. Bunch of plate gold going over to Scout and JJ right now.
They have so much oppressive control over the bottom side of the map here. It's just such an easy Drake follow-up. There's no way that DFM can rotate through all this brush without any vision whatsoever. They don't have mid-prio. The turret just lost a bunch of plates there as the Herald crashed through, and now you get a free Drake, so you have even further this small advantage. And EDG, they're playing with no egos. They're not playing to prove anything. They're only playing to win, right? And I think in the Damwon game you're referring to, Chronicle, there was a little bit of showing off going on. There was a little bit of,
you, Wolf?
I want to 6-0 this group and make people remember the last game, whereas Edward Gaming here just saying, no, we're going to 6-0 this group in very careful fashion, not going to take any risks. Why give DFM the same chance that Cloud9 had yesterday?
Well, I mean, this is also the first game, and if you go back to Damwon versus FPX, that was definitely a Damwon that was playing discipline.
True.
Maybe we'll get some happy gaming EDG after this when they have secured their spot.
It could happen, but based on what we've seen so far, I don't know how likely that is. I do gotta say, like I said, and we'll go a little bit more in depth because I was a little bit worried, you know, maybe this was going to be a very aggressive game, but this far not happening as much. I say this,
Flandre is going to flash the ulti. Evie's going to have to flash as well. Flandre wants it. Not going to quite have enough damage with the shock blast at the end, but definitely the fear is in as now Arya has to get out of there. Scout teleported in. That is going to be Steel actually flashing away. EDG just 3 steps ahead of DFM this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, you commit the teleport there as Scout. You're like, well, if he's going, I'm going. And you don't actually have to fight there. You grab an extra summoner spell. And it's just no risks, no chances. Not going to take a single one. It was such a great flash there aggressively from Flandre to actually dodge that ultimate, though. It doesn't end up leading to the kill. He's 1 auto away. But man, EDG not only looking fantastic, but so disciplined here. And that's the big standout so far in this game. We're at a 3-kill game where they have 3,000 gold to lead.
Yeah, I was building up to a joke about how this, for us LCK casters, this feels natural. This is the natural state of things. We're happy about this. You know, there's a lot of cross-map movement. Not too many kills, that always scares me a little bit. And thus far, I think if we look at the possibilities that the DFM do still have, because as mentioned previously, I think you're going to have to first be able to take back vision, which thus far they've basically been unable to do. EDG have been very diligent from the opening minutes of this game to always have a track as Heavy. I can't do anything.
That's all the plates as
well.
All
of them.
They fall down.
First turret, tons of extra gold going over this Jace.
It's almost 2K.
Yeah. And this is unusual for Worlds so far, like you're saying, Chronicler, to have a Jace get fed like this with no kills. We've seen a lot of mistakes in the top side. We've seen proactive plays lead to Jace getting fed, but this is just macro. Straight up.
Ari's like, nope, no. That's not what I want.
Yeah, why not? Take the blue buff while you're right there. And it just showcases, while we're making a little bit light of it, like the sheer, the iron grip that EDG has in this game.
Yeah.
It feels like minute 1. Whenever there was a play, there was one little overextension from JJ, right, which still, it wasn't even trade, wasn't even a bad trade. But outside of that, they've been permanently shoved in. Only lane that hasn't really suffered is bot lane, and even there, Viper has built up a 2-wave lead. Is 5 CS away from finishing up a call, so naturally building an advantage there as well. And across the rest of the map, DFM just unable to match the individual level as well as the cohesion and safety that the EDG have been able to provide for themselves.
Some of the ways that DFM get back into this game just don't feel realistic considering EDG's safety, right? If you do overextend or if you go too deep trying to clear vision and you run into Arya in the jungle alone, or if he's able to find somebody with the vision control that DFM would hope to have and maybe gets a pick there, then maybe you could 5v4 fight, but they're just not taking any risks. They're not walking into anything like this.
Yeah, Mako almost did, as you attempted the caster curse. It didn't quite work out there, Wolf, unfortunately, because Mako heads up. Not going to face check that rush, for good reason, as Arya Heads on forward, but he immediately gets ulted and explodes. This is why the LeBlanc has a tough time in this matchup. But the fight is still ongoing. It's a decent heroic charge there from Evie, but he's still going to fall down. Mako, in fact, is the one that picks up the kill. And EDG, a couple more on the board, and are now looking to pick up Shirley for their reward.
It's death by 1,000 paper cuts in this game for DFM. It really does feel like. I mean, you don't have any agency, and every time you try to, or every time it looks like they might make a mistake, they might walk too close, you could turn it.
Well, there's a headbutt pulverized, but the tower is going to fall down. The Unbreakable will. On Gang will keep him alive for the moment, but EDG are just taking everything that they want.
Controversial statement. I think EDG's pretty good.
Whoa. When was that controversial?
Hey, I had him over FPX.
Okay,
I was one of the people who didn't...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was one of the people who said, okay, I think EDG's the strongest one from LPL.
I watched that podcast, Will. I can confirm that is, in fact, indeed what you said. As we're going to check this one out once again. Just, it felt like they had no chance.
Yeah, there's no way you win this fight, unfortunately. And the curtain calls just feel so tragic, too, because nobody's low, nobody's gotten hurt, and you could shut down this LeBlanc when she tries to engage like that. Of course, with Lissandra Ultimate, we talked about it so many times. Every time this matchup occurs. And now we're looking at a double Drake lead here. We are, again, 5 kills in, 6,000 gold, EDG ahead, 3 turrets, and it's just... just piece by piece, step by step, but they're starting to get a massive lead now.
And there you also see the problem. Then it's straight up 5v5, especially if you lose one of your most potent damage dealers. You're just not going to be able to actually kill anyone on EDG. The opportunity for DFM just isn't really there. Thus far, EDG have also, as pointed out previously, whenever someone goes in, there's always a buddy nearby, right? There's always the potential for maybe a collapse, for a rotation. And that is one of the main reasons why I think that what DFM could do against a less disciplined team is trying to catch someone that's going for a rotation, that's trying to secure an aggressive vision line, maybe goes for a face check, load him up with Aria Steel, and then try to turn it into a tempo play. But every time I slow down because maybe it will happen now, it's like, no, he's in full control.
Yeah, and they're now going to rotate here towards the top side of the map. This inner turret is going to attempt to be protected here by Aria and Udapon, but 4 members of EDG in the area. JoJo turns up as well. So DFM just not going to be able to save it. And this is just EDG, I feel like they're just stealing DFM's lunch money all over the map. There's no cross map as an option. EDG is so incredibly decisive. And now they're just going to waltz on into the mid lane and try and do the same thing here with the help of Shirley, as well as Aria is trying to poke her in the eye, but it's not going to work out. So this turret does take a fair bit of damage. That is the flash on forward from Steel, but they deny him completely. That's what Ring of Frost is very good for. Evie's teleport not really going to do too much, as the empowered shock blast going to soften up the members of DFM, as well as now EDG wanting to get the last few points of health as that headbutt pulverize worked out. But Mako's just going to quickness his way out, and the cow is going to fall. Grand entrance going to also knock them up, but Mako does fall down, and Evie's going to be able to knock one away, but it's just not enough. A double kill now for JJ, as DFM are just going to limp away.
And I understand the desperation from DFM. I understand why Steel flashes forward there, because it feels like there's nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, is you've got the Ring of Frost, but doesn't even have to use his Everfrost to survive there. He teleports into a fight, and that's why DFM feel like, okay, we have this opportunity, because you're going to see Scout appear in the middle of, 4 or 5 DFM members here. It feels like it's a really easy collapse and commit, and does not work out. Now we're going back to this replay moments ago, where, yeah, you do end up getting that kill, but, I mean, and you get the knockaway, but you don't have that consistent damage afterwards. This is what I was talking about in the draft, where you have this very AD-based comp that has a little bit of poke with the LeBlanc, but the Jhin is too slow and the LeBlanc is too fast. They don't work well together when you're behind like this, especially when everyone on EDG is grouped up. You can't get any side picks. You don't have any pressure to look for picks.
Yeah, just no good news for DFM in that new Axe Effect replay, as EDG just continuing to put on the pressure. And I like that you mentioned, getting rid of Aria means that all of their damage is gone, and it feels exactly right. Udapon, yes, we've seen Jhin be quite successful here at Worlds so far, but he's not the same sort of consistent damage-dealing AD carry that a Misfortune would be. Is now I have to hold that thought, as Aria's going to get taken down very low once again, goes back to his distortion, but Viper just puts a bullet in him as soon as he gets back there. And EDG going to take that kill and now look towards this bottom inner turret as well. Every time they get a kill, every time they take something, they're thinking about what more can they get.
Yeah, already the waves are in a good position. I think top lane shoving in as well. Someone's going to have to catch it eventually as they just bully him off the turret.
Yeah, and Evie just, I don't know where that ultimate was supposed to go, but a little bit of a waste of a helicopter there, unfortunately, and they lose their inner turret. So no more inners remain. It is an 11,000 gold lead. Only 10 kills have happened in this game.
I mean, this is like EDG look like they're farming up to start that T1 series with more levels. Like, this doesn't even look like a PvP game, unfortunately. Like, they're just grouping around like, all right, let's just secure all the gold on the map. Every single turret's going to go down. Every objective is going to go down. And it's just so passive, but yet oppressive at the same time.
Doing a few Mephisto runs in Nightmare before they go to Hell mode, I assume.
And those don't carry over, EDG.
Oh, Gang.
Yeah, Gang could be in trouble here as he's going to get the ultimate off. Headbutt to get Scout away, but there is still so much damage. The ult looked like it wasn't even there from the Alistar.
And the trepidation is all Utapon. He's like standing like, I want to go in. I want to help you so badly, but I can't. Yeah, in good conscience, I go forward. And this, to me, I think is also one of the beauties of competitive League of Legends. I say as DFM, I don't think you can move forward here. I don't think you can retake control. I want to go for it.
Well, JJ gonna throw out the rake as Steel. He's on forward. He doesn't really want to, but of course, deceptively tanky with the Crescent Guard available.
They just have no vision, like whatsoever, on any critical juncture where EDG is going to play.
They don't have a jungle. Well, it just doesn't exist.
There's like there's no proactive play to make because you're blindfolded. I mean, you can't do anything if you don't know what's on the other side of these brushes, what's on the other side of these walls, and every time they drop ore down, it's cleared instantly.
They're going to try and go for something here. Grouped up as 5 is DFM. They do not want to give away this Infernal Drake. It will be Soul Point, of course. Is now Flandre getting a lot of damage onto Evie. Down to 50% health now. As the Poppy is going to be so important. Look for that ultimate. See whether he can actually split up EDG. Treasure going to start off this Drake. He's getting looking for a bit of a flank, but there is vision everywhere from EDG. They will not be surprised. And they are just going to take this dragon for free.
And as I was trying to say earlier, DFM has had the best tournament that the LGL has ever had. They've had an incredible performance in play-ins, but to me the beauty of League of Legends is getting to play-ins, or out of play-ins rather, is in of itself an incredible achievement. Hell, even getting into play-ins is an achievement, right? But then, even with how amazing that was for DFM and how good they looked, as you pointed out, got a pivotal victory over C9 as well, to then come up against EDG, like how big the gap is that we see, how incredibly in control EDG is just one of the, like how much skill expression there is in this, right? Like how futile it feels for DFM because since minute 1, they've been pushed in. They're pushed in permanently, so they can't secure vision. They don't have any vision, so they can't walk into their own jungle. They can't walk into their own jungle, so they fall further and further and further behind. And to see EDG just keep continuing that snowball is incredible.
Yeah, and they're just not overstepping their boundaries either. And the same could be said of DFM. The problem is that when you're this far behind, you do have to take risks. There are no good plays, but sometimes you have to hope, I think, in some of these upcoming scenarios and objective fights that maybe you can get that Poppy pick-off like you've been talking about, Atlas, so much, because that's one way you could maybe pull this off. You have a LeBlanc come in and assassinate someone like Miko, who's been a little bit aggressively positioned clearing vision so far this game, but, I mean, EDG are just so oppressive. Once again, just grouped up. They're not going to walk into this bush where they don't have vision. The one place on the map they don't have vision. There are 4 people here, so there's no risk.
Yeah. And of course, a lot of this does have to do with the fact that they didn't have a lot of priority from the beginning of the game.
Exactly.
Certain things in the draft certainly were a bit of a mishap, but the way EDG has navigated their way through this has just been sublime.
Because the big difference is having Prio we see a lot, but not every team plays around Prio as well, right?
Yeah.
Like actually weaves as one unit in and out and is able to turn that into an iron grip on the game. Also, if Viper continues the path he's on this game thus far, will be deathless for 4 games. Showmaker's record was 4, so let's see if he can keep it up.
Well, we'll see. Teleport to come forward here as Gang in position. EDG not taking any risks whatsoever as Scout moves on forward. They do manage to lock down the Matador, but he does have the ultimate. As Gang is getting taken down so low. Steel tries to keep himself alive, but they are just falling as EDG plow through DFM. It's clean so far, and it's only Aria that remains. EDG thinking about just moving forward and breaking the base.
This is one of those fights where Jin is going to look at his weakest, right? Where he's trying to find that damage on the wrong side of the team fight as well. It's not over yet.
Yep, that's the flash on forward. Everyone seems to have a dash here as Viper's going to cancel the ultimate. doesn't even seem to matter, as that's going to be the ace, and I think EDG are just going to waltz through the top side of the map and end this one.
Yeah, when I said it's not over yet, I meant the carnage. The game was over at that moment. Oh.
What an incredible masterclass from EDG. From minute one, there was absolutely no way that DFM could get in. They'll take down the Nexus and win their first game of the day, their fourth of the tournament.
And that's a sign of respect, I think, from EDG, because in the first game, let's not forget how well the LGO actually looked. DFM was able to find multiple early kills, was able to get a little bit of a snowball going. In the end, it wasn't enough. But in that first round robin, this matchup did not look as one-sided. And then EDG said, no.
You took away some comfort picks from DFM. You took away, you know, Evi's ability to play the Urgot top, for example. You bit the Jace early, so you know you're probably going to have prio into any matchup that Evi's going to give you. And the draft was very safe and very careful. They basically avoided dealing with DFM's strongest points, which are always those early game skirmishes and fights.
Yeah, it was just a complete shutout, but as EDG continue their dominance of Group B by taking down DFM, we're headed for a quick break, but on the other side, Kobe, Dash, and Lyric will break down this game.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the wave.
Hey, how you doing, baby? You look mighty fine. I figured I might come your way and roll up on you with that golden ticket. Shawty, can I get your digits? Maybe we can kick it. Just wait till all my time is up. Just wait till all my
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'ma put your perfect face with the water.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where EDG is all business today with a dominant victory. Near perfect game over Det FM to kick things off. And Kobe, in so many ways, it happened how we expected, with EDG full focus around their jungler.
Yeah, and I think in games like this where it is a stomp, there's a lot of value in examining the first couple of steps that EDG take, because they've stayed true to some of the core tenets that have repeatedly found them success throughout multiple games. And to me, one of the biggest ones is playing for mini jungle objectives right from the start of the game. They set JJ up for success with focusing on Scuttle Crab right into jungle camp steals on the top side, taking away wolves, even being ready to flash in and collapse with both solo laners. It's something that when you see EDG with priority for both solo lanes and being able to earn this jungle advantage from the top side of the map, you know that it's going to pay them back like tenfold.
And I think this is interesting because fairly often League players don't necessarily think about jungle camps as an objective so much, right? When we hear that word, we always go, oh, okay, they mean Drakes, they mean Heralds, they mean Barons and or Towers. But those stats right there on the screen is exactly what Kobe's talking about. It's leads built, but in incremental and tiny ways.
Exactly, and I feel like that's not only an EDG mindset, though EDG obviously did it to perfection this game, but an LPL mindset overall, where I remember telling this to Emily that I had a conversation with some LPL coaches once of like this idea of fighting for nothing. And at least LPL teams don't subscribe to it. It's like, no, you're getting gold leaves, you're getting XP differences, you're getting camp leads. Like, there's so much more you can be getting off of like any invade you're going for or any fight you win.
Exactly. Wolves are not nothing. Wolves are valuable, baby.
They are.
And you get a deep ward with a champion like Talon. I like how Atlas was calling it out, like EDG are stealing their lunch money. Yeah. Well, they also drained their whole bank account and their retirement fund. 401k is gone, James. They've got nothing to rely on.
You're bleeding them dry. No, I mean, and all of that said, right, you're picking up the small advantages. You're also picking up the big objectives. The first Drake goes over. The first Herald goes over. So EDG is picking up everything on the map. And great. When all of that's happening, you're pretty much assured of victory. But when your bot lane is also picking up 2v2 kills on their own without any kind of help, I mean, it's just then it's all done for.
Yeah, it's even funny this game because it wasn't all about like the mechanics coming out from their bot lane. It was also about the macro plays. They kind of like baited up DFM's bot lane by starting this rotation towards Herald, slip back into Fog of War, go back to lane, and then we see Gang having come back down. EDG's bot lane catches him out on the rotation. And it's like these smart macro plays too, right? It's not all about just, hey, I'm going to out-muscle you in the laning phase. I can set up these kills with wave manipulation and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I like how they build, step to step, because first you invade on top side and you've got this jungle advantage, couple camps, level lead, gold experience lead. That gets paid back for your solo lane matchups. The Jace doesn't have to worry about any sort of all-in from Poppy if he knows Xin is a level down and on the other side of the map.
Well, a dominant victory for EDG to kick off the day and to remain undefeated in the group. We're heading to a commercial. When we come back, it's the preview of T1 versus 100 Thieves.
Something dark and deep, the urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. You in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's
and welcome back to Worlds 2021. T1 are preparing for their first match of the day against 100 Thieves. And before they head on to the Rift, Kobe wanted to show us some tech from Faker that underlines the attention to detail that makes T1 such a fierce opponent in Neighborhood Tactics, presented by State Farm.
Yeah, for no special reason at all, I happen to want to look at how T1 beat 100 Thieves, James, ahead of some games today. And it, again, is going to be precisely what we were talking about with EDG. It is that the most successful teams in this tournament so far have put everybody's efforts into tracking enemy jungle for the beginning of the game. Now, both teams are setting up for it here. You see the ward from 100 Thieves on Raptor Camp, and this is going to provide them the early information on the route here from Poppy. But as we roll this through, you'll see how T1 use their cooldowns a little bit more effectively. Bottom side sees the bottom side there from 100 Thieves, so they know that there's no pull here from Trundle. So plenty of time for Faker to push this wave in, and then a very common ward, let me stop it here, for our mid laners to put is just to hover here and then put a ward in a very shallow area by Raptors, because you can then see them as they transition into their red quadrant of the jungle. But he goes all the way to red to put it here just in case they have Trundle trying to skip it. And indeed, Closer tries to circumvent the common ward that he thinks is on Raptors by blast coning over to the red and trying to think, oh, I'm remaining out of vision there of SKT. But because Faker takes the extra step as a mid laner to walk all the way to red buff, puts it there, it is going to give them perfect timing on when Closer is heading towards this bottom side matchup, and they see they're pushing the wave on bottom, so they're very well aware, let me pause it one more time here, of the crash on bottom side. This last minion is why FBI decided to dash in and engage on the bottom lane, because they think they're going to have a pincer through Tri-Brush, but because of that perfect timing, Owner is able to get to the Tri-Brush first and head off Trundle. And a little bit of a surprise to 100 Thieves, where they did know that Poppy was on this side of the map because of their ward on Raptors, but they erroneously assumed he was doing the full side clear because he's Trundle, and didn't expect the early move down because of Faker's ward on red.
Brutal. Closer calls the mind game, and then he gets double mind gamed with that very
and then watch how it plays out.
And then,
it's
of course,
not gonna be good.
We will watch how it plays out, and it does go T1's away. But as you mentioned, to me, this is the mark of the best teams in the tournament so far, the ones that can take these tiny incremental advantages that are based entirely on that information gain early in the game. We're going to walk back to the desk. We're going to loop Lyric back into this conversation as we look for a way, possibly, that 100 Thieves might be able to strike back here in this best of one against T1 to make the group interesting, because in a lot of ways, these are the teams right now that are fighting for that second seed possibly to get out of the group.
James, you and your LCS analysts go and talk about T1, and you come to the LPL guy for how 100 Thieves can win out the match.
Because we don't have the answer. That's why.
I do feel like the most interesting part of this matchup is even seeing in that clip, right? Both of these teams, very bot side focused. I think with the information play coming out from T1, it was very clear they were able to win out in that play, but 100 Thieves are still going to draft for these strong bot lanes. I think 100 Thieves also have an idea that T1 can pull out things like the Aphelios Lulu, which the LCK and LPL teams have definitely loved in that matchup. And it gives, I think, 100 Thieves more wiggle room to try and get another matchup they're comfortable on, maybe play around this like vision game better, get some of their own wards on enemy camps, and try to circumvent, get to the play first, and look to win on that bottom side, because I still don't think top side is really a favorable place for the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
We saw Kana doing quite well in that matchup last time around, and we've seen both mid laners. It's all about just roaming on the map.
I think go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking as well, one of the things with 100 Thieves, also a lot of people focused on draft, specifically the picks for top side of the map, for someday up there to try and have some sort of pressure, but also for Closer in the jungle. There's just been such a stark difference between him on carry champs like Viego or even facilitators like Lee Sin, and putting him on the Jarvan, where it's easily avoidable with flashes or dashes to get away from your flag and drag, and it is not as reliable for some of these setups. So a lot of it is going to go into that.
It definitely feels like T1 has more versatility, more options when it comes to avenues to victory. I love the point around for 400 Thieves. It's going to be probably bot lane focus, yes, with help from mid and jungle to make it happen, but someday definitely feels at a disadvantage in the top lane.
I've got great news for North American fans, though.
I've been hoping for some great news.
Cloud9, pulled off the miracle yesterday, but 100 Thieves also have someone very, very close to miracle runs. Abidaga was on Schalke with the LEC miracle run.
True fact.
So I have faith in him running one back here for 100 Thieves today.
They also specialize in heists, so I feel like it's all right there in front of us. Let's see if they can make it happen. That's enough out of us. Let's hand it back over to Atlas, Chronicler, and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you so much, Dash. And to add on to it as well, Kobe, as far as the Hopium is concerned, they also have a sprinkling of Australian players on the side of the 100 Thieves. So, maybe just one Aussie is all it takes to get you out of groups. We'll just have to see whether they can do it here against T1, which is going to be no mean feat, gentlemen.
It certainly is not going to be an easy one, that's for sure. And I'm excited to see how they perform, though. And as somewhat bullish on T1 for this tournament, I'm hoping T1 performs well tonight. I hope they do continue to look good, because so far in this group they have been very strong. And maybe this is the hiccup that gets into your head a little bit as T1. Maybe you struggle against EDG later on. I still think they're getting out of this group, but this is a really important stepping stone to that match that we're going to get to after this.
Yep, and here we are into Champion Select for our second game of the day. T1 will be on the blue side this time around. Kitty Cat banned away by 100 Thieves.
Sad.
And a couple of mid laners taken away from Abidaga. You could imagine that, the whole Faker Dage thing, it's not something that Faker really wants to be spoken about anymore, and they're going to remove some champions.
Making sure that there is the possibility, and I assume the TF will be banned, because that is what 100% T1 is going to first pick if it is not banned away by 100 Thieves. And I do agree with what the desk was saying earlier. I think as 100 Thieves, you have two options in my opinion. Either you try to play for FBI and Huhi, try to put Gumayushi and carry on the back foot, or you make sure that closer can snowball. But that's obviously a tough ask with the performance that Owner had thus far. There is the TF ban.
Yeah, I was going to say, finally, Faker's not allowed to play this one, because this is where you could just really have an incredibly tough time on the top half of the map. And I thought maybe we'd see Lee Sin priority here since it is left open, but we're going to go straight into the Aphelios, just blind, straight up.
Yeah, this is what Lyric was talking about, the Aphelios and the Lulu. That has been something that we've seen a fair bit. But the Lee Sin, of course, obviously, if it's going to be given away, it's going to be snapped up. Of course, Closer, very, very happy with that particular gift. We'll see what they are going to pair it with.
And it's an interesting call from T1. Not only giving up the lead that Owner has looked great on, also foregoing the MF. Right, a pick that has actually been the highest priority in terms of AD carries, that has been regarded as one of, if not the strongest picks, incredible in team fights, lane dominant. But T1 clearly favoring Gumayushi on one of his most iconic and comfortable champions. And to be fair to T1, we have also seen them win matchups that they should not be winning with Aphelios Lulu or Aphelios Fresh, similar setups. And it does look like it will be the Fresh into specifically Leona. Does make a lot of sense, and Carrier can single-handedly win games on the pick as well. As
if you end up going to Lulu here, I think you're very fragile in terms of that bottom matchup there. So I do like this pick quite a bit. Still have that jungle pick open, and we saw the Jarvan hover moments ago, and they will actually lock it in. I'm a little bit concerned about this one, especially when you could see the mobility that the composition that 100 Thieves has already. And now, because it's so early in the draft, they can continue to play around this. Kennen going to be so strong into this too, because you're engaging in. You give him a really nice opportunity, as long as he doesn't get caught, of course. I'm personally not a huge fan of the Jarvan right now in this meta, so we'll see how this one plans out. But it's so face up.
I was just thinking about the Azael tweet that's coming through now about the Jarvan, saying that 100 Thieves are going to be able to take this one, as Ezreal is going to be picked away here for FBI. And I actually just love the stability of these three champions that 100 Thieves have.
It's a 2-for-1 deal. It's really good into the Aphelios. You outrange him and try to mitigate its impact as much as you can. Obviously in lane, not too much pressure, but it doesn't really matter. You're Ezreal, you're looking to get the 2 items as fast as you can and then go from there. And it's also really good into the Jarvan. One of Jarvan's strengths is that I do think that he makes the MF a little bit weaker. You will be very stationary when you use your bullet time. And if Jarvan can either find a Cataclysm or an interrupt when you don't have your flash available, there is a lot of pressure there. But with the Ezreal, you negate a lot of impact of the pick, right? Just by the virtue of having your Arcane Shift in addition to your flash, it becomes a lot harder for Owner to actually play to that bot side.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I just don't like picking this Jarvan early. If you're going to pick something like this, you can save it until later, prioritize something else, and this just gives 100 Thieves so much time to be reactionary here, as we'll actually see the Renekton banned away here from Someday. And in terms of what we're going to see Faker player, it's still very much up in the air. I do like the Azir ban quite a bit because it's going to be safe in all scenarios with a draft like this. You have a lot of engage potential. You're going to have a lot of scaling that's added to that Aphelios. It's going to be strong later on. And your mid game is very strong with the Jarvan and that Azir.
It's going to be Orianna, right?
Oh, is it Orianna Cannon? Is that what we're going to see?
No, it's Orianna for T1 if it's not picked up by 100 Thieves, because I already see the Jarvan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I feel like this last round of Orianna
100%.
Cannon is like the most obvious, let's add circles to the circles
Yeah.
type style. Of course, it's not a circle that when Thresh puts down the box, but you understand what I'm referring to as the Aurelia going to be taken away, of course. Very high priority. Surprising that it got through here as T1 are going to take away the cannon themselves. And Sylas now being considered.
Would love to see the Sylas versus Orianna into Faker here. But it looks like he's just actually going to deny that pick away. You know, in a lot of other compositions with a lot of other different AD carries, if they had the Ezreal, for example, or the Jinx, I would even potentially like Faker to own the Zoe here, considering the enemy's composition, but it's just so risky with what you have already, and it de-synergizes with this Jarvan in a lot of ways, unless you can hit that poke every time consistently, but you're dealing with a Leona in the front line. It feels so risky to pull this one out.
Jace Zoe could come in, though, for sort of that
if you get both, for sure.
Take control of that mid-game, theoretically, and Jace, obviously, something that we love here in the LCK, and Canna is going to be on it one more time. Definitely massive comfort for him.
I actually think the 100 Thieves composition, like, they drafted so well into what T1 likes to do, right? Like, the Aphelios comes out, and immediately, there's so much range available. Orianna, Ezreal, all these champions make it really hard for Gumayushi to actually have an impact. It will be that Zoe Jace combo. Now, that as a unit, I quite like, but you have one half of the T1 comp that wants to play very far forward, and you have one half that wants to kite back, right? And I think the link here is the Thresh, which can kind of do both. This is perfect. I didn't have the time to mention it, but you guys know I would have. Malphite into basically everything, but specifically at Jace is beautiful.
I mean, especially because this composition, this backline is very fragile, but the front line comes to you, right? So you have a lot of ways to engage with this. You could chip away. The top matchup is going to be fun to play here for someday, and I'm looking at this situation, and if you remove the nameplates here, I feel so heavily in favor of 100 Thieves draft here. They got everything they wanted to take away some of the strong points here of T1, and outside of the Orianna potentially getting caught, which seems very unlikely by this Jarvan, the Jarvan pick feels very weak going to the later stages of the game.
Main thing for me is that there will be a window in which the T1 champions have early prio, and we saw in the last game how much EDG was able to do with that. But I think that if there is no early pressure coming out from T1 and they go into the mid game on even footing with a composition like this into the team fight power that is provided by 100 Thieves, it's going to be a tall ask.
Yeah, no, I actually 100% agree with you. And I think that if there's no nameplates, this looks like a complete steamroll from 100 Thieves. Like, this composition, absolutely beautiful. It almost plays itself. I mean, like, Malphite ultimate into Solar Flare into Shockwave. Like, no one's doing anything for multiple seconds. And it's just beautiful the way that it is going to work. They have pick opportunities as well with Leona and Lee Sin. And, of course, FBI going to be extraordinarily safe on the Ezreal. But let's get into it and see whether 100 Thieves can make it work. Level 6 is going to be so important for this team. But as you guys already accurately mentioned, T1 on a lot of comfort and a lot of early priority. So how they can leverage that is going to be very, very important, especially if you're a LCK fan. And we've seen, like, the last time that we saw Carrier play Thresh was quite a while ago, but he won a game by himself. Basically,
yeah.
It was just unbelievable.
A lot of Titanic references in that one.
Yes.
It's a good day. I remember that one. I gotta say, though, like, the range problem is somewhat shored up by this poke, and you mentioned it before it even got locked in. If you go Jace and Zoe, you have your own amount of long range to kind of poke and siege away at 100 Thieves before the Jarvan engage comes through, before Aphelios comes in and drops down his ultimate. And it really is just sink or swim with this style of composition. You need to hit that poke, and if you don't, I mean, I think 100 Thieves win every single objective fight later on.
And also, if you see Ona go in and Cataclysm the backline, it's like this competition between Ona and Someday. And who's going to win that? I think the Malphite just launching himself into the backline of this Aphelios. Like, Carrier's Lanterns are going to have to be so good if 100 Thieves get the kind of team fights that they're looking for. As Faker walks over a ward, but is going to get some vision down here for himself. This close is going to start off on the blue buff.
Yeah, it's basically snowball or bust. If you do actually get ahead with this T1 composition, you're able to take control of the enemy jungle, get an early mid turret, and deny vision. Then 100 Thieves, as good as that team fight is, should never be in a position where they can actually walk up, right? And in that scenario, I do think that the T1 comp is very strong. We have seen them play that, but at the same time, we've also seen T1 play a comp like this, get ahead, and then not actually be able to play it out clean enough. And that's always something that, no matter what the lead is going to be here, and I do expect T1 to build a lead, is it ever going to be enough to withstand the power, to withstand a single mistake that can get punished so heavily by a composition that presses all its R buttons and then blows up your entire team?
Yeah, the ease of execution is definitely there for 100 Thieves, I would say. Zoe, also another champion where Faker has had some very strong games this year. He hasn't played it all too often, but when he does play it, we've seen some games where he gets a triple kill by himself, 1v3, in some really big clutch scenarios around Baron Pits. So, I mean, look for this guy to show you why he's the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, and also he's been very outspoken about how good he is on Zoe as well. I actually haven't heard Faker talk about many other champions that he plays with reference to just how good he is, but he's been very outspoken as how good he is on the Zoe. As remember, everyone, you can let us know what you think Faker is really good at using the hashtag Verizon5G all chat. And tell us exactly how you think 100 Thieves are also going to potentially be able to win this game. As Closer is going to walk over a ward. Canna's already down to about 50% though, as Someday moving on forward. See whether he can survive. Teleport to come forward. Canna is going to be saved. Faker going to move up though, and that is going to be now a very sleepy Lee Sin, and first blood goes to Faker. T1, turn it all around.
You make one overextension, you make one mistake, and you're going to get punished for it. Faker hits the sleep there perfectly. Threads, I mean, not even really threading the needle. It was a pretty easy shot, but he doesn't falter, he doesn't miss, and that's a guaranteed kill.
And I wonder whether 100 Thieves was aware of where Owner started, because if you are, you know that the J4 will be in the general vicinity. Owner went for a red into Raptors into Grump, or a blue and Grump rather, and even without the teleport, like just having Owner pop up there as well, this could have backfired very, very easily. And I don't think you need to really try and play as aggressive as 100 Thieves. We already established. If you play it slow, I think that you have a huge advantage in this game. It's up to T1 to make the plays.
Yeah, I mean, also, don't forget, Kana could have flashed too if this goes in a different way. If Faker doesn't come, like, he probably gets out. You would have maybe got the flash, so maybe that's the idea here. You take that flash away from a Jace, and suddenly that Malphite becomes a lot more threatening with Lee Sin there on the top side of the map, but they get neither the Jace nor the flash there. Yeah, and rough tidings here for the 100 Thieves.
Someday also demonstrating why Malphite is the best at closing out backs, because you have that shield. It's not going to actually be stopped when someone drops a flag on you. Fantastic stuff.
Really nice crossplay here by Closer, who has been, I think, one of the most threatening members on 100 Thieves. If you look at the domestic run as well, incredible at snowballing advantages around the map, able to get Raptors, and now the teleport comes in.
Yeah, looking for the dive is Gumayushi. Going to be burning down, flashes away as Closer just flashes right on top of him, safeguards his way out, he will be fine, but now Faker is going to turn up once again. The Lee Sin having a bit of a nap at the wrong time, and 100 Thieves now looking to try and turn it back around. Hui looks for Faker, but Faker's just going to walk his way out. Ono looking for that one extra auto attack, but the Q is going to be enough. Faker does eventually fall down, but not after landing another bubble that is then turned around. FBI looking for even more as he picks up a double kill. Carrier, 250 health, not able to actually do much back, and now it's double buffs on the Ezreal.
Yeah, double buffs to Ezreal. Faker losing a little bit of farm there in the middle of the map, but still really nice mechanical defensive plays so that if you're on the side of T1, the teleport comes through, and you have so much time here actually as T1 with this Gumayusi flash. You force Closer to commit into that jump, and now Faker's got the ability to thread that needle once again.
I love the identification from 100 Thieves here though, because they realize that we know Owner was on top side, we know he's gone back, and in the end, I actually think this trade favors 100 Thieves. If you look, FBI doesn't get over the wall, but he does get the kill, and the double on an Ezreal this early on is going to help him accelerate so much, and I think getting either the Ori or the Ezreal to a point where they are a legitimate threat in the early game is going to make T1's task so much harder, because that means that you can't just take out any person, you take out a specific individual. with the front line that 100 Thieves is available, I think it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, if they had have got the kill on Abadage, then maybe it would have been better for T1, but I think 100 Thieves 100% came out on top of that one. Buhi now rotating towards this mid lane. Not seen by T1 right now, but Faker not going to be moving any further forward than he should.
Someday was nearby as well. The question mark pings going down there, knowing that he was very likely in the city. A lot of respect shown here in the mid lane for Faker. But Someday's just going to head right back up. This means 100 Thieves get this opportunity to come over here and steal away this red.
They're effectively cross-mapping here, and again, really loving this from 100 Thieves, playing very, very proactive. Owner now, he senses something is off, and Carrier is going to spot them out. Maybe another skirmish here.
Yep. Owner's going to look for a few of those popcorn chickens as Faker. Dissonance going to connect. Does a fair bit of damage there, but just going to move his way back. Portal jump, pretty good for making sure that you can reposition. Now Gumayushi 1 versus 2 right now, but Carrier is going to come back down once again. And Guma still in a decent spot when it comes to farm and things like that, but FBI, with those couple of kills that he's picked up earlier, that 2-item power spike that Ezreal always looks for is going to be coming so much faster this game.
Yeah.
Which is going to be huge for 100 Thieves.
It's so scary when you consider, you know, the late game that this composition has, but when you already are struggling to keep that advantage as T1 early, it means the range advantage that you're going to have as Ezreal, the ability to poke down a Jarvan who's trying to engage onto targets that will either survive or will be able to escape, right, oftentimes, makes it so terrifying to think about what 100 Thieves comp is going to look like in 5-6 minutes time.
And it's not a cannon wave, so I think that what FBI and Hui are going to do is going to shove it in. That we see Arcane Barrage already used, because they know what T1 is going to do. T1's going to do what they always do, and that's going to go for a full commit on the enemy Herald.
That's what they always do.
Even though Guma was kind of going back and forth on it, we saw him kind of be unsure what to go for. Looks like T1 is going to fully commit, but like I said, not a cannon wave, so 100 Thieves should be able to take up a couple of plates on both sides here.
Yep, they are going to cancel those backs, so it looks like 100 Thieves are just going to say, all right, we'll trade this one. But with all of the extra time, the fact that there's a Sheen on FBI right now, they should be able to get a second plate here before T1 make it back down. But Guma did go back a little bit earlier, so perhaps we'll be able to just pick up the farm and 100 Thieves are going to go back. So it actually works out quite well for T1. And they're not going to run into that issue that they've had in the past, which is go for every single Herald without fail. This time they did do that, but they didn't fail. It was fine.
Yeah, didn't get punished for it. And, I mean, minus those plates, of course, on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think they did lose their, like, straight-up goal advantage. And they do have the Herald still in the back pocket, and I think that the main thing that I'm looking for T1 for now is find a dive somewhere and try and get an actual first turret bot, because that is definitely going to make it worth your while. But thus far, we don't see T1 pulling ahead to the extent that I think they need to with this comp. And if they can't get a mid lane turret anywhere in the next 5 to 10 minutes, 100 Thieves are going to feel completely comfortable going into this mid lane.
Got to get that Wolf turret for the Zoe. First turret there if you can in the mid lane, so she has a lot more power. And has the ability to, of course, poke and chip through parts of 100 Thieves jungle, and it's going to be a lot freer. 100 Thieves keep stealing away these small amounts of camps. They're taking vision control here. You're forcing Owner to clear this right now. They don't have any vision. T1 don't on the Drake, while they don't have cryo at bottom. So forcing a lot of rotations over here, a lot of resources. Owner had to come down there to check that out. And you're not losing in terms of real permanent leads as T1, because you can, of course, take that gold lead with the Rift Herald. But as you guys have pointed out, the tempo that you want to have with this trap, the small advantages you want to have before the Ezreal comes online, they're not really hitting it. Now, yes, you group up for the Drake, but if 100 Thieves just skip this fight, they're going to feel very comfortable, I'd say, to give this one up.
Yeah, they don't need to fight for this if they don't want to. I feel like 100 Thieves have themselves a composition that if you walk into a river both sets of 5 champions, you're going to be pretty happy past 25 minutes.
Yeah.
As 100 Thieves. Zabadog are going to get exhausted here in the mid lane. Good sidestep there from Ono, avoids the Sonic Wave. Closer not going to be able to close the gap onto the job.
And here you see the payoff for that play that 100 Thieves made earlier on the bot side of the map. Yeah, they traded a couple of kills, but now FBI already has his Divine Sundering finished this early on. Not even 11 minutes into the game, and that's going to give a lot more threat to an Ezreal if they do decide to opt into an early team fight. A lot of the, or rather, all the ultimates also online. So this is where it starts to get scary for T1. This is where they really need to make sure that they keep it clean and they get that poke going.
Yeah, this is actually one of the first times I've seen the MasterCard Mythic come up, and it wasn't a Gore Drinker.
Yeah.
So congratulations to FBI for beating the junglers to the punch this time around.
Yeah. Kana going to grab an extra plate here on the top side of the map. You can see Faker was looking to potentially look for a play up there too. Someday returns, but they're not going to find that. And it's going to be that free Drake going over to 100 Thieves here. And in terms of what you gain as 100 Thieves here, yes, the plate gold is huge, and it is nice for Kana to pick that up early. But having Drake tempo advantage when your comp is already stronger to the late game, you're really liking this exchange in terms of the 2 objectives gained. You got the better one.
Yeah, no, also happy feeding a little bit here as 100 Thieves is just going to walk up the river. Should be able to take this Rift Scuttler with Fuhi lying in wait. Carrier gets that ward right on top of the Leona. And with Carrier turning up, looks like they might be able to get some work done here as Someday taking a fair bit of damage. Kana still able to get through the tankiness of the Malphite at this stage. That is going to be the Rift Herald secured. Shockwave going to connect onto Faker, but there is a Lantern immediately, so the Solar Flare is not going to work out. 100 Thieves throwing out a few ultimates. T1 having the answers.
And I think T1 was looking for that first Herald Blood on top side, able to crash Shirley into that 3-plate turret, maybe look for some aggressive play on Sunday. And they will go for it now, but I think 100 Thieves is very ready for this. Don't think they should give up the full turret, might give up the 2 plates, but again, not the end of the world.
They want to commit though.
Carrier going to come on forward. His owner's going to flash away. The box comes forward as there's the Cataclysm. Great playback onto Sunday. Denies his escape. And we do get all of those plates coming on over to T1. True Shot Barrage. Not going to find owner. It's now Huhi's going to look for his way out, and he does so. Teleport to come forward from Abadage, but this turret is already dead. The teleport was to the mid lane. 100 Thieves just going to give this one up.
Well, that was really nice reactionary play. Excuse me, hard word to say sometimes.
Reactionary?
Yeah, reactive shenanigans here. The Carrier getting the play there was huge, but the reaction there from Owner as well to drop the Cataclysm down, catch that Malphite who's going in. As we see a very great trade here from Faker in the mid lane. Was just really quick thinking here from T1. It was very much a setup play. They know that Someday could have gone in on that. I think Someday, if he had just been a little bit more patient there, could have gotten a lot more value out of that ultimate.
That's something that I wanted to go into as well, because I don't think you need to play it that fast as 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think you have a little bit more time. We did see some people roam up from the mid lane, which might have been an opportunity for them to counter.
Well, Finch938 has said, I really love Faker's Lissandra. His ability to juke every situation and still get kills was what really made me love this guy. Hoping to see it maybe once this world. See whether he picks it into Scout, perhaps. In the next game, could be a thing. Of course, Scout has already played it so far today, so it's a champion that should be in the meta.
That would imply that Scout has LeBlanc. And I don't know if that's a preferable gameplay situation if you are T1, but I agree.
I mean, if you want to see Faker's Lissandra,
well, that's
then
that's the condition.
If that's the win condition right there, getting him to play it, then we don't mind about which matchup it's in.
Yeah, tweet at T1 and ask them not to ban it, so we could maybe have that exchange, because that is definitely where Lissandra is in this meta as a specific counter pick. Otherwise, you probably won't be seeing it. But hey, fingers crossed, right? Anything is possible.
And what we saw there was, I think, the first time that T1 really out-favorably traded cross-map against 100 Thieves, who thus far have been able to keep up very, very nicely. As he does get the cannon.
Oof, I was a bit scared for a second.
Yeah, me too. Because getting that first blood is one thing, but simultaneously, Gumayushi was able to pick himself up a number of plates in the bot side as well, just before they dropped. Now the second row is coming through, and we're now slowly starting to see the acceleration that T1 need. Still think that for 100 Thieves, there's going to be plenty of opportunities, but you need to clean it up a little bit, because this is where the T1 comp is at its scariest. You have the one Mythics finish, and if they can snowball here, then every further step for you becomes incrementally harder.
Yeah, and the mid turret here, if T1 are able to get it, is arguably way more valuable than that bottom turret is going to be for their composition. So yes, they left Someday down there, he's going to get some extra gold here, but this is the fight that you really, you can't take as 100 Thieves just yet, and you're going to give over a much stronger objective because you just simply gave the Herald for free while committing to that bottom turret.
Oh, you're going to take a lot of damage there with the empowered shot blast after the sleep came through as well. Shirley going to get a double charge. She's got a headache, but T1 are very, very happy about it, as that was the Wolf turret going down.
There it goes.
If you didn't know, this was Wolf's absolute favorite analytical point, was talking about how if you take a mid lane turret as Zoe, you're extremely happy.
Yeah, that's why we call it the Wolf turret.
We do.
They get it because it's more valuable than the turret that Someday was trying to take out bottom side there, which he didn't, I'm not actually sure, but I don't think he actually got the gold for.
No.
So that makes the cross-map play, if you could call it that, feel even worse. And these are some small macro mistakes from 100 Thieves that really, really hurt.
Well, we were already talking about it, but of course, the battle in the jungle is where we're going to be focusing on in our Mercedes matchup of the day. EDG versus T1 last time. Was EDG able to come out ahead? We'll see whether T1 can fight back better in our next game, coming right after this.
Very soon, T1 going to get this Drake for free here. See a big group up for a top turret here for 100 Thieves. And again, that first Drake that they got means that this buffer that you have with a first Drake advantage is really nice for the Ezreal that's scaling up. Already is halfway towards his Muramana being completed. Gonna trade a turret for a turret at the same time though, and you're not getting anything back here. Really, at the end of the day, yeah, you feel comfortable how you're going towards the late game. You're kind of slowing the game down in this way, but T1 are getting better trades on the map.
And what's key here for 100 Thieves, I say, as more of their base crumbles, is you need to try and keep a semblance of control on the map. Because you are going to be able to, no matter what the gold says, punish missteps from T1, and we know that they've made those at times. The problem is, to do that, you need either vision or a deep ward that will allow Sunday to go for a deep flank. If you have no vision control whatsoever on the map, and you're going to have to walk straight up over all the vision that T1 has been setting up ever since they dropped that mid lane turret, and every time they go for an objective, it's going to be physically impossible for you to have the health bar necessary to actually utilize how strong your team fighting is. And even though the gold, I think, is looking fine, it's going to be more about who can take the vision control, because once 100 Thieves are fully locked in their base, I don't know if they can get out.
Yeah, and we were having a look at the gold there just for a moment. If you remember back, FBI had a 1,000 gold lead, and now it's 100. Gumayusi really has managed to pick up a whole bunch of that local gold from turrets, turret plates, things like this, and the Aphelios is well and truly feeling good.
Now, this is a play you can make around vision like you were talking about, Chronicler. If you have that control right now, T1 just step over the line for an instant. You have such explosive power with this composition, but T1 respecting the fact that they know they don't know, and are just going to slowly play around this, eventually toss that ward over into the Raptor camp. They are able to swallow the Lantern, that control ward, and they should be able to kill that one out shortly as well.
Big thing here is that the initial Drake that 100 Thieves was able to get for themselves substantially slow down T1. Unless T1 want to go for an aggressive Baron play, which they have been known to do, and I think they can, provided they are able to actually get control of the topside jungle, as we see Carrier do now. It is going to take a long time for them to actually stack up these mountain drakes, and also they can't give it over to 100 Thieves, because once 100 Thieves start stacking mountains, it's downhill very, very fast as aggressive jungle invade.
Yep, they already have one mountain. His name's Sunday as Faker pops on over into the Bramble Pit. He taking 50% health as the teleport's going to come through from Abadage. So 100 Thieves, they lose their split on the bottom side and that teleport advantage that they had there. Is T1 now looking to pressure towards that top side. Faker's spellbook has turned into some fire, so he doesn't have teleport right now either. So theoretically, 100 Thieves should be fine as far as teleports are concerned. It's still down 3,000 gold to lead for T1. As FBI gets sleepy, does have himself the cleanse as the Shockwave is just going to deny T1 a lot of defensive ultimate usage here from 100 Thieves as they're bullied out of their own jungle.
At some point, you do have to fight for this vision in your own jungle, though, as 100 Thieves. At some point, you have to say our composition is online now, because if you just sit back for the entirety of this mid-game, all right, we'll go for that late game, we're going to late game scale up, get this Orion online. We have so much engaged tools, we have this Ezreal. If you wait forever, then you never have vision, and then you're always walking into Shock Blast. You're always walking into these bubbles and the poke that the Battle Stars are going to have here from Faker, and you just can't give up this much control of the map. Now is the time to start actually fighting for some of that vision. Your composition is starting to have some power. You do have that 2-item spike coming online here for FBI. You've got to take some skirmishes. You can't just press the surrender button in terms of these small fights.
Good thing for 100 Thieves is they are approaching 2 big item spikes. Abadage about to finish his Seraphs, or it is the tier 4 stack, has a nearly large rod, and then FBI is close to actually upgrading his Muramana. That was the item power spike we were talking about when he got those couple of kills earlier, and that's the point where the 100 Thieves is actually, or composition rather, actually has a sizable threat. And I expect from that point onwards to see them play a lot more aggressive. Whereas this Drake, I think you can still give up. I think it's the next one that you really got to be worried about once you start giving over that soul point, because then T1 can kind of drag you around the map and also kind of disallow you, because we haven't even talked about the possibility, especially with Abadage's teleport being down right now, of T1 trying to kind of pull it apart, right? Try to get side lane pressure through Kana, who, while he probably won't kill Sunday, if you give enough time, possibly he could. Sunday very far behind in the current state of the game, and while he's tanky. I don't know if it's enough in the long run, as like a vision here.
Well, all of 100 Thieves all grouped up here in this mid lane. They want to be team fighting as T1 looking to try and split them up as best they can. Huhi down to 50% one more time as Faker lands another bubble. This time it is onto the Malphite as Sunday taken down.
I mean, not any magic resistance on this champion. He's going to take a lot of damage when he does get hit by those. You go down to half health, and then suddenly you don't have any engage opportunities.
But when 100 Thieves use all of their engage tools onto Faker, Sunday becomes immortal. That's what happens if he stacks all of this armor, right?
Yeah.
So theoretically, you understand how these 5v5s are supposed to work for 100 Thieves, but right now is when T1 is strong. This is the mid game, this is Zoe time, this is Jace time, and 100 Thieves just biding their time.
I partially agree. At the same time, look at the itemization from Gumayushi. He also realizes that and has gone for that Lord Dominic's second. And that means that even if someday if they go too hard on Faker, but Guma gets to stand in the back line and spin around a whole lot, as we know he loves to do on the Aphelios, that still remains a viable threat. So I do think that while we talk a lot about, yes, in the late game, in a team fight, 100 Thieves should have an edge, still believe that is true. I think that T1 have less opportunities for missteps. At the same time, if you over-index on a Faker and a Kana, and you're unable to do with Gumayushi, provided that he doesn't get blown up instantly and he actually gets in range, which against Ori and Azrael generally shouldn't happen. But if you do overstep, he will also shred through
the problem is that the Orianna and the Ezreal can't stop you from closing that gap if there's no vision. Look at the map right now. I see one ward on the blue side of the map for 100 Thieves. The bottom side of the red jungle is completely warded by T1. They've got vision control on both the Baron Pit and the Drake. So, you know, in terms of the range advantage we talk about, it doesn't matter if you're fighting blind, right? And T1 have done such a good job of moving together and clearing that vision off. And 100 Thieves have never actually been confident enough to contest it because I think the composition is still a little bit too fragile. I think if you play too safe around this, eventually you're just always going to be throwing darts at a dartboard in the dark. You're not going to actually be able to hit any of that damage, and you're always going to feel very timid in these upcoming fights.
I like that 100 Thieves play around the fact that they did hit Faker with a True Shot Barrage, so able to now move into this river, get some vision down. They so desperately wanted. Ona thinking about a flanking play as Kana splitting towards the bottom side of the map as Faker just looking for these paddle stars, looking for whatever sleeps he can find. Closer going to be spotted. Ona checks him out. Faker going to land another paddle star, but no one's sleepy just yet. Gumayushi underneath this turret, just going to tidy up this mid lane. So we get the big zoom out, Sunday and Kana. Sunday losing out as far as the health trades are concerned, but he should be okay defending for the moment.
And here we see again how much T1 loves playing out Kana on Jace. Specifically this pick, his entire team continues to set up vision for him in the bot side jungle. They're all hovering, they're walking in and out of fog. They're making sure that Kana can actually play as far up as he does. And we already see them got them the mid lane turret, and I think it's not going to be that long off before we see them go for something similar on a side lane turret, which is going to be even more gold into the pockets of T1 and might have them hit those item breakpoints.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the picks that T1 fans have either loved or hated for Kana all year long.
Yeah.
And for me, I've always been a big fan of his Jace, but there have been some inconsistencies. There have been some moments where he's gotten gapped by a lot of top laners in the LCK or has made some poor decisions with positioning, but in games like this, when he is given so many resources and there is so much power for T1 on the map here, arguably I think more than they should have at this stage, then you can make those aggressive plays. You can even trade against a Malphite because you know there's no rotation coming because you have all that vision. And that vision that you talked about after that one early trade there with the True Shot Barrage came through that we saw for 100 Thieves for just a moment is now all wiped off the map here. And we're getting to a point where with this Aphelios, you can actually do a Baron pretty quickly if 100 Thieves don't have that vision. So True Shot Barrage here to check. You're so blind right now with 100 Thieves.
And let's not forget, if 100 Thieves win this game, this group is all of a sudden wide open.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
As FBI, he's got his Frozen Heart. This guy's extremely strong right now. But not going to be able to dive any turrets or anything like that right now. But 100 Thieves, you can feel the shift in momentum in this game. They're now starting to move a little bit further forward, trying to get more vision. You can see 2 control wards leading towards this Baron Pit. T1 still with that control ward inside the pit itself. Otherwise, not too much more. As Faker here on the top side of the map. He's going to walk away. Closer. He's going to get sleepy once again. But Faker's just going to ghost his way out with the one that he filtered from the ground.
He's fighting tooth and nail over every ward in this Drake pit right now. But 100 Thieves, as you mentioned, like you could feel the hourglass turn to a certain extent here in terms of how brave they are on the map. And we might actually see a shock blast, or rather shockwave here from the Orianna finally at some point. Might actually see an engage here. 100 Thieves brave enough to fight now.
Yep, Someday is on the bottom side of the map. So that unstoppable force, okay. Flash out from Carrier. Gonna have to respect, there's so much pick CC, non-committal here from 100 Thieves. They can just throw it out willy-nilly, see what sticks. And then Someday teleports in and dives on top of everyone.
And again, T1 is relying on vision. And currently the vision setup is not that good around this Drake. If they keep getting shots on 100 Thieves, sure, you're gonna feel fine. But with the control that 100 Thieves currently have, I think T1 are gonna recognize that and say, all in on the Baron.
Yeah, well, could be a second Drake here for 100 Thieves in trade for a Baron, which is not a trade that you'd want.
No vision again.
100 Thieves, but they are going to throw down that blue trinket. It's T1 with their poke in position. They have taken away the vision of 100 Thieves as well, which is exactly what you need to do when you have this Jace and the Zoe. Bubble, not quite going to connect there onto FBI. Zabadage takes a fair bit of damage.
Look how difficult it is to even close the distance on T1 when you don't have those wards and when there's so much consistent poke here available for T1. When even shock blasts like this are going to add up.
Yeah, Bubble connects, and that is exactly what Someday doesn't really want to soak, because of course not a lot of magic resist at this point in time. Now, positioning, repositioning around this Mountain Drake. Owner inside the pit, scoping it out. He's going to be able to flag drag his way over the wall. And 100 Thieves, they might just be able to take this one for free. Spotted now for T1. Let's see what they can actually do here. Teleport in from Abadage. It's going to be a defensive one as the Drowsy comes on in once again. Faker looks for more FBI in position to challenge, as it is going to be Closer that locks down the Dragon. Owner takes himself a lantern and does get himself out as Faker. Oh, Someday with the best item in the game. It's going to keep him alive.
He was just so late on coming in there as Abadage. I mean, he came in at the right timing to secure the Drake, and it was a teleport he was necessary to take, but he wasn't able to get an ultimate off there. He wasn't able to actually grab T1 when they're corralled like that. It was a little bit too late to arrive.
But now it's a free Baron.
Yeah, Abadage teleported in, and that means that if they don't try and hard force this, the Baron is going to go to T1.
Well, preemptive box comes through from Carrier just to try and deny them from getting in, but this is just going to get rushed down and taken away by T1. A split-second decision, and T1 just walk away with a Baron.
There's got to be so much more decisive on the map here as 100 Thieves. Like, that fight over the Drake, yes, they were able to get the smite off, but I think that's a fight you can realistically take if you set up a little bit faster, if you set up a little bit better.
Yep, stealing a Baron from the Thieves, though, gentlemen, it's not exactly what we were expecting to see. 5,000 gold the lead, and that is only going to extend as this Baron power play continues. T1, they're even on Dragons. If this game goes ever further and they're not able to break down too much of the base with this Baron, then 100 Thieves still in an okay position. But otherwise, this is all great news for T1.
And I gotta say, 100 Thieves, I love how they played at skirmish, not afraid, standing their ground, identifying the threat that they have available, keeping Owner out of that pit. But then you do see kind of the reluctance, the trepidation as they back, and I think that's fine, but everyone then needs to, at the very least, threaten T1, make them uncomfortable, and they gave them just way too much space. I think that there is a scenario where, as 100 Thieves, even with some of your health was a little bit low, at the very least you can pressure T1, maybe try and force a mistake, but instead, you're getting seized by a Zoe and Jace composition.
Ooh, Faker getting engaged on his, gonna get kicked back as Closer also slowed down and taken to half health. 100 Thieves continuing to push back on T1, but another Baroned up wave of minions now moving towards their base. It's a back to come through from Closer.
It's just such an insane amount of siege here for T1. They just play it slow, and if you do commit in, as Closer did there, the chances that you're going to get blown up are so high at this stage. You really just have to play this one slow, and had they been more aggressive earlier, there would have been way more opportunities, but now you've just lost even further control over the map, and as 100 Thieves here, you just have to weather the storm. You don't have any opportunities here whatsoever. You can see where Kana is, so you know, okay, rotating over here, I'm going to take a shock blast. I mean, it's lose-lose right now until that Baron timer runs out.
We'll see whether T1 can actually push on forward and get some relevant damage onto these inhibitor turrets. So far, the answer has been no, as FBI has been pretty good at stopping these minions from even getting towards the turret. Bubble going to go a little bit wide as T1 transition into the mid lane. Someday throws out a wagon wheel, but he will get hooked and just blown up. Is he tanky? I don't know. Is that his forces Shockwave to come forward as well. Guma taken down to about half, but T1 have different things on their mind. They jump underneath the turret. FBI's being exhausted. Flash forward from Kana, and the game might just be over right here. The flash forward from Gumayushi, unable to finish off the kill, but they will take down the mid lane inhibitor, and they will push forward for the end.
We were waiting for a scaling breakpoint that never happened, and that moment of hesitation. T1 take the Baron, and out of nowhere they take the game.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that 100 Thieves stood a chance, but there goes the Nexus. And unfortunately, that means that 100 Thieves are now eliminated from getting out of the group stage.
And this was a game where you had a great draft. We were praising it from bans and picks, and we knew that this composition was going to come online. We knew that if they actually grouped up, they had so many initiation tools. Malphite ultimate, you could toss it. You have the Orion ultimate, but as you point out, Chronicler, they didn't even step across the line. They didn't even threaten. They didn't even make T1 wonder what would happen if they engaged, because they were always tucking tail and running, and you can't run away with a stronger late game comp all game long. Give up all that vision, give up those objectives, and hope to win a fight defending your Nexus. It just did not happen. It was a game where we waited forever, and we never saw the climax of T1, or 100 Thieves composition, rather.
And stealing that Baron, that's what it all came down to. It was a little bit of homework that was left unattended to by the 100 Thieves. And it was all too dark. They couldn't actually answer anything of what T1 did in that sort of mid to late game transition. Really clean stuff from T1. Of course, a whole bunch of comfort picks coming out from the Korean squad. But as T1 celebrate that win, make sure to check out LOL music like As We Fall in the League of Legends Hub on Spotify.
Tell me, where do I go? Tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves.
Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Red team.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's T1 who come out on top over 100 Thieves in a battle that in a lot of ways was 100 Thieves' last hope in order to make it out of this group stage, but T1 going to dash the hopes of many North American fans.
James, that was so hard to watch! Are you kidding me?
It was hard to watch. It really was, but for a few reasons, right? And I think all three of us shared this sentiment on the desk, and we'll get into a little bit of why that was, is that this was a winnable game, it felt like, by 100 Thieves. But Kobe, in so many ways, the early game breakdown the way that you had talked about when we were over there by the telestrator, a topside focus, intelligent jungling, and attention pressure towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, so Poke versus Hard Engage is one of my favorite matchups. These are compositional matchups that are as old as League of Legends itself. And the Poke composition generally will have better lane matchups early on, and you need to accrue slowly these leads for you to be able to keep up your siege on towers and then poke your opponents out under towers. And then the 5-on-5 get their advantage when you get to group up and Hard Engage and force on the Poke comp and make them collapse, make them crumble. But with some of these early plays, 100 Thieves, as you showed earlier in this clip, the top side, little focus there, no flash, gives away some first blood money to a Zoe, accelerating the damage of a Poke composition. Double buffs did go over to FBI, so this play here was where there started to be some hope from 100 Thieves, but then they never refocused down there and never played off of FBI. It played off the Ezreal that actually benefited and got that money. They did another play on top side where they didn't account for the positioning of the support roam from Keria because the Thresh is then there. Your shield comes in, you can't get that kill, you give over the turret. And once you start snowballing turrets, this is the main objective of Poke compositions, snowball these turrets, move from lane to lane, keep increasing your gold lead, keep up the pace of the game. Jace gets fed, Zoe gets fed. Your Poke damage pushes them off of objectives. You get there first, you set up, they have to face check you, they take more damage coming in, and you have to draw the line somewhere, James. You have to engage. If you don't have Malphite, Leona ultimate, you have to make them snap at some point, or else they just keep accruing this gold lead and push you all the way to your base.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like this game was winnable by 100 Thieves, and it was certain things like understanding of like tempo or certain side waves to give up where they had to find those opportunities. There's specifically one around Dragon where had someday just like given up a neutral wave earlier, move first, 100 Thieves wouldn't have taken so much Poke punishment, could have baited the Dragon earlier and not allowed for T1 to pull them to that Baron.
The one thing you cannot afford as Hard Engage into Poke is to be indecisive, because then you take more damage, you take more Poke, and that's what happened. I do want to compliment SKT.
I'm just sorry, I'm pointing at the graphic because those numbers are nasty. And Lyra, you were the one who called out top side. That's been a point of weakness for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, not even a weakness for 100 Thieves, but we talked about in the pregame, the versatility of T1, right? They have so many stars across all lanes. Kana has showed numerous times that he can be a lane-dominant player. And when T1 are willing to throw resources into him, I mean, he just made it shine.
Well, the thing I wanted to compliment SKT for there was how much respect they gave to the Leona ultimate specifically, instantly flashing. Nobody would put themselves in any compromising position. And when the other team is then also hesitant following that up, I think it's just really well-disciplined play from SKT, which is something you expect from this type of team. But then you look at the roster and you're like, oh yeah, they're incorporating all these rookies and they're showing this discipline with the Poke composition. That really bodes well for them for the rest of the tournament.
Kobe, I have been waiting an entire decade for Western teams to start flashing abilities when they first see them, and I'm still waiting for that here at the 2021 World Championship. We're stepping away for a moment, but we will be right back to set the stage for EDG versus T1. Don't touch that browser.
Can't believe that Daniel deal you got me on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. You want to meet the queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big need vibe on the way. Look.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for EDG versus T1, the two titans of Group B and league history. And while their rookie junglers, Honor and JJ rather, aren't legends in their own right, Worlds is the right place to make their mark. This is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. We talked a lot about them right at the top of the day, Kobe, but these two junglers are central focuses for the teams, even though they are two of the less experienced players out there on that stage.
Yeah, and I like how they take initiative. You know, definitely when the team needs it for your team composition, we'll be the first ones in there. Sometimes we have seen, you know, punishment as far as collapsing on jungle invades and being able to, you know, catch them out early on that way. But I would say more success than failure.
Yeah, I think both of them coming in also very different junglers, which I think is another cool aspect, right? I think Owner definitely showing more of a like solo queue carry-esque style compared to JJ, who's always been known as more of a team player and a role player on the squad.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about the jungle proximity at the top of the day, and we'll dive into that a bit deeper in a moment. But I think that highlights, to your point, you know, the stylistic differences between the two junglers and the places on the map that they like to focus, who they operate in terms in sync with on the map, getting paired up against. But really, I think my question, you know, remains as we take a look at Owner in his wins versus losses, Kobe, that's a stark contrast. I mean, obviously you expect a difference in stats when it's a win versus a loss, but that's pretty drastic.
Yeah, this is what we were looking at as far as talking about, you know, the successes versus the failures. Sometimes feast or famine, especially for some of the young players, you know, really used to blasting and playing from ahead. That type of play from him has been on display. But again, in the games where you do get caught out early and then you're tracked from then on out, a struggle to get back in it. So I would say that's why so much does depend on the jungle matchup as far as that tipping point. And it is a full of how to set them up for success so that this does not happen. You know, really strong play from ahead. You see the really good stats in wins from him. That's what they want to do to be able to snowball.
Now, obviously, on the flip side, JJ has not taken a loss yet, so his statistics are going to look a little bit better.
They're pretty nice.
Those are damn good right there. But that's interesting, actually, that his jungle proximity is 15th here at Worlds so far. So not the most involved with his team, at least by a percentage standpoint, but that also does mean that he's rather effective in the moments that he does link up with his team.
It also goes to a point that Kobe was talking about earlier in the day in their first game about like playing for him. So it's not necessarily about him interacting much with his laners, but his laners have been playing for him, which is, I'd say, a stark contrast to what we saw in the LPL, where for him it was much more about enabling Viper and Mako early on, or as we got into playoffs, working his way up with Flandre. But it seems like EDG have found a formula that's about getting him the EXP advantage, getting him the gold advantage, and letting him be the carry. I definitely feel like he has been the most like highlight player. He's had the big moments here at the tournament compared to where everyone else, they've been consistent, they've been stomping their lanes, but JJ's been that playmaker.
2021 is quickly becoming the chickens and the wolves meta when it comes to our top teams. But when we put a big focus on the junglers, there's a few other parts of the map that we got to talk about. And I think it's natural that we turn our attention to the bot lane. Viper for EDG, still deathless across 4 games. We'll see if he can continue that, but very much a win condition for the squad.
Yeah, you talk about highlight plays. How did they get here 2 Worlds? That Aphelios play, jumping in, popping off. We're looking for some more big ones there from Viper because so many consider him to be the very best bottom laner at Worlds.
I mean, I feel like him and Mako definitely showed they had the most lane-dominant run coming into Worlds, especially in the LPL, where you are going up against people like Jackie Love, like Juan Fong last year, who showed up so well at Worlds. The fact that they've been able to maintain that, and like you pointed out, Kobe, they have not been getting a ton of jungle resources here at Worlds, but they are still doing quite good in the 2v2, and when you're going up against T1, where you have this rising star in Gumayushi, yeah, it really feels like EDG's bot lane are going to need to keep having those consistent performances.
Right, Gumayushi, somebody that shouldn't be counted out if they can find those advantages, but I'm thinking of the top of the day where bot lane had no attention from EDG, and yet, granted, against different opponents, is finding those 2v2 kills and making their own advantages. Mako, of course, being the veteran of the lineup there. So we'll have to see if it all comes to fruition for T1 as they perhaps look to challenge for that #1 seed out of groups. But now that you're sufficiently hyped for this game, just like we are, here's Atlas, Chronicler, and Lyric. No, Lyric is right here.
That's so much dash as per usual, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, what's happening? So the delay makes things almost impossible for us to actually have proper communication, so I apologize. Hopefully in the future we can change how ping works. Pretty sure that's physically impossible, but perhaps maybe we can
just redo all the cables on the internet here for Worlds 2022. All the tubes.
We'll try and figure it out. But it is now time for that rematch between EDG and T1, a matchup that goes back all the way to 2015. Very excited to see whether T1 can actually fight back, and I'm looking forward to not a one-sided affair as well, because we saw that.
Don't curse it!
The last couple of matches was definitely very one-sided for both of these teams. Can only be one victor here in this one, though. So, as of course, you can't play the same champion on both sides, not blind picks, so therefore only one victor possible.
Imagine if it was.
Oh, in like a 5th game?
Yeah.
Do you think they'd ever do that for competitive League of Legends? 5th game?
I wouldn't mind.
I reckon it'd be pretty cool.
Could lead to some great moments.
I think it could. There could be multiple Shens. As Aurelia going to be the first ban here on the side of EDG. T1 taking away the Graves from Flandre. I think that Flandre is just not allowed to play that champion anymore. Just looked a little bit too good on it.
He's so good at playing weak side on the Graves when he has to, and Graves is just so strong right now. Like, I think this champion is really going to be moving up the list for not only Flandre, but for a lot of players going forward into quarters and things like that. But see, once again, that Draven removed from Gumayusi, for those who don't know, was the first champion he ever played competitively in the World's Gauntlet last year. He's made a splash on it recently here as well. So definitely one you want to take off of the board.
Actually kind of cool that even if they sub Teddy and he's another Draven player. So just banning away Draven makes sense into T1 just in general. As Lee Sin, of course, a bit of a favorite when it comes to first picks, and JJ, a fantastic Lee Sin player in his own right. We'll have that one focused away from him as well. Final ban to come through from EDG will be the Lucian. So now as far as first picks are concerned, I feel like the mid lane is wide open, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is feeling like a TF Rise handshake that I think we're going to see. Both teams going to opt. I presume the first pick, TF. I think that the champion is incredible at the moment, and the Jarvan ban is an interesting one. This continues the trend of
Yuumi, though.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that was left open.
And this is another I think that T1 left the Yuumi open last time around as well, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to remember, because it wasn't exactly the greatest of times for T1 in their first game when it came to, you know, the draft and things like that. They had the Ziggs and the Jace for that extra poke, but EDG kind of just rolled over the top.
It will be the first time.
Is this time.
It will be the first time Mako plays it here in this group stage.
Okay, never mind.
But it has been left open by T1 before, just not against EDG. And they'll get the Twisted Fate with this Yuumi pick coming through. Faker has played that so much already here at Worlds twice already. This will be the third time. We talked about it being the targeted ban in that game against 100 Thieves just moments ago. And this time he's going to get it, but you imagine, as was mentioned by Chronicler earlier, this will be matched by the Rise because you need to have the ability to match that rotation. Alternatively, Sylas could be a pick you go with here if you wanted to have a little bit more of an aggressive mid lane presence, but the scaling that you're going to get with the Rise is so much stronger.
I'd really like something like a Talon or a Kiana or something like that to be picked up as well. We've seen these assassins paired up with the kitty cat on a book just be so incredibly powerful. And could be an option now for JJ if he wants to lock that one in, and the Talon is going to be his weapon of choice.
And it's an incredible combo that we've seen T1 utilize with great efficiency as well, if I remember correctly. And for me, the big thing is no team have been able to actually punish this Yuumi. We've seen engage supports being picked into it. I think a Lulu makes sense. Try to match scaling with scaling. Obviously, Lulu, I don't think scales as well, but works very well together with the Aphelios. Because doesn't matter which lane we've seen picked into it, the all-in, it just can't be found, right? The Summoner's advantage is too much, and then you get a freely scaling Yuumi. Even have the ability to go AP, especially if you look at how AD heavy EDG already is. A lot of flexibility in terms of build paths available there as well.
I really like this Lulu pick over the Leona even, because Leona is going to really struggle against this much mobility plus the poke you have even with the Jace to get good Solar Flare value or Zenith Blades into a team fight. It's just so much harder to pull it off rather than trying to beat this by engage, beat it by speed, match that speed, match those rotations. That's what Lulu is going to be so great at here. Plus the survivability against those Talon dives.
No, exactly right. We'll see whether the Sylas is going to get looked at here as far as a ban. Kiana taken away from Ona. Not going to allow that assassin v assassin matchup. Still, technically, you know, the Zed has been played at Worlds so far. Hasn't necessarily been super successful from the jungle, but certainly still assassins available, as that Sylas ban that we were talking about is going to be removed. And now EDG to remove an option as well. Could be something like a Wukong to be taken away from Canna here, just to deny that decent matchup into the Jace.
Yeah, I think that's a safe one.
I actually wouldn't mind a Malphite ban, even though it's not necessarily within T1 style. I do think that Champion is good, and to add to that, with a Enchanter support, T1 is going to lack engage. Thus far, currently their only way of trying to find engages is a Twisted Fate Gold card, and that is, or you know, maybe a big ultimate from Guma, but that's not the most reliable. J4 already taken off, and that has been kind of the go-to for engage support, or engage junglers rather. Also, mind you, that the Rise has not been banned, and that is still available here to pick up for EDG.
They're going to go with the Poppy instead here, which gives you a little bit of both. You have some engage with this, but you can shut down some of the mobility that this Talon has, and you can, of course, look to take a member out of these fights. But I think the Rise is definitely the one that's screaming at us right now in terms of Scout's potential counter pick here.
Yep. Poppy does have the biggest no button to a Yuumi, though, and so that feels absolutely fantastic. No popping in and out if you do have that steadfast presence available. So, of course, Ona could be playing it, Canna could be playing it. We'll see where the Poppy will be going, but already Ona has played that in the jungle. No surprises as the Rise is hovered, and it will be the Misfortune as well as the as the Yuumi. A version of the bullet hell bottom lane. This time it has the bullet time as well as the last chapter.
Very nasty stuff here to run into, and see what this last pick ends up being to counter this Jace. We have seen the Vladimir target banned a few times actually in response here in Worlds. The Wukong is the very common one. It's one that Kana has played so many times in the LCK. It's the one that you definitely expect to see from the LCK teams. It'll be the Kennen that's locked in instead, and this gives you a lot more engage. Rather than winning the 1v1 matchup, you're looking for better team fights later on with the already strong follow-up damage you have.
And if we look at T1's comp, there's a little bit of everything. You have some side laning threat with the TF can enable that. You have good vision control. You can kite back if they try to engage onto you. But then I look at the EDG comp, and I think in terms of survivability, in terms of if you get Flandre ahead, it becomes really hard for T1 because their engage isn't the greatest. If you get Yuumi ahead, I'd say Viper, but honestly, I'd be more afraid of Mako with how strong the Yuumi has been thus far. It makes it so much harder for you to play out. I think that while the team comp of EDG can fall behind, even though I don't necessarily expect it to, and still have a couple of avenues back into the game with those wombos, for T1, it again feels like a finicky team comp, one that you really need to execute cleanly. They were able to do it against 100 Thieves, but EDG, not the same team.
Yeah, and we'll have to see whether T1 actually have a plan for dealing with this Yuumi. It feels like it might have been the Poppy. You know, that could have been their decision and might have worked in scrims, things like this. But we have to see it on the world stage before we believe it, because the Yuumi has just been way too strong every time we've seen it.
Yeah, it's insane how powerful she is. And with the setups you have here for the side of EDG, you have lanes that you can win every single one of them if you play it well, and you do have, of course, your own global to match the Twisted Fate rotations in. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways where EDG just get ahead early, and I think that's where T1 is really going to struggle, because their comp is fragile in terms of its engage as well. The Twisted Fate, the Kennen, when the Kennen tries to teleport in for a slice of meal, and you run into that Talon, you're going to be blown up, you're going to be dead before you get that flank off.
Well, here we are onto the Rift for game number 3 of the day. If EDG win this, they will be first in the group. No way that T1 can catch up.
30 seconds until
T1 win, then they will be able to even things out. We could be seeing a tiebreak for that first or second seed. So a lot on the line here. Still have to see how it is all going to eventuate. I like the fact that T1 do have some sort of front line in this Poppy that Owner does have. Their team fighting power is going to be there. But I'm just looking at Talon Yuumi, wondering whether T1 have enough to stop it from just being disgusting, like we've seen already.
Yeah, and that is a big ask, and not something I know if T1 can necessarily make happen. I do think that the Cannon specifically, if he can get ahead, which we've seen T1 already play in the last game as well, relatively strongly towards Kana. And one of my biggest criticisms of Kana throughout summer was that even when given resources, he wasn't really able to utilize them as well as some other top laners. That has not been a problem anymore. When given resources, he's been able to snowball very, very well, with Keria and Guma waiting in the brush, but Viper and Mako are very aware that this is happening.
One step ahead, not going to walk into that one. Could have been one way to just end this Yuumi right at the very beginning.
It's not happening, Wolf. I
And
think
they
we
knew
all
exactly
collectively
what was
won
going
it. We won it. But I don't think it'll
Not going to happen. Look, I think I'm one of the most pro Yuumi casters that we have at this event. I'm excited to watch Yuumi in the meta. You know, it's my first year of casting League of Legends, so I haven't dealt with the previous Yuumi metas that the rest of you guys have lived through, but, you know, I'm always excited to see it.
I thought you were going to say, like, I'm the most pro Yuumi, and I still don't like it. That's what I was expecting you to say. I was a little bit disappointed. But no, I think you know, she can have her place, but she's just looked so extraordinarily dominant that it does make it a little bit difficult. We'll see whether T1's answer is going to be enough here, as it looks like they are going to be able to get the level 2 first, and so that's definitely good news.
Able to get a decent amount of pressure, and we've already seen that both these teams play around their priority very well. EDG obviously in a more kind of chokehold fashion, where there was no possibility for their opponents to ever get back, as we see some trading here in mid. But T1 did something similar against 100 Thieves, where they were able to find continuous leads across the map and secure that early vision and get some objectives.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause here. Not entirely sure what it's about just yet. We'll update you as soon as we find out. as we saw a little bit of trading there in the mid lane. Scout versus Faker, of course, the former protege many years ago. It was back in like 2015, 2016 that Scout was with SKT at the time. And then pretty swiftly moved to EDG. I believe played behind Pawn for a little while before he was then, moved to a mainstay position. Took a while for Scout to really become the steadfast mid laner.
Yeah.
But really has solidified himself.
It's really interesting to see the evolution of how T1 subs have come to be over the years, because obviously long ago, back when we had those blind picks, two Shens, there was a lot of sister teams in Korea, right? So you could have two full teams that could compete together in champions, right? So you could have two rosters that are scrimming against each other, developing together. And as that rule was changed, and now you have to have one team, T1 has still kind of always been ahead of the curve in terms of having a second lineup of trainees, always having substitutes for even their top players like Faker, who've grown and improved. And Scout is one of those great players who was under Faker's wing, finds himself having a really strong career, and now, might be vying for a world championship title.
Yeah, certainly looking good enough to do so right now. T1 have a slight gold lead as we come out of the pause. There's JJ here towards the bottom side, potentially able to get up to some shenanigans.
And there is the possibility of trying and looking for something. It is somewhat low, and we also see Owner in the general vicinity, mirroring last game, both junglers starting on top side, clearing towards the bot, and then trying to look for something there. Guma and Karya not afraid to keep continuously shoving, knowing that they do have that cover. And with Owner going for his own Gromp, don't expect that he will want to go for the top side scuttle. Faker just going to back.
Yep, both him and JJ are going to back at exactly the same moment. As Faker's going to cancel his. Not going to be cancelled on the side of JJ, as you can see Faker just wants another wave. Going to move through and grab it. Is kind of going to soak a shock blast here from Flandre, who once again is on the Jace so far. Two different champions that he's played here at Worlds. But two very strong ones. So why would you fix it if it ain't broke?
No, you just don't need to if they're going to give you the opportunity. It's also such a great pick blind. There's not that many counters, and even though the Wukong was considered, they wanted to have a little bit more team fighting prowess with this Kennen. But I mean, with both of these players loving the Jace so much, why not pick it up early? And it gives you a little bit of early game lane control, as you can see here.
And this is something we saw EDG do last time as well. Every time where there is an opportunity, secure a little bit of vision. Try to keep track of Owner as well as you possibly can. As the desk already highlighted, Owner has been very involved in terms of the plays that T1 have made. And keeping track of him and making sure that both him and Faker remain known at all times is also going to reduce the pressure on your side lanes. Because we haven't really talked about this TF, but obviously post 6, Faker is going to be looking to make plays on the side lanes. At that point, it's going to be a lot harder for Flandre to try and push in. And Owner, also aware of what EDG have been doing to the vision game, puts down his own control board and is able to take that down.
Yeah, we've seen a few cannons in Korea try to attempt the area into Jace. I think that's really fallen out of favor quite a bit. It's the electrocute coming through this time here for Kana, and he is just going to have to go home, teleport back to lane here using that last minion. Of course, a monolith Flandre away. Something else to point out as well, Viper once again picking up a cull early. Going to be able to grab a lot of extra gold that way. Even with the, normally you're like, okay, I got a Yuumi lane. This is going to be easy pickings. I'm going to even have maybe some pressure in the lane. Against Aphelios Lulu, not so much. So just play it slow, grab that cull instead. You're going to get that extra guaranteed gold. So once again, really love how slow and carefully EDG approached the game.
It feels like EDG, they must have got massages last night. They're feeling super zen moving in today because they've been so patient. Even in their previous match, it was slow and steady, but it never felt like there was a chance for their opposition. It's happening once again. We've got a whole bunch of defensive options as far as summoner spells for the bottom lane as well, as Owner is going to be discovered here as Mako gets into position on the Talon. This is exactly where Yuumi is designed to be in this composition, and it's starting a little bit earlier this time around as the Drake has spawned. First one will be an Infernal. I might get my wish for Cloud Soul finally today.
One day. And even though this wave is shoved in, there's not enough of a window. T1 don't really want to risk it, try and force off an early objective. So instead, they are going to just continue the pressure. And this is one thing that we have seen Gumayushi and Karya do consistently on especially this Aphelios Lulu lane, is make use of the pushing power that this combo of champions has to continuously try and apply pressure to those plates. as JJ now continuously, again, securing vision. Him and Scout have been very diligent about that throughout the entirety of these games. And it's something that you're going to have to keep doing, although Flandre did have the wave in a very comfortable spot here.
Yeah,
finds
Canna
JJ.
has some pressure though, so Ona's going to be able to come through and steal his shellfish away. Hate that. Go to the fish market, you've just handed over the money, and then somebody else just comes and swipes the bag.
Yordle with a hammer?
Yeah, and it's a Yordle with a hammer. Not playing Lollipoppy though, so not as scary as it could possibly be. Still very frustrating. So JJ losing out on that one, but not the end of the world at all.
Critical timing there for Scout to grab the blue as he's low on mana. That means he can stay in lane here against Faker, totally fine. It's actually a really nice timing there for JJ to help him pick that one up. Part of the reason why you see that aggressive rotation over there from T1, because they know that that's where he's going to be focusing. Faker is going to, again, be able to clear some vision here and get that ward next to the Raptors. So careful, so cautious, both of these mid laners right now, making sure that the variance level stays at its lowest possible point. So we'll have another pause here.
I think that might have been Flandre. I saw him
last time, yeah, I think
look
it was
up
too.
out of his chair just a little bit. So maybe struggling somewhat. But yeah, it's been, once again, pretty slow, pretty steady. But both of these teams looking like they're okay with the situation, right? Both of them are like, ah, yes, I will handshake because I have the scaling composition. But which team actually does? Chronicler, tell me.
You got to go with Yuumi, right?
Yeah, I'm scared of it. As the Elsa King, I'm scared of it.
Yeah, I see Aphelios Lulu, and that's what I want to go for. But I think similarly to what we saw in the 100 Thieves game, there it never came to fruition, right? 100 Thieves had to press R comp, didn't press the R button, unfortunately, so we never really saw the power that comp had. But the range that the Azrael and Orion provided in that game, we have in this game as well. I think that Flandre in particular has been an extremely stable top laner on the Jace. He's got the comfort pick, and Jace hasn't been for the longest time, you know, that I need to win lane, I need to bully early. He skills very well. We saw how much damage in the last game Kana was able to do once he finished his Surreal Dust, even against the Mel fight. And I think that something similar might happen in this game. Another big thing for me is that if you go in aggressively as T1 and you try and make a play, you try to set up a dive, and it is not executed 100% cleanly, Yuumi is going to mitigate anything that you do. Whereas for T1, like, you have Lulu shields, but you can't really deal with the poke that they throw at you. And then again, the engage from T1 isn't the greatest. So I wonder if they don't force through side lanes, which I think with how EDG has been playing is really, really hard, how you're going to continuously find openings to actually make plays and try and deal with the absolute nightmare that is Yuumi.
I mean, Yuumi aside, one of my biggest concerns is that you're going to have to deal with JJ's Talon at certain points. And one of the ways that you can engage as T1, some of your best tools are going to be that rapid fire cannon gold card, right, from range, or the flanking cannon, whether it's via teleport or you're trying to, you know, skirt your way around the other side of a Baron pit or the other side of a Drake pit. And if you get spotted by EDG at any moment, because Talon can go over walls, he can collapse on the cannon so quickly, maybe even force him to use his ultimate in a 1v1 on the side of a team fight. Then you've lost all your engage. Talon finds his way back into the other side of the fight. He's got that Yuumi to speed him up. And I think that if T1 go into the late game fairly even, it does feel like maybe that's the path we're walking right now, that I think Edward Gaming has just so many more ways to play around objectives later on that makes me very worried.
Yeah, not to mention that, you know, Viper will slowly cash in the cull, have a good time, become this misfortune that has an R button that can tear T1 apart at a moment's notice as well. They have the poke coming through from Flandre. I feel like there are a lot of win conditions on EDG's side, but there is side laning from T1. They have shown that they are very good at it. Faker is on Twisted Fate. Faker has definitely developed into one of the best utility mid laners that we have, and Twisted Fate certainly fits under that umbrella. And so looking forward to seeing whether T1 can actually play some of these side lane mind games. The difficulty is they're playing against EDG, and they're super good at late game macro, mid game macro, early game macro, and late game macro, and outside of game macro.
So they're just good.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Atlas.
They have good macros on their keyboards.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to...
You were trying to be thorough, and I respect that, like EDG have been all day. And then again, you look, you talk about the TF, but there's also a Ryze in this game, right? And Ryze has a similar impact around the map. The Realm Mobs can even take a whole team, and The Realm Orbs was something that T1 throughout their run with the LCK have used so much and relied upon very heavily for fighting early aggression and trying to find really big mid-game tempo swings. And T1 don't get matched here and might have an opportunity to go for Flandre here.
Yeah, it's a big flash to come through. Carrier just looks him down, and Flandre is terrified of the Glitterlance, so they will be able to move on forward. T1 got themselves the Rift Herald and were uncontested.
And look at this crescendo in the top lane. This is where you send your Aphelios. We've seen this so many times in the LCK. You make a rotation like this with a bot duo, and if you get a kill, amazing. If you don't, you're still going to get so much power on this Aphelios.
What's the one thing that T1 always do?
This.
They go for early Herald with everyone. And this time the rotation isn't read by ADG. Yes, they cross-map. They're able to pick up a couple of plates on Viper. They're able to clean up the side of the jungle, or the bot side of the jungle. But I don't think
these plays aren't equal.
Yeah,
these plays are not equal. I mean, you're going to get all these plates very slowly here as EDG, but you're going to give over that extra inner turret gold here potentially. They have to commit so many resources to defend it, but 2 charges here and all the plates to top side.
Yeah, in trade for 3 plates on the bottom side. Oh, 2 so far, but 3 is going to come down as Viper tidies this last one up. So he is going to be able to get a lot more gold by himself. But for the team, T1 certainly coming way out ahead on this one. Scout moving down, looking to clear out some vision. So EDG are actually very good at denying T1 their Herald play that they love to go for in their last matchup. So of course it was no surprise to them that this was the play that T1 made. I have a feeling that because EDG were getting shoved in so effectively by T1 on the bottom side of the map, they weren't able to have that tempo and the priority to get themselves around the map as early as T1 were. So it felt like they just didn't have the resources to make the play.
Maybe a little bit caught off guard. Viper has caught up in terms of waves now, obviously, with the gold that came through the first turret blood going on onto Guma. In terms of gold, I expect he will still be substantially ahead. But in terms of TS, at least, in terms of experience, Viper now a little bit more caught up than he was previously. And now a 1k gold lead for T1 early, I think, is something that they're going to be happy about, but also not something that really breaks open the game. And also Kana now possible for him to get punished in that longer lane if Scout goes for either a TP or a Realm War play, or JJ uses his mobility with or without Mako to try and collapse on an overextended camp.
I mean, they have a very slight teleport advantage right now, as Kana's teleport is not yet online, and you know, he's going to be able to sit freely there in the top side of the map. Kana's, because his teleport's almost coming up, they have so much vision control around this rig. T1 feel like they can play this tug-of-war game here, and there's just no real answer, unfortunately, on the side of EDG. You're not going to get anything out of this. You're not even going to be able to push those bottom plates anymore, and trading up once again here in the macro game for T1.
Well, Flandre is now in trouble. The immediate flash in from Canna, and they just explode the chase. Flandre with no flash, no way out.
Yeah, you used it earlier, now you don't got it.
And I talked about overextending for Kana. As it turns out, it's not Kana that's overextending, it's Flandre. Very close to his own turret.
Overextending next to his inner turret.
I know, but there is a TF in the game, and that's why this pick has been so pivotal this Worlds. That's why he's been first picked basically every single time. And Carrier might get caught here, but will actually walk away. They're not sure if they were aware that he was there, but and this, I guess, is T1's answer to the question. How do we deal with Yuumi? Don't deal with it. Make cross-map plays, get the TF, and try the hard force. Whether that's going to be enough remains to be seen, because we've seen teams be in a disadvantaged position, but fight their way back using the power of that Yuumi.
Yeah, and you know, this is a situation where I don't know exactly where Scout's wave was there, but a little bit hesitant to match that with a Realm Warp or a teleport, just not having the read on it means that, you know, EDG kind of just getting caught with their pants down a little bit here, because you know the play is potentially there, and Flandre, that's why it's an overextension. Yes, he's next to his inner turret, but if your teammates are not ready to react so quickly, like, if your teammates are not ready to react, you can't be there, you know? And you've got to be communicating that a lot better.
Yeah. I think one of the very interesting things about this game is now we get to see EDG behind tempo try and fight back for it. And that is something that we haven't seen, it feels like, at all, this entire group stage from EDG. So whether they can, still up for debate.
Yeah, there was the little moment against DFM of all teams, but that never felt as, I think, as friendly.
I still felt the inevitability of the EDG at that point in time is, okay, Final Chapter comes down, they're looking to try and catch Carrier, who has the wild growth, and will use it to keep himself alive. Now heroic charge from Ona. He's going to take himself down this Rift Scuttler. And EDG trade some ultimates for a wild growth.
No objective to fight over here either for EDG, so even if you do end up getting that pick, you're not going to get much out of it. Carrier is very happy to trade 1 ult for 2.
Yeah, still nerves as well. Carrier had his flash. Like, no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I can just
It
walk
took him
out
a long
of that.
time to press his R button as well. He was really making
Trying
sure.
to do as well as he could. Now the call is finished for Viper, so we will be able to cash in on that. And the first item spikes do come in across the board. And want to reiterate that this is a good, substantial lead for T1. But until we see the Ocean Drake and a possible Cloud Drake go towards them, I'd still keep in mind that the EDG composition, when matched with an overextension, over-aggression or misposition in a team fight, can very quickly shut it down. But I am impressed because, as you pointed out, Atlas, I do feel like we haven't seen EDG really get threatened in the early game. Most of the time, again, not counting the FM game, and that, I think, came as a very positive surprise to all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, T1 have been very good, especially recently, at playing through early game advantages that they picked up. That was sort of their bread and butter. That's what a lot of people have been talking about in relation to T1. As Ona now, lying in wait, going to get raked, but not going to get dashed on because, of course, he's Poppy. Steadfast Presence, pretty good ability. Therefore, no engage possible.
Yeah, very nice attempt here for T1 to actually kind of bait a fight. Ow. Wild Growth's about to come back up. They're actually committing.
Yeah, big Destiny to come forward. And by big, I mean Faker's just going to head into that Pix Brush.
You're going to lose a lot bottom with this, actually, as T1.
Trading a turret maybe for Shirley as Gumayushi just trying to bully his way back towards this mid lane. Clears out the minion wave. So this is all T1 against the clock as they want to be able to take Shirley.
Scout has teleport, so he can join this fight if EDG
After
wants to
getting the turret as well, so they're trading up.
He just wants more. He's just trying to slow us down, but T1 are going to get it.
Yep, Canna also trying to rotate around, but he's not quite in position. But T1 do manage to lock down the Rift Herald. Now Faker moving on in. There's the final chapter. Maybe a flash needs to be used, but no, it's going to be the stopwatch first. As that bullet time just to zone T1 away from their turret. Now the teleport's going to come through. Moonlight Vigil comes down from Gumayushi already. So much damage available. The flash forward. The dash cannon as well from Canna, but now they're trying to turn it around. The Yuumi, unfortunately, oh no, Mako tries to save his jungler, but instead throws his life away, and T1 wipe the team fight.
Such a beautiful fight from T1. You have Kana on the flank on the left side there. He gets into a position to push, and then as soon as Edward Gaming push a little bit too far, he can teleport in. You've got that lockdown there. And Edward Gaming, they have a comp that can blow up single targets. They have a lot of burst damage. They have a lot of mobility. But if you actually get the jump on them first when they overextend, T1's composition has so much power. Now we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead.
Also mind that one of the biggest tools that you have available as EDG is that bullet time. And that was thrown fully into a Faker that just pressed his stopwatch. Still with the heal, still with the flash available. And with those down, no opportunity for EDG to come back into it.
Yeah, and here's the new Axe Effect replay. This was the zoning ultimate to come through from Viper to give them space in that mid lane, force T1 out. But Gumayushi landing this Moonlight Vigil is just so important, and the Steadfast Presence is such high value.
Oh, yeah. It's that flash engage from Ona, right? We talk about the lack of engage from T1. Well, as it turns out, EDG walks a little bit too far forward. Ona will not hesitate to flash. Kana on the cannon, we've seen him do it many a time, go forward very aggressively. And because of how quick and bursty that fight is, you also don't get to use one of the greatest powers of the Yuumi, which is the consistent healing that it provides and the longevity in slower, more drawn-out fights.
And that's why this is a big overextension from EDG. The other thing, though, is that with Kana's positioning there, where he could have flanked around the Herald, he then goes to the top wave and is actually going to start threatening an inhibitor turret. If EDG don't commit to that play and they just walk away, Kana keeps his teleport, he keeps that pressure on. It's kind of a checkmate scenario there for T1. They're like, well, if you don't make a choice, if you don't go in, you're going to lose out a little bit. And they do commit, and they're so ready there with the Poppy Flash to punish. And now they're going to grab a second Drake here. The advantages just are really starting to stack up right now. And with the pushing power that T1 has with this composition too, they're going to start getting that deep vision. For the first time ever, it feels like EDG is not only a little bit behind, but actually really on the back foot.
Yep. Now 4 members of T1 on the bottom side of the map. Flandre is going to be counter-pushing on the top side. So they are going to go turret for turret as far as those outers, but it might be inner turret falling down as well here for T1. As Ona's going to move on round the side. EDG, the rest of them getting into position as, oh dear, that is a very dead Lulu once again. As that is now Moonlight Vigil to come forward, and I think that was the ulti from Viper immediately cancelled. as well.
Yeah, Owner says no. I actually will not eat a bullet time.
Yeah.
I would rather not. But still, really nice punish from EDG. And you haven't finished the sentence, EDG on the back foot. They immediately show why you cannot overstep against this team. T1, get a little bit greedy, get the chakrams up and think, hey, maybe we can push. That's a lot of gold that's standing there. And EDG recognizes it and goes in hand.
Yeah, and in this Axe replay here, you can just see, I mean, the lockdown is there. The root, the Everfrost there, the last chapter. There's no way out when you do just step that 1 foot too far over the line without flash.
I really wanted to see that cancel again because it was very fun. It didn't actually have an impact at all because it was just the 1 kill. But it did be funny.
Still, good disengage there from Owner as well, as Destiny's going to come forward. Faker looking for his opportunity. Everfrost onto Viper, but not too much more, as there's the empowered Shock Blast. Faker still looking for it, as that's a very fast red card, as now the flash forward from Canna. They get the stun onto Flandre, and he is just dead. As soon as Owner gets there and presses W, there is no way out.
Put some respect.
Keep pushing forward.
Put some respect in Kanna's name. This guy is making big plays this game. Flash forward there once again. It's not over yet.
Yeah, the ulti to come through. His great stun card comes out from Faker. Joy in a little bit of trouble. Now the ulti is on cooldown. Scout flanking through the side, but T1 are not relenting. They're looking to take down this inhibitor turret. And there's the stun. The walk up and stun from Owner is now Scout's in trouble. Owner still pressing forward. Canna getting some damage down onto Viper, who has to get out of there with his Gale Force. And T1, they've just walked in, taken the turret, and now they'll walk back with a long road towards this Baron.
And that was an overextension from EDG. Your key ultimates were down there. You didn't have your final chapter, you didn't have your bullet time, and without those available, T1 can actually play it that avert, right? Like Kanna, everyone sees him coming from a mile away. Faker tries to set up the play very aggressively. Kanna's like, no, I got Pro to Belt and E. And I also have my flash, and we're gonna make this happen. And because you're not walking into a bullet time, you're not walking into Yuumi ult, you actually get away with it.
You have so much CC as T1 on single targets like this that, yes, the Yuumi healing is great and it can sustain you, but if you get caught like that and you're just chain stunned, there's no great turn without bullet time. As you mentioned, there's no great turn without last chapter. So aggressive plays like that on the cannon are really going to come up big for Kanna every time he's able to pull it off. So needs to be a lot more respect shown here for EDG. On the other hand, if EDG just sit back and wait, then T1 just controls vision around Baron. They can start Barons very quickly. They have a composition that can rush it down pretty fast. And you have to respect it. Speaking of which, I mean, this is a moment where you don't have a lot of information as EDG, and now T1 can set up a fight in this choke point with a new slicing maelstrom that's set up. I mean, how do you respond here as EDG? You don't have a lot of information. You don't have a lot of choices. Look at this. Blind.
Oof. I was a little bit scared for Viper there, but he is going to be all right. It's T1 in position. Faker finds the gold card. Everfrost, the chain CC is just too good. And with the Destiny, he can't go invisible. It's just impossible for the Talon to get himself out. And now Destiny from Faker immediately back towards this Baron. No jungler on EDG. It's about as textbook as it gets.
And again, the ultimates are down. They were both used in that fight, but there is still the poke available. T1 might get their health points taken low here, but they're looking for a possible turn.
Yeah, Faker already on the flank.
Looking for Flandre.
Control ward goes down, as now Flandre in trouble once again. Owner is going to get on forward. He takes a lot of damage, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Once again, Canna finding everyone with his ultimate. The Realm Warp gets the rise out, but they're not going to be able to stop this Baron anymore.
There's just no way you could take this fight without those crucial ultimates, but you can't just give up the Baron. You've got to try something. It was an incredible flank there from Faker. You lock down the Jason, blow him up. There's just no damage realistically in this fight anymore.
And that's going to be Viper's first death of the tournament.
Yeah,
Showmaker, 5th game. Viper, unfortunately, 5th game as well.
The curse!
The 5th game curse!
More than 5.
No one else has been that unlucky this world, have they? As we're going to see it again, and you can see just you can't press R and be okay.
And I think we're starting to see for the first time with EDG here, this is the heroic play from Faker where he's able to catch Flandre. They have that chain CC. But you're starting to see for the first time that a lot of the domination we've seen from EDG in this group has been around their small advantages and their vision control. And just like everyone else who's faced them and faced the same vision problems, when they don't have it, they look a little bit lost here in some of these fights because they could have tried to make a cross-map play. I don't think you win this Baron fight in any scenario without those key ultimates.
I also think what we're seeing here, and this is something that
you're going to have to hold on to that one, as Reggio in so much trouble. Not going to be able to take his Gromp. That is illegal. But he is going to be able to flash himself to relative safety. Okay, you can go back.
As I was saying,
Go ahead.
As he parkours his way out, I think that not having Mako on an engage support completely changes the way that EDG can try and turn around these fights. Because what you see there is all of a sudden it's kind of up to JJ to walk up, and because they don't really have engage, right? Like they're very good when T1 is engaging into them, but you see, as you already pointed out, Wolf, once T1 choke out the vision, shove in the waves, and take full vision control, what do? Like, you can find blind shock blast, but that's not really getting you anywhere. T1 are not showing on waves, so you can't try and collapse with a possible realm warp. Now, Soul Point also going over.
It's not a game, too, where as EDG you want to be giving over Mountain Soul Point when you're running this Jace, right? And even the bullet time, you know, MF is really going to struggle against this coming through. I mean, even just the solo Drake, but if they do get the soul, I mean, that's basically game over here. And even clearing vision is a challenge here for EDG. You have to respect that you don't have that vision. I think oftentimes they have not. They've played greedy. They've played like they're ahead when they're not. And it's going to be another inner turret down here. And there's no scaling argument this time for EDG. Yes, you have the rise, but you can't just sit on your laurels and sit back and go, well, we'll be stronger in 5 minutes. We're not that kind of, this is not that kind of game.
Also something we haven't noted yet, but Carry Out went for the Putrifier first, which again is really good if you look at the amount of healing available to Conqueror that's there. But it also means that some of the value, not all of it, we've seen enough Yumi heal through plenty of previous wounds, but it's another adaptation from T1 that's shown that they were very ready to take on what the Yumi first pick might bring. And now, this is a gold lead that's going to be very hard to come back from. It's going to be a great combination of ultimates or a possible collapse. If T1 do overextend at any point.
Yeah, this inhibitor taking a little bit of damage, but Canna on the bottom side as well. He's going to remove the second inhibitor turret of the game, as that's the flash forward. He doesn't care about the exhaust. Canna 1 versus 2. He's got the best item in the game, so he'll be absolutely fine. Scout as well is going to go golden, but the situation's far more dire for him as Faker will lock down the rise. A Destiny comes in a little bit mistimed on that rake, but T1 are going to push forward. Nexus turrets now fall, and they'll tie up their scoreline here at Worlds Groups with EDG. The Nexus is the focus. They're not worried about any of the funny business, but they will grab a couple of extra kills before they tie this one up. And you can see a bit of a wry grin on Faker's face as he takes down the Nexus.
I mean, this means now that if T1 and EDG both win their final games of the group, we will have a tiebreaker for first place here, and that is going to be very exciting to watch. We basically get a best of 3 here in this group stage, assuming those 2 wins go through, which is the prediction right now of both these teams advancing from the group.
Also makes these games for spoiler so much more exciting.
No, I 100% agree, and it also showed us that in the first game, it was EDG that read T1 like a book. Every single play was tracked, owner couldn't find any possibility, but here in this game, T1 come in with a very clear plan in draft. Yumi does get first picked, and clearly, the plan that T1 had prepared actually does work out.
Yeah, the Poppy was fantastic. I think the fact that T1 were able to crush lane as well was very important. And Yumi has never really had too many comeback mechanics. Of course, we've tried to put a lot of comeback mechanics into the game of League of Legends, but when you cannot get vision, when you cannot walk around the map, it's just not really going to work. But T1's win keeps their dream for first seed alive. And after the break, we'll catch up with the State Farm analyst desk. But first, we're going to go behind the scenes in Iceland to learn what it takes to be an interviewer at Worlds 2021, thanks to our friends at Oppo.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle.
Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where T1 has denied EDG their shot at a perfect run in the group stage. And they've made that race for first place all that much more interesting now.
Woo! Some excitement, baby, in the day! Saved!
It's true. It's true. To a degree, in a group that felt predetermined, this does shake things up a little bit. And if I'm being honest, Lyric, this was a bit of a smash. It was a slow start to the game, but T1 ended up looking in control the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, just at the LPL, we can't catch a break. FPX out yesterday.
EDG is through already.
But the 6-0 hope would have been amazing.
That's true. It is. It would have been nice, especially looking at what Dom1 had already done, and a lot of people looking at EDG as the team most likely to contend against them. But let's talk about the way in which T1 did it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that T1 deserves so much credit today in a similar fashion to what Cloud9 deserved yesterday. They came out and they absolutely dominated this all over the map. The only thing that EDG got were the CS leads out of the matchups that they're supposed to get. The Jace into Kennen on top side, Ryzen into Twisted Fate on mid lane. Other than that, Twisted Fate, especially Faker, had an amazing game. But they controlled every single neutral objective. 2x early Dragons, 2x early Heralds, tower lead, and they were able to find pick after pick after pick, utilizing that Twisted Fate ultimate, utilizing the flanks. So really well coordinated from T1 this time around.
I feel like specifically what was really cool is how we saw T1 play around Yuumi, and specifically a lot of the plays they made up towards that top half of the map We saw them go for the early swap towards Rift Herald because they had bot lane Prio, and typically you don't see teams keep their bot lane top anymore. But they realize, hey, we have a Aphelios up against MF Yuumi, we have Crescendum Sevram, we can just knock this turret down. So they do that, they already start building up this 2k gold lead. It also opens up a long lane, which Twisted Fate thrives in. And like Kobe said, Faker was playing around it so well, using these Destinies and creating a lot of pressure on the map. I remember Chronicler referencing this in the cast, but just the answer of, hey, we're going to pick a scaling bot lane into the Yuumi, which does win 2v2 in terms of push. And when you pick a Yuumi composition, you aren't playing for the Yuumi. You're playing for something typically on the top half of the map. So you shut that down, and it is exactly what T1 did.
And so much of this, we were focusing on matchups, and we're like, jungle, oh, cool, mid lane matchup, bottom lane matchups, but this was so much team play.
Yeah.
And the extra advantage that T1 had with Faker on the Twisted Fate, they just set up so many good cross-map plays. Kennen Ultimate after Kennen Ultimate found purchase here. The timings on the teleport plus arriving with a play from, whoever's initiating it for them were really crisp.
And that team synchronicity, I think, is what made it feel so dominant as a game, because everybody was in lockstep with each other. But you mentioned Faker, the plays on TF. It was Faker who showed us that every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he was able to nullify Yuumi and MF's ults to create an opening for Honor to flash in and make the play.
Yeah, and I feel like just really good job, right? EDG going for this play, Faker baiting out those engages, but then Kobe, it's Owner the one looking for this aggressive engage. It's been all about the junglers today.
Flash wallbang, and it sets up one of those big Kennen ultimates. Kana's able to follow through with it, and that's the key part, right? Because you see the teleport start to channel, and right as he's about to finish, then you flash in for the wallbang. Everything just comes together. Even with the exhaust, they still find the extra one there, and that was not the only one.
Eyes on Kennen right now as a pick in my mind as we move forward throughout
and TF,
Worlds.
baby. Perks was tweeting about it. He was leaking the Cloud9. They're like, all right, we are not losing to Twisted Fate again. Other teams are.
Right, yeah, that is a very good point. That is a very good point. It's playmaking champions like that towards the side lanes, but again, the team fighting prowess of a pick like Kennen, but his ability to zero people out. I mean, there are plenty of team fighting champs out there, but that is one where you look at a quick couple kills that go that way, a focus in towards top lane, and it looks like Kana can do no wrong from that point forward.
Yeah, and I just even love like the build diversity coming in, not necessarily different items, but you can go like full glass cannon. We've seen people not buy Zanya's like Nuggery, and you're just insta-giving people, or being able to have more utility, play more of like either a flank and engage role and do so much. And overall, I really like T1's draft coming into it because EDG just have so much burst, and you have things like a Poppy, you have a Kennen, which does get a bit of health in his in terms of itemization. You have the Lulu as well. You have lifesteal on your Aphelios. I feel like their comp just plays really well into what EDG's wants to do.
Yeah, the rise of Poppy is something we're tracking very closely here as one of those combo breakers. It has really introduced such a strong front line for so many teams looking to shut down a lot of these star players, a lot of these possibilities. So I really like that it's adapted and incorporated not just in top lane, but also in jungle. So there's flexibility in where you want to actually get some of these defensive tools that he's talking about.
Poppy's still putting out a fair amount of damage as well. 7.4K just behind.
Those Yordles pump.
For real. I mean, it's a massive tank and good damage. It's a beautiful gold graph out of T1. A pretty quick close to the game overall. So it's what you like to see when it comes to two top teams challenging each other. And this time around, T1 making that case for what we talked about historically. When EDG and T1 are in a group together, it's T1 that gets out in the first seed. I know, Lyric. I know I'm painting a scary picture for you right now, but at least, again, EDG has shown that they can already do it. We are going to hear a little bit more on their win. Laura is standing by with Honor in Reykjavik.
Thank you very much, Dash. T1 found an answer this time around against EDG, and Honor, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Congrats on taking down this team. It was a very more controlled game than the first time when it comes to map plays, but also objective control. Tell me about the difference in approach that allowed you to take down EDG today.
네, 우선 시간 내어주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 승리 축하드립니다. 이번 판은 저번보다 굉장히 더 정교하고 운영이라든지 오브젝트 컨트롤 같은 쪽으로 굉장히 잘 풀어나가셨는데 저번 판에 비해서 어떤 점을 또 다르게 준비하셨을까요?
일단 저희 첫 번째 EDG랑 했을 때는 저희의 실수가 너무 많았기 때문에 그냥 실수만 줄이자라는 생각만 하고 이번 게임에 임했던 것 같아요.
In the first match against EDG, we made too many mistakes, so our focal point was reducing and getting rid of the mistakes.
You also chose a different draft here, especially with the Poppy, which is a pick that we see more and more. What are your thoughts on the champion and the fact that it's rising right now?
네, 그리고 뱀픽도 살짝 변화한 것 같습니다. 우선 뽀삐도 등장했는데 지금 티어가 계속 올라가는 것 같아요. 뽀삐 픽에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 좋은 픽들, 약간 1티어 막 리신 같은 챔피언들이 사라지면은 뽀삐도 조금 많이 나올 수 있다라고 생각합니다.
As long as the top tier champions like Lee Sin are removed, I think Poppy is very viable.
I have one last question about the draft because you talk about top tier champions. I want to mention Yumi, of course, because it became a must ban over the past few days, but you chose to leave the champion open this time around. So what made you think that we will be able to control the champion, especially paired with the talent in the jungle?
네, 그리고 티어에 대해서 말씀하셨는데 지금 1티어로 평가받는 필벤 카드가 사실 유미였거든요. 이번에 유미를 열어주게 되신 이유와 사실 유미와 탈론 조합도 굉장히 무시무시한데 어떤 식으로 대응해야겠다라고 생각하셨나요?
일단 뱀픽 딸 때부터 일단 이득을 볼 수 없는 구조였다고 생각하기 때문에 다 같이 그냥 열고 한 것 같았고 탈론 유미 상대로 약간 뽀삐 같이 좀 W 같은 그걸로 좀 막을 수 있기 때문에 약간 그런 식으로 접근했던 것 같습니다.
이득을 볼 수 없었다라면 어떤 이득을 말씀하시나요?
그냥 뱀픽에서 이기는 것보다는 서로 이제 실력 싸움이 될 수 있는 뱀픽밖에 안 될 것 같아서. 네.
So once we had the Yumi open, we knew that we cannot win the draft. We could rather just focus on winning based on the mechanical level. And also Bobby and Yumi together with Talon, I think Bobby can counter it, their dashes and stuff like that. So yeah, that's how it went.
I really like the fact that we see more and more Puppy just because of this reason. One last question here. This is your first time at Worlds. What does it mean to you to be here?
마지막으로 지금 첫 월즈를 치르고 계신데요. 본인에게 어떤 의미인가요?
일단 첫 월드인데 첫 데뷔 연에 올 줄도 잘 몰랐고 너무 저한테는 약간 꿈 같죠? 네, 꿈 같습니다.
So I never thought I would make it to Worlds in my rookie year, and it's like unreal. I think I'm in my dream right now.
I can imagine, and you've been stellar so far, Orna. But for now, that's the end of this interview. 감사합니다 for the interview today, Ji-sun. As always, thank you very much. And we're gonna take a break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for 100 Thieves versus Detonation Focus Me. Stay tuned.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the gonna die today to make it out alive? Gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2021. We are about to head into a game that has no effect on anything.
Wait 1 second here. This is an important matchup.
Oh.
LJL versus LCS. DFM 1-1 against Cloud9 in play-ins. 100 Thieves up a game in the series here.
Oh!
They could tie us here. We gotta win this.
All right, I take it back.
Close out the BO5.
North American pride is on the line. Japanese pride is on the line. LJL versus LCS. Of course, both these teams are eliminated. This will not affect the fight for first that is currently going on between EDG and T1, but it will affect the battle of North America and the LJL. 2-2, not a score. There's not going to be a game 5, folks. You don't want to go with the tie.
We'll continue.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, of course, you want to just show your best self for your fans out there, especially Detonation Focus Me. Being at main event, LGL, first LGL team in the main event. So I think it's pretty important for them to pick up that first win.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, 100 Thieves coming off the T1 game, I think it was a pretty disappointing game to watch. It was a pretty disappointing game for them. They were extremely hesitant, and I don't think that's how you want to exit Worlds. You want to be able to show that you can be a proactive team, that you can be an aggressive team. I'm looking for them to draft early aggressive lane, to try to be proactive. This is a team they can do it against, and they got to show that they can scrap.
Especially like last time, I swear, Utapon is going to remember the last game they had versus 100 Thieves, where FBI, Huhi, and Closer were just running them down like a train. It was initially it was the 2v1 dive, and then on the bounce back, it was the TP that came through and then got a Utapon kill. Then it was a lane gank that killed Utapon. He literally could not play the game.
Well, right now, we're going to have to see how they can set him up for success so that does not happen again, because we have 100 Thieves locking in all of their topside picks in the first 3. GP, the historic OP blind pick of many patches past, but with the grass proc no longer hitting as a melee hit on parlay, this champion's blind pick status has gone down a lot.
It absolutely has, and I mean, honestly, a lot of Sumday's kind of go-to champions were nerfed. When you think of the Renekton, when you think of the GP, those were 2 of his most consistent champions who had both been hit pretty hard coming into Worlds.
Yeah.
But it does force a pretty interesting situation. You know, I know we just saw Owner play Poppy Jungle, but Evie has already played it twice. I am expecting that this is going to be top lane against Someday, and it gives 100 Thieves the opportunity to actually target Steel in the jungle, to push him even more down the jungle tier list here, assuming Poppy's going top, because they first picked Lee Sin. Xin is already banned out, Graves is banned out, Poppy we're assuming is going top, so they could try to get a really good, advantageous matchup for Closer and see if he can run away with this game.
Or what I would love to see here from Detonation Focus Me, I know that Poppy can be a flex if you put it into the jungle and then have a great carry top lane pick there for Evie that has shown flexibility in the past, being able to play carry options. This is a pretty difficult position for Someday to be in, now having that blind pick Twisted Fate that can kind of run roughshod on him.
And I think that Poppy, you know, whether it's jungle or top, actually quite good into the Sylas, quite good in the Lee Sin, both 2 champions that are very reliant on the dashes, and you know, it should be able to shut those down as far as the playmaking is concerned.
Absolutely should be able to, and additionally, you're seeing some of Evie's champion pool being limited, respecting the potential for that Poppy to be a counter pick, taking away the 2 champions that he has been the most comfortable on. Only thing left for him right now is the Gnar that we've seen him perform on, really.
Yeah, and in the past, I remember seeing Evie be very comfortable on the Camille. And knowing that Detonation Focus Me will go into 4-5 with counter pick for top lane, Tryndamere being hovered here, it is actually really oppressing.
Oh.
Yes, I'm expecting this to actually be a Tryndamere for Evie, but once again, it can go there in the mid lane for Arya. This has been a great draft here for Detonation Focus.
I mean, this has got to be top, unless they're going to do TF top. That would be super random.
Yes.
So, like, I'm expecting this to be top. This is something that people bring out in solo queue, you know, more often. At Worlds, we've actually only seen it mid, and it's been Ghost Flash. In solo queue, a lot of times against GP, you actually go Ghost Ignite if you want to go super all in. I'm going to be interested to see if it is going to be double combat summoners, whether Ghost Flash or Ghost Ignite, or because he's playing top, if he'll actually go TP. Because it is very high risk, high reward if you fall behind.
Yeah.
And you don't have that TP to get back to lane and top side.
100%. And once you get your first item, I'm expecting it to be a shield bow either way. This is going to be really difficult for Someday to be able to hold the lane. He's going to be under constant dive threat with the Twisted Fate. And I'm now seeing here, let's see here. The Leona could also, knowing how Gang actually operates, wanting to leave the lane quite early, could be there to help out it just in case.
And overall, now we have, waiting on the final pick here, but a very powerful composition from the side of 100 Thieves. But if this Tryndamere gets going, Evie has been a player that can take off in these games, absolutely carry. And in a long lane like top lane, you take one bad trade, you're getting run down by that Tryndamere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tryndamere TF is a frightening 1-3-1 here. The ability that they have to play through side lanes is going to be really, really scary. And really, 4 of the 5 champions that 100 Thieves have drafted here can be shut down by the Poppy W. You think of Alistar engage, Lee Sin, Silas, but also Kai'Sa's ultimate can actually be rejected by that Poppy W as well. So it's something that they're going to have to look out for. And I think a lot of this game should be played around top. If you can put the Tryndamere down, he can be pretty worthless up on that top side, as long as Someday can stabilize and not fall prey to those TF roams.
And it's a really good lane here for Yutapon and Gang. I'm going to quite like this one because I already mentioned as we were coming into the draft itself, the fact that the last time they played off, Closer played heavily towards bot side, was able to constantly get FBI, who already had a lead, further into an advantage there. Actually, 4 deaths at the 8-minute mark there for Yutapon. So interested to see how Steel reacts to that. Just looking at the stats this morning, knowing that in this group, Closer is at the top in terms of jungle proximity to the bot lane. And it's 8 points until you get to the second place. It's literally 18%.
That's not a dual lane anymore. That's a tri-lane. We play in Dota? This ain't TI. They're at Worlds. What are they doing?
I mean, it's a good question, because I look at an Alistar Kai'Sa lane.
It's a good question. Thank you.
Wasn't a question, was it? It's a thing that you said that I would like to respond to.
I said, what are they doing? That was a question.
Okay, that's a question. That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, they're not making it out of groups, but they might be getting some pride back. Ouch! Yeah, that was an unnecessary shot. I embarrassed myself, and then I just tried to take someone down with me. This is the thing that's important about this bot lane when we look at it. I think you see Kai'Sa Alistar, obviously a lot of kill threat as Kai'Sa gets more damage under her belt, but compared to Leona, MF, if Closer doesn't go bottom lane, that's going to be difficult for Huhui and FBI to weather that storm.
Especially when it's Comet, right? You know, they're playing more for lane, playing to poke out the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa, not one of the strongest laning champions, does get outranged pretty heavily here. You have to look to play aggressive. But just to follow up on the Tryndamere, it is going to be Ghost TP, so he's not going double combat sums. This is kind of the more, I don't know, you would want to say safe route, right? It's less exciting than Ignite or something like that. But because top is such a long lane and you can be punished so heavily with freezes, if you go double combat summoners, even if you don't die to a gank, they just chunk you out. Like, that can ruin your game alone. So I think TP is smart.
Yeah, I'm expecting Steel to actually want to play top to bot side too. So it also just makes it so you are risk averse. If anything were to happen, if you make a bad trade, and also Closer is usually more willing to take those 2v1 dives. So then, you know, Evie could always play it safe until Steel is back in his side of the map.
And I think this bot lane is only going to get more difficult as they have opted to leash, which means Yutapon and Gang immediately have lane control here. But do we see maybe a cheeky level 2 gank? Maybe something kind of cheesy there on the bottom side to force. For now, you would expect Lee Sin to path bottom to top to maybe support the GP.
This is kind of interesting because Someday has to get back to lane or he's going to be zoned off XP. I'm not sure if he didn't get XP for any of those minions.
Yeah.
He actually missed all 3 melees. So he tried to really go in for the Trial by Fire passive trades there. That's why he was going so aggressively. But Evie actually played that really smart, spinning past Someday and then zoning him off the XP. The only problem is Evie lost a lot of health there. So he does have the early XP advantage, but if you get chunked too low and you have to base, like, it's going to be a really, really rough.
And GP is no slouch in early game when it comes to potential damage output. You highlighted already, the passive level 2 for Tryndamere is going to feel good. You're going to have the access to, you know, a little bit more damage coming in from the Q, but probably not enough to take a trade when you're that low health.
Yeah, and just to be aware here for Evie is the fact that it is TP on Abbedagge, so like a lot of the times 100 Thieves is willing to go for dives and challenge for a TP response for Arya, and then they'll just back away from it. So that's something to take note of if 100 Thieves want to pressure.
And while that zoning off XP thing looked pretty good,
there he is.
The 13 CS to 1 thing does not look so good. Evie now trying to survive. This is not a level 6 Tryndamere. He will not get to respawn.
Wait, Somebody's gonna die.
Someday, no, the flash away, kick in, Closer. Oh, oh no! That's so good for the Tryndamere.
Oh, he is losing a lot of minions, but he gets first blood, so his buy is going to be fine. He is going to be smiling there. The Doran shield plus just the Q healing coming through. They didn't really have enough damage to finish him off, and then the tower's fully heated up.
Yeah, what a disaster there. I thought it was really smart from Evie to hide around the minions as it was coming through. Someday trying to keep him interested as closer comes by, but as you can see, as the minion wave comes through, Evie understands that he's just trying to hide behind the Q.
Yeah, Closer couldn't get the Q for so long. I mean, he's just walking through the minions. Evie honestly played that really, really well. Closer never got an opportunity to actually get that off, and now down on the bot side.
Procs the passive, Yutapon now running for his life. FBI looking to finish the kill. TP on the way in. FBI has to be careful in this one. Arya stepping forward, a gold card. FBI should just immediately drop. TP coming in from the side. 100 Thieves, but it's a little bit late. Huhi's got the combo going. Abbedagge just coming to be a spectator in this one.
Yeah, Abbedagge was way late on that TP. He wanted to finish his base and buy prior to actually making the move because TF had the earlier base in mid. So I understand that, but then at that point, the TP is not really going to get anything done for them besides just resetting the wave.
Yeah, would have been much easier for him to hold the TP. It's kind of sad that we didn't get to see the context of the 2v2 bot lane. Just simply shouldn't happen for Yutapon and Gang to be losing in that 2v2, but in the end, yeah, we still are able to get the kill there for Alistar.
Someday.
2 kills too. Wow, really close.
And I think you look back on it, obviously that top dive going awry is the reason that Evie can still play this lane. He was disastrously behind in terms of CS, but now things aren't too bad. He's got Steel in the area, and while Someday is coming out on top in these trades, they've got pressure in their favor. Steel, presumably they just help push out this lane and then walk away. Huhi already on the roam, though. If they stick around, this could be disastrous.
But Detonation focused me feel confident, knowing that Gang is up here too. So if there was a scrap to happen there to challenge Steel, you also just have the support to match.
And it's pretty interesting, you know, how the minion aggro made such a difference there. You know, Evie using Ghost to just kind of run around the minions, basically not allow the Q to get off. So here's the 2v2, back down on the bottom side. Huhi, as Yutapon steps forward to CS there, just going directly in on him. You know, drops the Ignite, flash stun after the exhaust had already come out. You know, he's not playing Cleanse, he's not playing Heal, so they felt that they had the opportunity to go for the all-in.
It's just unfortunate for both Yutapon and Gang because just in the prior week, it's just been a really rough time for them in lane. So 2v2 haven't been working out, both versus T1 and versus 100 Thieves, and this kind of continues that.
And the thing that also really sucks is Alistar gets all of his spells off, despite Leona going in and trying to interrupt him. So it's like in that situation, maybe you can go on the Kai'Sa and buy a little bit more time. Maybe that puts you in a situation where the trade goes too long. I'm not sure, but it definitely feels like that was not something you expected to see, at least on paper, when you compare these two lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it is one of those situations where, you know, they have the additional range advantage, they have the comment, so they have more poke, but the way that you can threaten that as the Kai'Sa Alistar is the all-in. And when Yutapon steps forward there, if FBI is hitting you and Huhi is on you, and Gang is trying to peel the Alistar, you are losing that fight every single time, right? It's kind of the two members connecting on the one. And after Alistar has used his initial combo, he doesn't really have that much more damage coming out anyway. He's already done what he came to do. So peeling him doesn't really make much sense, and I agree with you. You kind of have to try to go FBI in those circumstances.
Difficult now, though, as it seems like they're going to be able to hold on the lane priority. Steel is here on the bottom side, but Huhi able to leave the lane first. Yutapon really going to be forced to respond here and at least pick up the CS and XP under the tower. Checking in, though, right now, 300 gold lead to the side of 100 Thieves, 5-kill game so far. The Tryndamere on the top side, ticking over to level 6. Someday as well, though, crucially. Individual 1v1 might be hard, though, because here comes the TF. He's going to cannon barrage, trying to clear the wave, trying to hold on. Evie now spinning in, but with the ulti still up and available, you have to feel like this is just going to be it. Ulti coming out, the rage is undying, but Someday is not. DFM grabbing the kill.
Yeah, they just found their window, knowing that Silas was rotating towards the bot side to secure Scuttlecrab for closer. Arya really smart being able to find that pick pop. And this is just going to be a constant throughout the game. Someday it's just going to require help as the game goes on.
Yeah, normally as Silas, you want to be able to actually pull the TF ulti so you can match those types of plays, but Abbedagge was not sitting on that ultimate. I'm not sure if he just, you know, wasn't around Arya. Nice little dash to avoid Steel's stun there, but that is a big kill. And I also wonder how different that could have looked if Someday actually placed the ultimate more on himself. The slow wasn't actually on top of Evie. He put it immediately onto the minions, and if you put it more in like a neutral state, where you have the slow on the Tryndamere initially, you can kite out more of the auto attacks, that can look potentially pretty different.
Absolutely. Of course, now it's a difficult position because the Tryndamere is certainly just going to keep getting stronger. Always a force to be reckoned with, and TF now as well. Abbedagge really going to suffer from this play going so well for DFM, and there you highlight it. Yes, he gets the entire wave, which he might not have done if he put it on top of himself, but he doesn't get anything back in exchange.
Yeah, and so I think the strategy was sound for Someday. I think overall, just understanding if they had a better foresight that Arya was going to be looking topside, he could probably just use ulti and ditch the turret. But at the end of the day, it's just going to be a hard situation to be in.
Going to be returning to lane. Oh, God, I hate this. The thing I don't like about Tryndamere is he just is going to build attack speed boots and not get punished for it. It's like, why is that? You, like, have to go tabbies or mercs. So, like, if you're a bruiser and you're not going tabbies, like, I guess cooldown boots, but it's a little ridiculous. Of course, going to make it that much harder for Someday if it is played out in a long lane. But Closer coming in. Steel also in the area. More burst damage for sure on the side of 100 Thieves so they can find their combo, but 5 members of DFM committed to the top side, and 100 Thieves seem ready to rumble. Uhi now going in, is going to find a 2-man. Abbedagge taking away the Leona ult. They found a lot of lockup. Steel now getting isolated. That's an ult across 2. Evie still doing okay on the backside, but he doesn't do too much damage. Focusing now on FBI. Is going to get kicked back. He's going to get knocked back. Undying Rage still there, but Closer waiting on the kick as long as possible, trying to finish him right as the heal comes out. Shot from downtown. Gonna finish him. Flash in for the auto. It's a good fight for 100 Thieves.
Attacking fast won't save you there, Dracos. Punished. Where are your tabbies now?
Man, I love that isolation on Evie. Taking a second look at this fight, Unipon's ulti really didn't hit too much there. Honestly, if he decided to take it a little bit more farther to the right and focus on FBI, that was split from the team, would have been a little better.
Yeah, I mean, getting the initial damage there on Abbedagge, but able to get out of that, no problem. I actually thought the setup was really nice from Huhi. The initial knockback to actually stack up both the Poppy and the Leona instead of using the full combo. He just headbutts one onto the other, then the Pulverize coming through. And there we see a sight everyone loves. Tryndamere dying.
Tryndamere dying. Down 26 CS. And behind an XP. So Evie, yes, of course, he's going Gore Drinker 2. Very powerful item, very powerful champion if he gets enough time to scale up. But he's going to need that much more time to be a big, big threat. And Someday chilling, he does get the ninja tabbies.
Ooh.
Tryndamere, this is not AP Tryndamere. That he hurts, but not that bad.
So to clarify, I just kind of went with it because you were saying you didn't like the attack speed thing. Why do we like someone going the more defensive boot? I'm on Team Dracos here, to be clear.
All right.
But I just wanted to make sure why.
Explain yourself.
And there is a GP on that top side.
Yep, I'm with you.
There's also a Kaisa. So as long as you're not fighting Abbedagge, that's like maximum value. Now, Freak is going to come in here with a spreadsheet and tell me why I'm wrong or right at some point. But that's my general feeling without any actual math.
Okay. I wasn't even thinking about math. I was just more like, you know, don't we like the Chad builds here, you know?
I mean, okay, but like, is Gore Drinker the Chad build?
No.
No, absolutely not. So I'm just saying, like,
but it's the Chad boot.
Exactly. I'm saying you go full Chad or you don't go at all. That's my point.
Okay.
You know, like
This is more of a Brad build. He's like halfway.
Yeah, commit or don't. You know what I mean? Like, choose how you.
No one likes a flake.
No. Yeah.
True.
Absolutely.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll reset. Like, Raz, we just pass it to you or like save this joke, Raz. Go.
Please, Raz.
Cloud Drake down. 100 Thieves, I think, clearly feeling pretty comfortable at this stage of the game. The TF is the big scary part. As much as the Tryndamere got so much of that help early on, it is Arya with 3 kills in a very early Everfrost. So he's naturally the player that we can look towards. He's got the global presence coming out as well, especially with Gang freed up from and roaming out of this bottom lane. So that's where we have to cast our eyes on the side of DFM and see how 100 Thieves can weather that storm.
Yeah, I'm actually liking this situation here for 100 Thieves a little bit, even though they have to clear out vision through bot side, knowing that Dragon's going to be the focus. These are just pretty late back timers here. So looking at Steel, knowing that he's not going to be here for this drag setup, perhaps the intent? Yeah, the intent's just to bully Someday.
Go, gold card. He can eat oranges, but I don't think it's going to be okay. Someday now running for his life. He's exhausted. He's taken down. That Summoner Spellbook doing work, and Evie's just chilling.
Did he not have his W?
I don't know.
I don't think he used it on screen, so I'm not sure if he was just using it in a trading pattern and that's what actually prompted it, because that looked like a play that shouldn't work. I mean, you know, Arya goes up, but he was 100% HP. They didn't have a wave stack to actually dive. Yeah. I thought he was just going to be able to remove Scurvy on the gold card. Yes, there's potentially an Everfrost follow-up, but if you get out of the stun immediately, drop the ulti on yourself, he still has flash, like you should be able to kite that out. So would be interested to see if that was used in an earlier trade or what exactly went down there, but at least 100 Thieves do get something on the other side.
Yeah, difficult situation for Someday, holding on to the CS advantage as well, but feels like an unnecessary death. Maybe intimidated by the raw confidence of attack speed boost. We'll never know. But of course, in the meantime, 100 Thieves do make the cross-map play. They are slightly behind in gold, but they have 2 Drakes to their name, and I'll say that this is a much closer game than the last time we saw these two teams.
This is why I actually would have liked Detonation Focus Me to sit on the vision that they had towards bot side. I'm fine with Evie in the position that he was in if he sticks to lane, but the fact that they kind of gave up their vision, wanted to play for topside play to get the pick on Someday rather than just trying to at least split up the dragon. Because now 100 Thieves, next dragon's going to be third.
Flash out from Arya. He wants to keep this trade going. He's got a Leona right behind him. Alistar coming into the mid lane. DFM backing away, and important that they do. Fuki spotted on the control board coming down.
And it ends up just being the trade of flashes. The initial play looking pretty positive, but I think Abadaga wasn't sure who all was actually behind Arya there. He saw Gang, but I don't know if he knew where Steel was. I don't know if he knew if Yutapon was moving as well.
Yeah.
And as a result, he sees the Leona and he just immediately flashes out of there. But 100 Thieves, 2 pretty quick dragons here. It is an Ocean Soul potentially, so something that DFM are going to have to be forced into fighting for. And Tryndamere TF is not the best team fighting. That is one of the areas where you will really favor 100 Thieves, especially before DFM get more items online on this Tryndamere.
Yeah, that's why I would have liked Detonation Focus Me to kind of sit on the last dragon that they had. But now they're going to have to fight for third dragon here. In the end, I like what I see from Detonation Focus Me pushing out bot side, now looking to rotate, get mid control, and then at least fighting for next Rift Herald. I think that's going to be the next play on the map.
Now, though, it looks like the play is going to be in the mid lane. Abadaga getting locked up, steals an MF vault, but won't get a chance to use it. Point click CC, man, looking really, really strong.
Let's go. I mean, the fact that Detonation Focus Me saw that play, looked for a mid dive on Abadaga, actually was able to do that last time they played 4 minutes in. It's creative from the team.
I mean, Arya is on fire, this team. 5-0-0 here, 15 minutes in. They get the kill and they get the mid lane tower, so that is really big. And now you see the DFM squad moving up towards that potential Herald, but there's also always the threat of a wraparound on a Someday, so Someday actually has to play it relatively carefully. As soon as this Herald comes down, you expect them to look towards topside with it.
Yeah, so Arya has just been the shining light for this team. Last time they played on his Zoe, most comfortable pick, was able to do it. He's being contested here now, so Rift Herald's going to be a tough one for them to get. Silas does have TP, but he's just going to be here first. Okay. Wow, they give it up.
Big leash there for 100 Thieves. In the end, as DFM do decide to back off, you're closer to be happy with that one. Of course, not the biggest deal to lose out on second Herald, or at least this late of a Herald, but definitely not the situation they wanted to be in.
I mean, you can just see that they have no interest really in team fighting, right? And Arya reset. He's already completed his second item before Abadaga has his first, so he is very far ahead. With the early rapid fire plus Everfrost, they just want to keep rinse and repeat every time TF Salt is up. Try to find an odd number fight, try to find a 2v1, a 3v1 in their favor, get a quick kill, reset on the map, play it slow and steady, and just buy time for this Tryndamere to get items.
Absolutely, and I think one of the difficult points is that for 100 Thieves, FBI has been one of the big, strong performers on this team. And despite how the fact that he has gone even, he's even building a slight edge for himself over Yutapon. Now the TF problem is going to bleed into being his problem. He does have Cleanse, he does have ulti, but when you got a rapid fire cannon and an Everfrost, eventually there will be a misstep and FBI is going to go down.
Yeah, and this is a different look for him in the tournament, because for the most part they gave him draft resources to dominate in lane with the Lucian Nami pretty consistently. This time around it's just a team fight focus, so depending on how the team fights start, then he can be pretty impactful. But if they're finding it difficult to be able to get past that 5-0 Twisted Fate, the Leona Misfortune, which is always going to be really difficult to get in, find a way into that fight versus, then yeah, he's going to be pretty, it's going to be hard for him to be pretty useful in the team fight.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how he works around that, right? Keeping track of the steadfast presence there from the Poppy W.
Yeah.
So powerful. You've got to track that. Make sure you're not ulting face first into that, or you definitely will be going down. I also think a lot of it's going to come down to how the fights actually are playing out themselves, right? If you are diving into the backline, if you are diving and putting pressure on Arya and on Yutapon as 100 Thieves, then I think largely FBI will be pretty free. But if you're just playing this slow and steady game, we're always reacting to the side waves being shoved in by DFM, well, then 100 Thieves have to really be worried about FBI potentially getting picked off by one of these DF ults.
Yeah. Looking for a play here mid.
Coming mid lane, Abadaga and Someday running for the hills. He's going to pull out the oranges, but there's just 2 pieces of CC back to back. Someday picked off again.
Actually, right now, FBI, the 3 of 100 Thieves are in a wrong position. It seems like Detonation Focus Me want to wrap around them.
Empowered recall from the Lee Sin. Is he going to stick around? Closer decides to stay. Epi can fully commit. He has the ultimate as well. Luca's cooldowns are going to be massive here. Abadage off on the flank, but he's already burned now. The Everfrost, they're trying to get the fight kicked off. Huhi body blocking as best he can, while FBI and the rest of 100 Thieves just run for the hills. He'll be the sacrificial cow to make sure the rest of the team can get out.
Yeah, it was a good call here from Huhi. It would be a 4v5 at best, but Epi's trying to track FBI down.
It's a costly death, though. Oh, they actually get the cleanse, and now TP's coming behind.
Aria's coming in. He's going to have the flash gold card ready. Flash forward, lock it in. Tryndamere spins in. There's no getting out of that one. It's clean from DFM.
Aria is smurfing on 100 Thieves right now. The cleanse was forced there, and he just comes in. TP cross map, flash ulti. Gets right in there with the Everfrost after the gold card. They're going to take away the dragon here too. And that was really the only thing going in the favor of 100 Thieves, is stack towards the Ocean Soul. So now DFM have bought themselves even more time, and we can see again how this all started in the new Aspect replay.
Yeah, I mean, Aria made the call. Steel was coming in from a flank. And I just think this is the best look DFM has had, because after the play was made, they knew they had numbers advantage up top here. And Yutapon, even though he lagged behind, understood he needed the flash here. And if he does, excellent. Like, Huhi is going to die. FBI had no way to basically make the run from what is a tailing Evi. So DFM making plays happen off of an insanely strong Aria.
Yeah, and just the cleanse force there by FBI, who's going to get caught by Evi. So he cleanses that out, but then flash, gold card, the Everfrost layered over top there by Aria. Really nicely done from him. And just clever play. I mean, he's the one who started out onto Someday. He's the one who finishes it off with the TP flank from topside to get another kill right where the play started.
And here's my concern with the team fight now from 100 Thieves. Because you don't have the range advantage versus Twisted Fate with Rapid Fire Cannon, Misfortune. From that perspective, it's going to be hard. You have to rely on playmaking off of Lee Sin, Alistar, and as long as Steadfast Presence is used properly from Steel here, like you said, like, you don't have an access into the fight, and you're really only banking on the GP ulti being impactful enough so you can wither away at the front line of Detonation Focus Man.
I mean, another thing working for 100 Thieves is the ability for Abadaga to actually steal away the Tryndamere ult, really go aggressive into the backline. That can be very impactful.
Yes.
You know, Salas, who is normally one of those more squishy champions, can get punished for just kind of doing these crazy dives into the backline, has a lot more ability to do it.
Looks like a game of chicken here on the bottom side. Ulti now coming out. DFM debating where they want to go. Full vision. TF very, very strong. Has to be respected. That's the empowered there. And that's just going to be it. Nothing they can do. DFM find another pick with the TF.
And as long as Abadaga sitting in a lane, it's empty, you're always afraid of the numbers of DFM. And at that point, you also had Tryndamere to follow up. It's so hard for 100 Thieves to claim any part of the map.
Now stepping forward though, Someday does big damage. He can line up these barrel combos.
Here's
DFM
TP.
backing away, TP on the flank. Yutapon still pushing into mid lane. Everyone spots this one out. Abadaga's just gonna have to run. Gonna be hard to go toe-to-toe with the Tryndamere. Take away the ultimate and see who can live longer. Have to find out. Abadaga clean sidesteps coming in, trying to move in. He hasn't been sustained. Now he's gonna have to use his own Tryndamere ult. That's one! He didn't push it! Why can't NA mids use this ult?
I think he was trying to wait it out. He's trying to get into a situation where he can press it enough late that he can turn and kill Evi after his expires, but he just got greedy, and I'm not sure if that was a crit there from Evi or not, but he smacks him down, and Abadaga, it's a mid-gap. Aria is running over him. Traditionally, Silas is considered a good answer to this matchup because you can take the TF ult, you can match the roams. Aria has been everywhere, and Abadaga has been spending all his time in the well.
Yeah. One has participated in 1 of 5 kills.
He's on the board.
He's on the board.
We take
the
those.
side, we are 9 out of 11 kills for Aria. This man, literally everywhere. 12 stacks on the Medjais. He does so much damage on his own, and the entire team consistently ready to respond to his plays, respond to his ulti cooldowns, and he's got it up again. He's ready. If he spots a single member isolated, the entire team of DFM can collapse. Yeah, and I love the strategy here from DFM. I mean, they're getting a push off on side lane, and they're constantly looking mid. And there's not much 100 Thieves can do about it, even if FBI is going to be able to get first push here. Like we saw in the last 2 plays, they just get collapsed on by Steel, and the play starts.
And this is why 100 Thieves has to be the ones creating the play themselves, right? You can't actually sit back and respond to everything that DFM did. This got them in trouble against T1. It's getting them in trouble in this game as well against DFM. If you're always responding to the waves that DFM push in, you are going to be split up. You are going to be getting caught out in these odd number situations. So they have got to be first to the objective, set up at the dragon, and be the ones to initiate or force the hand of DFM. Because otherwise you will just get slowly bled out of this game.
And it's just so hard because you have a GP who's obviously fantastic wave clear with the barrels, but then you have a Kai'Sa and you've got a Silas. Sometimes it's hard. If you're pushed under those towers, it's difficult to clear the waves. It means that there's so much more space for this team to move through. And I'm sweating now for 100 Thieves because I don't know how you stop a Baron-empowered push against this composition.
I mean, that is going to be incredibly dangerous, but I would still say it would be so risky for DFM to actually start up a Baron, just do a random Baron with this kind of game state. The team fight of 100 Thieves is still very good, but they need to get this next Dragon because they need to have a way to force DFM to come to them. And they can't start up the Baron either. You know, they're not at that point of the game. That would be too risky.
It seems like with 100 Thieves getting vision on towards topside, they're concerned of DFM pushing towards Baron, or at least trying to sneak it, and that's understandable. But what we need here is either Huhi or Abadaga being in Fog and just trying to threaten Yutapon. Of course, Yutapon or even just Arya, someone in which they can burn flash off him and make another play again.
Definitely an option. For now, though, we got Tryndamere on the top side, Evie catching the wave. Got 2.5 items building towards IS. Wow, got a lot of options, honestly, with a longsword.
Interesting.
We'll see where he wants to go.
Yeah, interesting to see no one is actually going towards the Dragon on spawn. So DFM aren't really concerned about it. It's just their second. Abadaga, if you show top here, this is pretty risky stuff. Arya has the ultimate back again, and he is very split. You know, they can either make a play towards the 4-man squad or potentially towards him, so he has got to get back. But DFM wants to fight for vision in this area. I still feel 100 Thieves want to try to go towards the Ocean Soul, try to be able to threaten Soul Point here. As long as you can keep eyes on that Baron, know that they're not rushing it down, it's not as though DFM is just going to insta-kill the Baron 24 minutes in.
Yeah, and for DFM side, they're just trying to play a safe game where they're giving Evie space to actually split push. And if you're just putting 100 Thieves on a timer, then it's going to put them in a pressured state where, yeah, they're going to start up Dragon. DFM should be in a stronger state to team fight, and here it is, Dragon being started up.
Tryndamere still splitting on the top side. Abadaga has TP, Evie does as well. See where the focus is going to be. Someday, of course, has the ultimate to spot out any potential Dragon attempts, but a quick, easy pickup for the side of DFM. Of course, 100 Thieves don't have to fight for that one. It is not Soul Point yet.
They don't have to, but the problem is, how do you actually get DFM to come to you, right? This is just more and more time being given to DFM because now the earliest possible soul for 100 Thieves is 10 minutes out. So Tryndamere is going to have till 35 minutes. TF is going to have till 35 minutes to split you up, to find picks, to try time and time again to pick you off. Because at this point in the game, with how strong they are, I mean, Lich Bane is completed on top. You know, Arya is at 4 items plus stopwatch. Abadaga is on 2. If you get a kill in a side lane and you have Lich Bane, that tower is dead. And that's where you can really start to crumble.
And while normally I look at a composition, you know, it's got Poppy as the tankiest member, I'm like, ooh, what's their Baron going to look like? I also look at that Tryndamere and know that if you give that Tryndamere another 10 minutes, he'll sit in that pit by himself and kill the damn thing.
Yeah.
So you're right. Like, this is something scary, and you never want to be in this position when you're 100 Thieves. And this was, you know, it's partly because of the difficult early game. While they did have maybe some positive plays on the bottom side, you saw how quickly Arya has taken over the game, and now we just need to see them rally and find some opportunities to force DFM to come into them. GP, when you have to walk into GP, is so broken. Sadly, they're not grouped up as 5 around an objective. It's still going to be so hard for Someday to play it out.
That's why I like the pace that DFM is playing. It feels like a veteran type of style. Calm, collected. They're the ones being pressured here because DFM could just constantly play to sides. They don't have to do anything. It's 100 Thieves that's pressured. So don't be the first one to start Dragon. Don't be the first one to start Baron because they're going to always have to respond to, right now, great example, just Tryndamere on side lane. Someone has to be there for it. Twisted Fate will soon answer top wave. Silas has to catch that.
And I do think the DFM draft is honestly pretty smart into what has been a weakness for 100 Thieves, and that has been, you know, knowing where to take the game, you know, from these kind of even states, right? The mid game, the late game is something that they would struggle from, you know, from an advantage in NA, closing out those games. They have a very strong early game. They're generally known for their laning phase, but if DFM is not willing to fight them, it seems that they're unsure how to advance the game.
Ruby gonna use the ultimate. Will just back away. They get the flash out for that one, and now they're engaging in the mid lane. Abadaga's been caught out. He's getting chain CC'd. Ooh, steadfast presence coming out, but it looks like it's a little bit late. Evie off to the side. That's a 3-item Tryndamere running in. He's got the ultimate coming out as well. W from Kai'Sa won't connect. It looks like 100 Thieves just going to back away.
A little concern there that DFM would be going for too much, but you should be happy. That's 2 flashes there, but for really a Twisted Fate ultimate, and that's going to come up pretty damn quickly. So now you're in a really good position where if you go back on side lane, it should be at DFM starting Baron and looking for a fight knowing you have 2 primary targets.
And honestly, is Abadaga just kind of overstepping once again here. And he's going forward into the Leona and the Poppy, and I think just kind of underestimating what they could get done, you know, without a damage dealer behind them. He didn't really respect their threat and ends up having to use his flash here once more. Again, DFM sitting in control. The gold lead is not massive. 100 Thieves could win a 5v5, certainly, but DFM has no reason to give them one.
Absolutely. I think the big thing to highlight, of course, is a lot of that gold is in the hands of the TF, is in the hands of Aria. So there is a situation where Aria missteps, and he's played a fantastic game thus far, so there's no reason to assume he'd start making those mistakes. But all it takes is one of those mistakes, one shutdown, and a team fight where Aria isn't there for 100 Thieves to be right back in control.
And quietly, FBI is getting very, very strong. He has the IE, he has his 60% crit. You know, he's at 310 CS, 28 odd minutes in, so he's farming very well. The Kaisa is truly a threat. If you can find some space here, if your front line can find that engage, create the area for you to deal damage, FBI can get it done.
They found him. Caught out again, has a stopwatch, but he doesn't even get a chance to use it. He does, however, manage to take away the Trinity Mural just in time. He's now stunned them up, bought a bit of space. Dead Presence is about to fall away. Huhi maybe can get something done here, but the entire team just has to run. FBI doesn't get to do anything. He gets locked up. He's forced to use the cleanse. Effie now on the chase. It's absolute domination from DFM in the exchange.
Now that's 2 down from 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves know that Baron's just going to be on the table here for DFM, and so, yeah, this is what they were looking for. Yutapon was clearing through mid, and Evie was just sitting there waiting for Abadaga to show his head.
Yeah, Aria just finding these plays time and time again, and now it's straight onto the Baron here, trying to force in the 5v3, but Evie does have TP, he doesn't have ult though, so they could actually turn on this if they spot the Trinity. You can kill him off here, potentially.
7K. Split attention though, 6K getting lower. Evie now regrouping with the team, recognizes that he could go down in that one. Closer off to the side though, Miracle Baron steal. Feels impossible against the Poppy, but have to go for it, have to find an opportunity into the pit. FBI, where's he gonna go? Aria has been marked up, he can try to leap back, goes invisible for a brief moment. TP now coming in. They've gotten DFM off
They
the
could look
Baron.
for the fight. They're kind of corralled.
Closer going in, clean kick instantly to Leona, now gonna get taken down. No, just barely living, held on. FBI will finally finish that kill. Someday, now getting run down by Evie. Evie, no ultimate means 100 Thieves can take the fight. This is massive.
That is so big for 100 Thieves. They want to get more here. Huhi on the hunt, but they do not have eyes on Yutapon. He's going to get out. TF ults out to safety, so it is just the kills for 100 Thieves. They will take mid lane tower off the back of that, but narrowly avoiding disaster. As we can see, DFM turning off the Baron here. They weren't willing to 50-50.
Yeah, and just even taking a look at this, if they wanted to look for a turn, someone needed to be in fog. Like, sure, Trinity came in from a flank on TP, but it gave the opportunity there, man.
That's absolutely a misclick. They're stacked. Yutapon as well as Gang are right on top of each other, and he absolutely meant to kick in DMF. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
That's who he was looking for. They do still get the kill onto Gang, and it doesn't end up really mattering tremendously. But that's just one of those situations where when the models are stacked, it's difficult to find your target.
1000%, but that's still good for 100 Thieves because for DFM, that is 100% a fight you want to take. But if Leona or the Twisted Fate is in a better position, you can make that turn easily.
And crucially, we talked about it. 100 Thieves, yes, they were behind, but not so far behind that they couldn't win the team fight. After that fight, they did not get Baron, but they did get third Drake. Crucial now because they can force DFM to come to them. They don't have to deal with side lanes. They don't have to deal with anything else. They say, hey, we're taking this Ocean Soul if you do not come, and they're going to force DFM to respond.
And we'll see if DFM will be able to respond or if they can buy time again prior, try to find a pick, try to threaten the base. Because while they took down the tier 1s very quickly, they have yet to get a tier 2 tower in quite a long time here that they have had. Haven't really been able to find it. Abadaga does not have a stopwatch, doesn't have his zonies complete, but they're wrapping around here. They are looking for Yutapon.
In the area, but who he is, he gonna have to give his life just for this attempt. TF now coming in as well. Gold card on the side, keeper eyes on Abadaga. FBI for now untouched as well. He is the strong member of the team. Abadaga still going. Evie now forced to use the ultimate before the fight even kicks off. That's the stolen Poppy ultimate. Backing away, good poke. They get the Trinity Mirror out. So far, overall positive as FBI remains untouched. Gang marked up. Gang, ooh, just barely making it out.
That was actually really well played there by Huhi, not overcommitting, not going in too far. They force out the Trinity ult, and without Trinity ult, there's no shot that you can actually team fight. And we are seeing some of the drawbacks of actually bringing TP here on Tryndamere. Flash is such a critical team fight tool for a Tryndamere to be able to E-flash into the backline and really threaten those carries. And though Ghost is good, Ghost doesn't give you that instant jump into the backline. So as long as FBI is being smart with the Evolved E, going into a Viz, staying away from this Tryndamere, it's really tough for Evie to get past the front line.
Yeah, and even taking a step back, actually, they're trying to go for Arya here.
Arya flash forward, clean from Abadaga thus far. Arya, though, now running out, has the Ghost, stolen away the ultimate. Are they going to fully commit to this one? Huhi coming off to the side, he doesn't see the Alistar, and that should just be it. The TF now running, Kai'Sa coming in. Arya, 3 or 4 seconds, the rest of DFM on the way. Yutapon throwing the ulti across the team, but closer now in the area. He's going to go for the kickback, trying to save the rest of the team now. DFM, 4 members. Across the 4 members from 100 Thieves. Do they keep the fight going? Someday, waiting in the darkness, Barrel coming out, will not find. The connection as Steel continues to push forward. A lot of blinking health bars. Abadage half health. Huhi about 30%. They will back away. DFM, do they feel confident enough to start at the Baron? For now, just focusing on the Vision.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to just go Baron right there. But that's a big kill because you knock some of the stacks off of Arya. It is the 1-for-1, but they get a big shutdown. They remove some of the stacks. And now DFM are going to go onto it, but they're actually showing their bot lane mid to try to give 100 Thieves a false sense of security here. I'm not sure if 100 Thieves are aware whatsoever, but now with the bot lane leaving mid lane, they should expect it.
GP ult and double blue trinkets. They know this one is coming, but it's 6k health and the entire team is there. There's no CC to set up an ult for FBI into the pit. He doesn't even have it. If they did, 1k getting lower. They are going to now grab it. Can they take the fight in the meantime? Abadaga stolen MF ult. Big damage across the entire team, but Steel there with the body block. The presence already gone. TF now coming in as well. Arya making sure that his team can retreat. Baron for the side of DFM.
And that's a successful heist. Detonation focus only pushing through mid lane, but then being able to start that Baron with 2 members and then now being able to take it. That was a long string of plays that happened when 100 Thieves were pretty low and had to get a base off. And so taking a look at this, sure, it starts with a great play from 100 Thieves trying to pick off the most fed member in Arya. And the fact that Detonation Focus Me was able to get the kill on towards Closer with that mistake there being made, thinking he can get a pick off of Yutapon. Yeah, now they have a member down 100 Thieves. The rest have to go back to base. Great play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, the initial play is good. It's the secondary play. It's looking for too much after that. You know, seeing Yutapon wanting to get more, not respecting the fact that all of DFM would be moving up there to support Arya. And with him going down, DFM do grab the Baron, but 100 Thieves still looking pretty strong here. You look over at FBI, he is huge at this point of the game. And I think 100 Thieves are still going to try to play for this Ocean Soul, and it's going to have to be DFM answering that or trying to give it up, look for some sort of a crazy base race type play. But I mean, 100 Thieves, if you're sitting here waiting for a pick and no one's answering the mid wave, DFM could just stay on mid, and now you're split from Abadaga. He's going to have to TP to join.
Do they want to take this? Abadaga now coming in. They've been corralled onto the bottom side, but it's enemy territory. Have to be careful on how they play this one out. Closer, though, if he lines up a clean kick, maybe it's the fight that they're fishing for.
So split.
It's entirely split. Someday now throwing down the ultimate. Steel ready to body block. That Alistar can't make it into the back side, and now immediately fight's kicking off. Abadaga doing good damage to Tryndamere. For now, untouched. FBI able to free him, but that's big damage from the MF. Outplayed by a single button. DFM cleaning up this fight with confidence. Abadaga gonna get one back in exchange. Goes golden for a moment. Does not have the cooldowns to survive.
Yeah, that was just really weird from 100 Thieves. Closer being split off. Who's taking the long way? And yeah, they want to go straight through mid, at least to pick up the mid inhib.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to push it in. They have the Baron buff here. Looks like they're not going to try to go for any sort of crazy end. They are just going to take the dragon, move themselves to Soul Point. But that's a really big misplay from FBI. That was a winnable team fight. You have flash and do not flash the MF ulti. You go down 100-0 to the MF ultimate. If you flash out of that, you still have your ulti to follow up on any sort of a play. You get a stun tagged onto Yutapon, you can delete that guy. Abadaga was actually getting work done in that fight, and that was a winnable one. That would have been Ocean Soul for 100 Thieves.
You also have Stopwatch, which also could have mitigated the damage.
Yeah.
The only person hitting you or anywhere remotely near you, as we'll see in this replay, is the MF.
Yeah, and I've got a question. Why was Closer splitting so much away from the team? You know, it's almost as though he's looking for some sort of a wraparound play, but you're in full vision of them. And he just gives away a freebie here. Yes, he does get the kickoff on 2 members, but then all eyes on FBI. He deletes Steel off on the top side and just completely underestimating the damage that's going to come out there from the MF ulti. Nothing else hit him. That's 100-0, 1 button there. And DFM given a bit of a freebie off the misplay there from FBI, and they are in such a good spot here now.
That's why I like the initial idea there from 100 Thieves. Either find someone splitting on side lane, be it Arya or Evie, or, you know, if it doesn't work out, you still are going to play for vision around Dragon through bot lane, but it didn't work out.
It didn't work out at all. And I mean, it was just really poor team fighting from 100 Thieves, but they're looking for a pick here now.
Kicking off there, uses the chem tank, gets in range, but of course, difficult to lock down the Tryndamere at this point in the game. Someday trying to step forward to clear against Udapon, but you got 3 members collapsing on him. He has to try to clear this wave and get out. Big slow coming in. Udapon just going to break down this tier 2 gold into the pocket of DFM, as that's going to be the collapse. Huhi now interrupted. This should be an easy kill for the Tryndamere. Huhi trying to buy as much space as he can, but expect him just to get run down eventually. All of 100 Thieves collapsing to try to punish. Evie, of course, does have the ultimate up and available, is going to use it in time. Is now going to dash out to safety instantly again! Woo! Again, 100 to 0!
Not again, FBI! He's opening up for DFM!
It's a heartbreaker for FBI and 100 Thieves. Already knocked out of contention. We're hoping to even up the LJL versus NA scoreline, or rather stay ahead 3-1. They might be facing down a 2-2, a tie that we'll have to resolve at the next international event. We will see if they can make the impossible hold. For now, all of DFM collapsing. Arya fishing, ready with the gold card to punish.
Yeah, and Hui's looking for the flank, so I think what they're going to try to do is find a long flank as soon as FBI respawns. They want to try to make something happen.
Someday flashing out. Abbedagge has the stolen Leona ultimate. Huhi now going in. He's going to find a decent combo, but just gets immediately knocked out by the Poppy. Now Evie going forward, fully committing. Abbedagge buying a bit more space with the stopwatch. Huhi going in. Does he have the cooldowns? Abbedagge flashing out to safety, ticking, burning.
FBI up in 2.
FBI maybe, just maybe. Not a lot of CC to set up for his access into the back line, but DFM, they're not risking anything. They refuse to overstay, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, and now 100 Thieves, 2 inhibs down, and there's nothing really they can pick up. Baron's going to be up in 30 seconds, but by the time DFM bases, they're going to be up to defend it. So there's just so much that 100 Thieves have to deal with. This seems like a far-off game unless if they can find that miracle pick or a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's really got to be Ocean Soul, right? You know, that's the way to try to get it. But at this point, with your base in shambles, only 1 Nexus tower, if you show up to Ocean Soul, well, maybe DFM just ports into your base and actually ends the game. So it's so much more difficult now. Baron is spawning. 100 Thieves are just going to hard commit to it. They feel that this is their last chance.
Evie on the side. Trying to zone them away. They can get the blast going to get a bit more space to him. Huhi now into the pit. Desperation for the side of 100 Thieves. FBI alive. He's got all his sums. He's got his ultimate. He's going to be the key member. But in the meantime, it's a Tryndamere versus Sylas battle off the side. Evie running. FBI looking to finish the kill. The auto goes forward. Gordringer not enough. That's a shutdown. That's a start. Arya off to the side. 100 Thieves holding on, but playing on the edge.
Waves, though.
Exactly. They're on a timer. So they have to be able to answer this wave, and that's a good opportunity for DFM to just start Baron.
Someday debating. Such a hard decision. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. There's no 100% clean decision. You will lose something no matter what you do if you're 100 Thieves.
And I guess the call is just give the Baron here, answer the waves, try to push out waves and get ready for a potential Ocean Soul. But again, you are then risking DFM just giving up the soul and trying to end the game here. So 100 Thieves trying to force for the fight there. They did find the pick onto Evie, but they give up the Baron for it. They are going to be at Ocean Soul on spawn. But
this is it.
Evie will have TP, so you've got to answer the base as well. And this makes it really, really kind of dicey because Abbedagge is going to be answering the base, and you can try to potentially TP in Evie and have a 5v4 at the Dragon and force him to respond.
Yeah, that's just DFM pinging the base. So they're completely content playing for this. 100 Thieves are just going to have to base
They're
now
too slow.
and defend this.
I think 8-second recall timers, no one from the side of DFM is going to interrupt. So right now, we're getting a siege from DFM.
Hui's looking for the flank.
Gave up Ocean Soul, so this is the best it's going to get for 100 Thieves. Someday now stepping forward onto Udapon. Big damage, but Udapon hits like an absolute truck. Huhi into the backside. They're going to one-shot the 80 carry. No more MF ult yet, but she's going to come back from the GA. Abbedagge ready to go, and he has the ultimate stolen away as well. The exhaust ticks down, and it's big damage, but FBI will live this time. The entire team now trying to peel for him, but there's a Tryndamere immediately now going in. His GA has been procced. Evie's still standing. Evie, ultimate not available, has now been used. Closer still going. 100 Thieves. Can they do it, FBI? Can you do it? The kick in, the finish. FBI has to focus on the waves. He cannot go back for Arya. Arya debating what his options are, but 100 Thieves hold the line.
Oh, they hold just barely, but the Nexus is exposed. They have the Ocean Soul here. GAs on both sides coming in clutch as multiple GAs were caught there. Huhi was on the flank, and Someday actually had a great start to this fight, getting in onto Udapon off the back of that barrel and setting him up for the combo.
Yeah, great pressure on Udapon. just to be able to get that kill. Someday buying a lot of time with his own stopwatch, so by the time they get the kill on him, they're able to deal with Yutapon. FBI is able to get so much damage off of that 2-man headbutt that came through Kuhi. So great job over that fight just to be able to save the game.
Man, FBI, he got lit up by the MF though when he went in. What was that, 2 autos? This man's down to 10% HP. FBI's life just blinking before his eyes there.
It's a comet full lethality MF, and she's got, oh man, she's got every item that you just do not want to see as an AD carry, especially as a Kai'Sa.
But I respect upgrading the stopwatch into the GA because that one you don't have to press.
That's true. We never saw
it works by itself.
Oh man, I think we look back at that, the really good, I mean, obviously there's a ton of good news. One, 100 Thieves still get to play League of Legends in this match. They're holding on.
That's a check mark.
But I think they essentially got Ocean Drake for free in the end because they did win that fight. You can see negative Baron power play for the side of DFM, and we are hitting the threshold of the game where gold doesn't matter. Sadly, that's usually the worst time to play against a Tryndamere, but there's always room for you to out-execute. If Poppy missteps once, you might be able to just take these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's so late into the game that, yes, DFM have the opportunity to try to just backdoor and end the game, but also, if you do find that fight, I mean, 100 Thieves have made so many mistakes, but those can be wiped away with one good team fight because the respawn timers are so long, 45 minutes in, that you win the fight, you often just walk down and end it, no matter how many towers are still up.
Yeah, and I'd say 100 Thieves has shown good intent overall. If they're ever in a position where DFM is just splitting, to just attack the splitter.
Yeah.
So that's been Evi's deaths, that's been Arya's deaths, and so at least it gives them a good idea, and they have a good amount of wave clear just off Someday alone.
And I think the big thing right now is that you just have so much time because you do hold the line there. 2.5 minutes till Baron. 3 minutes now till Elder Dragon hits the board. Anyone who needs to get items now from the side of 100 Thieves is going to be able to get the items that they want. Abadage picking up blue buff. And you see now, even if certain members might have been behind earlier, Abadage finally catching up. 4 items under his belt. He's got a control word as well. FBI, full build, a GP at 4 items too. These champions hit hard. Yes, Tryndamere gets to ignore them for a few seconds. The rest of DFM certainly do not.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can see that the 100 Thieves are aware that there is the potential of a TP to end the game, right? They dropped 2 pinks in the base to check rewards. They swept out the base. They even dropped a pink in the side lane brush in top lane as well. So they're trying to think, all right, where could they have hidden a ward that we're missing? Because if Tryndamere gets in the base behind you, the game ends. There's no shot you're going to get a full recall off if he's been ignored. And it's trying to be a secret agent Evi here, circumventing the vision. He's seeing if he can get down towards bot lane and really try to put on a bit of pressure. But with no objectives up on the map, it's not really the time to split. You need to have something cross-map that you can get when they collapse on you.
And I would say the good thing that Arya has been doing for the past like 30 seconds is he's sitting in fog. So 100 Thieves can't cross the river. Every single time they push mid-wave, they just have to back away. Because at any time, Arya can cross river, ulti, take inhib. His team could buy time for him, and he can just end the game. So
high pressure, certainly. Every TF ult has to be a little bit anxiety-inducing. Have I overstayed in the lane? Have I overstepped the boundary here? But for now, just vision for the side of DFM, trying to control as much as they can. Not spotting out all the wards from the side of 100 Thieves is crucial. It's going to make the Baron that much easier for them to contest if it comes down to it. 42 seconds and counting till the objective will be up.
Yeah, it's looking like 100 Thieves trying to play more around that bot side. They want to look towards Elder. But, Baron pretty powerful here too, and is the longer lasting buff. Elder obviously does have a lot of value if you can find a fight, but they're struggling to get one. And DFM at this point, I think they know they're really not favored in the 5v5. There are ways they can win a 5v5. Like if you get one of those incredible MF ultimates that just insta-kills FBI or something, sure. But barring that, they should lose 5v5, so they want to circumvent it. They want to split them up. And as a result, you don't really care about the Elder as much as you normally would.
Right now, last moments before the next big objective does get contested. Someday set off to a sideline, Ebi there to match, but all the TPs, all the summoner spells, everything is up and available. So teams coming in at relatively even footing, all things considered. Yes, there is a pretty big gold discrepancy in the favor of DFM, but there's an Ocean Soul on the side of 100 Thieves, and we're late enough now that that gold is not going to feel nearly as significant.
Yeah, and Tryndamere does so much damage that he's just not going to leave the side lane right now. And he's going to make Someday's job much harder. Every time Someday leaves to join the team or even just kind of rotates over, he's going to get punished. And so right now, Detonation Focus Me are in the same position they were last time where they're not going to be the ones starting the objective. But now with Elder up, that might change.
Big problem. Tryndamere can always threaten the solo. It will take a decent amount of time. Good news is Someday can join the fight without joining the fight through the power of the Cannon Barrage. 100 Thieves need to be confident here. They're going to get the vision. They're going to know it started up. They need to pull the trigger. They need to go in. They need to be ready. That's TF on the flank. He's sprinting down the mid lane. All-out brawl. What can they do? He's going to have to backstep and try to peel so the rest of the team can go in. It's going to be a difficult decision. GP all now coming in. Evie fully committed. They don't have any minions. They don't need any. GP now going in. They're fully committed. The Tryndamere will not die. Oh, they have to burn through him. They have to kick him back. They have to use every form of CC known to man. They stop him. They punch him into the fountain. Oh, it goes through that. It's going to work, and now the fight's kicking off. DFM, they wanted the back door. 100 Thieves said not today.
100 Thieves! Now, the question is, can you end the game? Or does the madness continue? The respawn timers are so long. Surely you can just walk it down and close it out. But Closer and Huhi combining there to kill off the Tryndamere during his ulti. Because the kick from Closer gets him close to the well, and then Huhi headbutts him into the well. And the laser kills you through Tryndamere ultimate, so Evie goes down. Otherwise, he would have had the kill in the next for sure.
This is the most valuable minion in his life right now. This minion is going to lead them to the end of the game.
The president getting escorted. The fountain laser, a legitimate piece of gameplay. What an absolute madhouse. 100 Thieves finding the win, taking down Detonation Focus Me.
Clean stuff. Really a textbook game there from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, just another day.
Yeah, classic punt.
Just another day at the office.
You know, if you guys haven't been practicing the punt the Tryndamere back into the fountain strategy in scrims, you've been wasting time.
That's really what we focus on in the LCS.
Yes.
They had that situation.
They had that lineup,
They had that shit
like,
nailed.
that was clean. I haven't seen, I've seen these movement around a single object like that since the World Cup. You know what I mean?
Incredible.
They're just setting it up.
The most reviewable late game of a lifetime. Yeah, we're going to be running these concepts until 2025.
Yeah. Well, 100 Thieves, at least it wasn't clean. You can see FBI in particular looking very unhappy.
Yeah.
A lot of the 100 Thieves members I do not think played up to their standard, you know, in this tournament, but also really in particular in this game. Arya had an incredible game on the TF. He was roasting them. But a lot of misplays from 100 Thieves, you know, looking, I think, out of sorts. Closer, you know, splitting off from the team bot lane, dying there. FBI, multiple deaths with flash and stopwatch available. That is not something we are used to seeing. And he looked very frustrated with themselves. You know, 100 Thieves, obviously, I still think should be happy with their year overall, grabbing their first title in the LCS, and really showing that they are a team to be reckoned with in North America. But still some work to do here, clearly, on the international stage.
100%. And I think from both teams, the fact that they're on this stage, for a lot of players, new experience, especially for Detonation Focus Me, another loss, but a first time being on the main stage.
Yep.
And they're just getting better and better because through play-ins, you know, they did pretty well, but up against the top teams, of course, struggling. And then especially in week 1 in the main stage, having a really tough time. But I think they're getting better and better around Arya. Team play is working much better for them.
Certainly, and hope that we can continue to see this roster at international events, see if they can continue to make those big runs out of plans. But for now, obviously, we'll see what they can do with the rest of the day. It's going to be difficult overall. But of course, your Oppo player of the game is none other than Huhi. I fully thought we'd be giving this to Arya, but you know who absolutely had to change my mind? None other than the Alistair Master himself.
I mean, I think he had the most mistake-free game. I think that Huhi actually played a very clean game. And here it is one more time. The kick, and then Evie, I guarantee you he was not thinking about that flash headbutt into the fountain laser. The 6th man there coming up clutch for 100 Thieves. Actually, maybe we should reevaluate it. Should it be the fountain that is actually the Oppo player of the game
I'll
here?
take it.
Because the fountain was the only one capable of taking down the Tryndamere at that point in the game.
The only thing in the game capable of killing a Tryndamere. Yeah. I mean, it's something to consider, for sure.
Yeah, it
but we
is.
don't have an interview with the Fountain. After the break, Laura will hear from Huhi, our actual Oppo player of the game, on his first international event since his full swap.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We are gearing up for that interview with Huhi over in Reykjavik, Iceland. But till then, us three are going to try and make sense of what the hell we just witnessed, because that game was wild. What a finish.
I'm still giving Arya my player of the game, by the way.
Honestly, he did.
Salute to Arya. All tournament long, he has played so well. What do you need? Poke, you need split push, you need team fight. He's delivered for the team. Really strong performance for him. And honestly, so close to getting themselves a win.
I feel like it's not even just one aspect either, right? It's like everything. His laning phase has been like surprisingly good. The way he plays the map, we saw with the Twisted Fate ports. Kobe, you were telling me earlier about like his Zoe and the way he can like play these team fights over terrain with some of his bubbles. He's just really solid in pretty much all areas of the game.
Yeah, my heart absolutely breaks for DFN that the win here slipped through their fingers at the very end, because exactly what we're talking about. This team has put in work, and they have shown their stuff on the international stage. Arya in particular, in terms of building this lead against 100 Thieves, putting themselves in position, and then at the end of the day, it comes down to just a singular decision. You're going to call into question the first time they pushed down mid and gave up the Ocean Drake, allowing 100 Thieves the opportunity to live a little bit longer into the game, and then of course making one final call to go for the win, and unfortunately having two kicks available on the team is what spells disaster. It's the Lee Sin kick followed by the headbutt from the Alistar, which will ultimately eliminate the Tryndamere.
Well, this is where you turn the credit towards 100 Thieves for having strong mental in this game, not giving up after being chased around the map by Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate has absolutely dominated so far at group stage. You know, Perks talked about never wanting to lose to another Twisted Fate again. Yep. It has certainly put a lot of teams in a hole here. And 100 Thieves never giving up, being able to actually get back in time for the defense, the clutch knockbacks with the kick into the flash headbutt.
And there it is. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's the composure, and Huhi was the center of that, picking up the Oppo player of the game. I hear the interview is ready, so let's go ahead and send it over to Laura, who is standing by with Huhi in Iceland.
Thank you very much, Dash. And Huhi, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Congrats on taking down DFM. I get that this is not the way you wanted things to go for 100 Thieves this time around, but I feel like being slotted in the T1 and EDG group didn't make things any easier, but can you talk me through what went wrong or what was difficult for you this time around at Worlds?
I think what's difficult was we were kind of slow in adopting the meta. We also started Scream a little too late, but I think in the end, those are all kind of an excuse that we'll just put it out. In the end, I feel like we just didn't perform that well. I think especially me and Vic in the bot lane versus like SKT, we kind of lost the lane that we think that we should have won. And those kind of things impacts a lot in like confidence, mental, and our performance. So I think, yeah, we didn't show like that hot this year, but next year I think we're gonna try to show up.
Yeah, all eyes on next year. And when you think about the whole improvements from 100 Thieves during the whole year, from 4th place in spring to winning the whole championship in summer, qualifying to Worlds, what are the takeaways from this year and this run at Worlds that are gonna help you next year to perform better?
I think the takeaways that I'm going to have is, I think when we play versus teams in NA and when I come to Worlds and I'm playing versus these strong teams, I feel like there's a lot of gap in between still. And first of all, I feel like me and Vic has to step up in mechanical laning phase-wise. And also, even as a team aspect, I think there's so much more to learn as a team. So I'm pretty excited that we can still improve, but it is still sad.
I imagine that, but also talking about you specifically, Huhi, you're one of the few players who managed to go to Worlds at 2 different positions. You were playing on the mid lane with CLG, now back at the support wall with 100 Thieves. What does it say about your achievements in your career, and how proud are you about these achievements?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously happy that I've made the successful transition to support and one split in both roles, but yeah, for me, I think making Worlds is not really an achievement because as a pro player, if you're playing League professionally, I think Worlds is one of the dream competition that you want to be in. And to be in it is obviously an honor, and but also at the same time, that's just a start, in my opinion. So yeah, I think losing like how we did in this Worlds and stuff like that does give me a lot of motivation. That I want to prove something different next time. And also, I'm really happy that Cloud9 did it. It was a miracle run. And as well, like watching that yesterday gave us a lot of hope. But it's just sad that it didn't work out for us.
You're a fantastic player with a great mindset, Huhi. No doubt that this will come around for you next year. And that's all for us now. Thank you so much for the interview. It was nice seeing you again at Worlds, and yeah, good luck next year in the LCS. So and we're gonna take a break now, but after, when we come back, the State Farm Analyst Desk will take a look at Detonation Focus Miss run at Worlds. See you soon.
I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. Poison seeping through my skin. with you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, and even though I was deep within, through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we're gearing up for DFM versus T1. The final outing onto the stage for Detonation Focus Me, but already a very historic run for this LJL squad. I'll remind everybody that they had to play through the play-ins, first out of their group in order to get to this point. Already history made. And while they are winless so far in the group stage, I think that's what's on their minds right now, to add to that already historic run with the possibility of a win over the winningest org in the history of League of Legends, T1.
What does everybody want at Worlds in the boot camp? Just to even take a game off Faker in solo queue. But on the World stage now, they have the chance. We've been talking up Aria all day long for this team. Now he gets a shot.
Yeah, and I feel like, right, that's the hype matchup, Arya versus Faker. But you look all over the Rift for this one. I mean, Evi's had some cool picks this tournament, had some good performances going up against Kana, who's been dominant. Their bottom lane for the side of T1 has been highly touted. I feel like anywhere you can take a win against T1 is a high accolade.
Yeah, by the same token, Faker is no stranger to going up against emerging regions or minor regions who bring everyone to the mid lane to try and take him out. So he's definitely going to be prepared for it, I think. But if DFM can make the game messy, they have a shot.
This is also week 2 at T1, and
the scarier version.
They are notoriously much more scary in week 2, and it's already shown in the play thus far. Really well coordinated, controlling neutral objectives super early on. You know, especially their game earlier versus EDG, definitely impressive. So it bodes very scary.
Now, while the game does not have standing stakes, it can still mean a lot for this LJL squad. And for T1, don't drop it if you want to contest for that #1 spot. We're back over to the boys for the call.
Oh, the boys. I like
it's
that.
us.
It's us.
We're the boys.
Yep. Hello, boys here. Yeah, and I think it's the... Wow, I just ruined my... I can't... I feel like a bad SNL again. Here we are heading to picks and bans.
This is our job, by the way.
0-5 for DFM. You know, I think obviously monumental again that they have made it this far, but very, very hard group.
Yeah, I mean, if only they had an easy group like FPX and Damwon.
Oh!
It would have been free. Straight through the quarters.
Okay, maybe a little too soon, but you know, I respect the body's still fresh, but I respect you. You gotta do what you gotta do. Lee Sin banned away alongside the Lucian. LeBlanc now coming up. That's the triple L. We'll see if it's gonna be 6 Ls after this one, with the Relia now taking off the board as well.
Yumi's available. Interesting to see if DFM is willing to pay Umi, or if T1's willing to give it away. Last time they gave Yumi away.
I think they'd be willing to play it. I mean, we saw Steel have a fantastic Talon game. That pairing is really strong. If you're not going to ban it and you're not willing to pick it, well, you're going to give Red Side a really strong one.
You have to.
It feels like it's a must at this point. It's just such a strong champion.
Certainly the case. T1 will see what their answer is going to be. I mean, earlier today they showed that they can very much beat the Yuumi. I think the Poppy pick just generally very strong. If she ever dismounts anywhere near Poppy, she's dead. All the champions that Yuumi wants to pair with want to dash anyway, so we'll see if that's going to be the priority. Maybe it's something that DFM try to proactively take away.
I mean, my assumption is they'll probably just go Leona on 3. I think that Leona has been another really highly prized support. Does give them the ability to engage. Going double AD carry in their 1-2, you're expecting this to be Graves top for Kana. Of course, you do have the other option of just going a more defensive route and going an Enchanter to match the laning power of Yuumi.
Exactly, and it'll at least give them pressure through bot lane. I'm expecting that to be a Lulu on 3, because they definitely don't want that to be taken away. The Thresh is available. Keria is a great Thresh player, so that is an option if they just want to play directly to bot lane.
See what the options are going to be. I really just generally like the Yuumi Jhin pairing though. Jhin obviously so strong on his own, wants to sit in the back line anyway and kind of rain down a little bit more poke, soften them up before the fight starts. So it does free up Yuumi to be more focused on those bruiser style champions. But who are they going to pick to pair with this Yuumi so effectively? The Zoe, not what we normally look for, but now a lot of poke on the side of DFM. They have actually just so much poke, huge range advantage at this point. Have to see how they can utilize it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the Lulu being hovered, but that's an Arya special. That's been his best champion domestically and at this tournament. So not surprised that in what feels like your final game, you want to show your best self, and putting yourself on the Zoe, I think a good call.
This stage now heading into the ban phase though. Lulu picked up. Keria and Gumayusi set up to dominate the bottom side of the map if they get going. Always difficult to take down Nephelios when he's paired with this Lulu.
Yeah, the Talon ban, I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, I called it out earlier. Steel had actually had a really good game against EDG. It wasn't a loss, but really was a standout player for them. And that pairing alongside Yuumi is something that Owner and Keria also showed really can be very, very powerful. You can also look towards the top lane ban. Evie has been getting Urgot banned against him all the time. They already have their top laner, and we're expecting DFM to just ban away mid laners here to try to protect Faker.
Yeah, I would have expected a perfect composition for DFM to be Jace and Xin. Good thing that Xin was banned, but they can still find a jungler that can fill that position just as a frontliner, just because you're going to have a pretty poke pick type of composition on the side of DFM, so still a few things available.
Taking their time on this final ban from the side of DFM. Have to be careful about what they pick here. Really pondering the options. The J4 are going to be the one that comes out. Makes a lot of sense. A lot of immobile carries so far from what we've seen on the side of DFM.
Yeah, and I also think that, honestly, T1 needs some sort of engage, right? You know, they can play it a little bit slower, a little bit kite back, but like Graves generally wants someone to engage for him to set him up. Not going to get baited by the hover, but it would be cool.
Season 3. Flashbacks? Okay. Also Season 3, but like every season, less spicy.
Yeah.
Well, now if it's Orianna, I feel like for sure Owner's going to go for some sort of an engage. You generally want setup for this. You're playing double AD carry with 2 shielding champions. You want some sort of a front line that can actually create space so that they can move forward. And I wonder what we're going to see here coming out as the answer to Kana in the top lane. Can't say I would be a fan of Renekton. Renekton just feels so weak on this patch, but it is going to be Renekton. And now, unless you draft something that's like dominating in jungle, I just don't see how you can really punish the Graves.
Do they just send Graves jungle and immediately slap a Kennen top down? One of Kana's best picks. Picked it a ton pretty much every time it was open.
Good. I just think compositionally you end up with a bit of a weird space, right? Like because you don't have any sort of real engage on T1. Doesn't mean that they couldn't just blow you out in the laning phase and win like that, but it does feel a little bit harder. And Shaco!
Okay.
I think he actually brought this out in the LJL a number of times. I want to say, I don't have the stat right to mind, but I want to say it's something like 4-0. Like he played it a significant amount of times
Insane.
in the LJL.
4 times confirmed. Thank you, Marcus.
Wow.
And he also drew bans in the LJL. So this is not actually a troll pick. This is not a it's our last game of Worlds. Haha. It's actually a real pick. It is respected in the LJL. And it's very exciting. I think throwing a curveball like this makes a lot of sense.
And for me, just instantly looking at the mid lane. You want to be able to get flash off of Faker on the Orianna and set Arya up to succeed. I believe that has to be the strategy. Either way, look towards your top side of the map and getting Evie and Arya ahead.
So Owner goes for the Kiana. That is going to be their way to get things started. Send it to Kiana, paired up with the Orianna to deliver that shockwave follow-up potentially. It is a very squiffy composition here on T1. Going to have to kite out the initial engage from the champions like the Shaco, like the Renekton, like the Yuumi. But if you can actually back off, they have so much damage coming through that the front line is going to get roasted from DFM.
And you have an Aphelios with an Orion and a Lulu standing next to him. You've got a Graves with an Orion and a Lulu standing next to him. He's going to be very fast. He's going to be very hard to kill if those initial cooldowns do not finish him off.
That being said, if you can get ahead here as DFM, and that is a big if because T1's early game is legendary, you can run over these types of squishy compositions. You find an engage from ahead, everyone can start to crumble on the T1 side.
That's why I'm interested in the first clear here for Steel, because if you can get a flash through mid lane or change up timings on the top side of the map, so now, sure, Graves, who's been throughout the tournament running rough shot top lane, getting pushed it off, just picking up plates on turret, then great. You have a Renekton that's rolling. You have a play around Dragon, maybe even a TP advantage. So really interested to see what Steel's pathing is.
I'm also interested to see if T1's actually going to invade Shaco, because a lot of Shacos, really do kind of depend on the early box setup to have a super fast clear, especially some Shacos do the boxes at multiple camps, right? Trying to really accelerate the clear speed. And in a lot of organized plays, people will actually just do a strong invade as long as they're confident they're level 1 to try to just pop the boxes back out and really slow down the Shaco's clear.
You can see Keria hovering. Has Gumayusi in the area.
Yeah, it's line of scrimmage, though. I don't think that they are looking to do it. And this first Shaco box is actually really smart, because if T1 were to invade, they at least have this one to try to defend.
It's going to spot them out if they step too far forward. Swept and taken down. But now they can be reasonably sure that Shaco is starting on the top side, or at least not able to start multiple camps as they've cleared Raptors. Maybe he is on red, maybe he's on top side. They're not 100% certain.
You can even see here on top side Kana just walking in just to get any vision on if he could see Shaco.
And this is actually pretty smart. So I think they basically anticipated it. He puts one defensive box over by the red buff to just cover the invade, and then 2 boxes here on Wolves. So he's actually not starting a buff. He is potentially starting there on the Wolves to just actually circumvent this. And he'll drop a 3rd box over at the blue. So he'll clear the Wolves, he'll move up to the blue, pull the blue back into that box, have his cooldown up for potentially another, and try to really accelerate that clear while making it safe from the invade.
Thankfully, T1 will still be able to get to see what side of the map he's starting on. Of course, late ward being put down by Kana, so should recognize Steel's going to be looking for bot side, maybe even challenging for bot scuttle, so Owner will be ready for that.
But you can also see the comparison between a Shaco and a leashless Kiana jungle start. The pace, obviously, very much in favor of the Shaco early on. Has Ignite as well. So, see how Steel wants to play this. If you've played solo queue ever in your life, you know how miserable it is to be ganked by a Shaco. Very oppressive champion early in the game.
And with Hail of Blades here as well, the early game power pretty high. I am expecting it to be an AD Shaco. So, it'll be interesting to see exactly where he wants to go. If he's going to go straight towards Mythic, if he's going to go Ghostblade, which we've seen a lot of lethality champions rushing towards, or even something more like an Umbral Glaive to control vision.
He's pinging this top side, and so good thing Kana was able to get that ward off so he can just back away from the wave and play as safely as possible. It makes it so now Owner knows that he can play for this mid lane for Scuttle, but Faker
going in is immediately going to get the flash out to show poison on top of that big early damage.
I love that. He didn't even use the Ignite. It's so common to see people just autopilot on that, press the Ignite on their first gank, but he forces the flash without using it, and now could run into Owner here, and he would have Ignite advantage, but Owner does have red buff and Steel does not.
Be difficult. Is he going to go for the play? If he baits him into the box, it should be decent setup. Backstab going to be important here, but good ward from Owner just to make sure he has been the entire time.
And just take a look at the bot lane. You're going to have Gumayusi and Keria moving up because they've had Cryo now. So even with the work Steel's been putting down, going to be pushed off of Scuttlecraft.
And I got to say, while Faker did have to burn flash there, and it's been a solid early game. Hold that thought, Arya. Going forward. Big damage. Finished in first blood. Faker! This man does not stop. Last game was the Twisted Fate show. Even though it was a loss, he comes out and he first bloods Faker 1v1.
Back-to-back games. Arya showing up and they're TP top.
Zoe now coming in as well. Evie now dashing through, stacking up the rage, has Conqueror proc. Not going to be able to see him in the smoke screen, but now they're stepping forward. Kana's going to be in trouble dashing into the bush, but Arya can just walk forward. He doesn't have enough health. Arya taking his time on this one. This man is out of his mind. 2 kills already.
Crown this man. Insane start from Arya, and really smart from Evie to just play around the minion wave so Graves couldn't even get a return kill there.
And I honestly did not think I would need to use this graphic today, but here we go. Let me remind you that we are expecting 5-1-5-1 tiebreaker end of the day. We want to complete the EDG T1 best of 3. That's what the people are waiting for. But DFM they're looking to get one win on the board. If they get that one win over T1, EDG beating 100 Thieves, and Lost 100 Thieves also beat EDG, that's EDG out in first, SKT out in second, T1 rather.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a huge win. I will say Steel's clear has been incredibly slowed down. You know, they were playing so heavily around that bot scuttle, and he still had all 3 bot side camps available. He now did get his red, but he lost his Krugs. Looks like he's going to lose his Raptors here as well. And we can watch this one more time, just walking straight up, using the cleanse for the move speed, auto into the sleep, backs out of turret range, and then the paddle star around the minions, plus the empowered auto, the stolen flash to bounce right back out. That is clean from Aria.
Absolutely. Owner now stepping forward, though, on the bottom side. They're going to have to respect it on the side of DFM. Already one plate getting taken down. Remember, Shaco was the crazy variable. Aria certainly coming out as well. Something T1 might not have been ready for, but otherwise across the map, it really is a full court press. Mid lane really the only strong point right now for DFM. Faker potentially in trouble here. 2-shoot poison. No follow-up auto attack.
Yeah, just thought of Fog there. And just as a reminder, Shaco is not seen if he queues in Fog anymore. So still a positive thing for Shaco players there, where no flash on Faker, just losing HP off of these ganks.
And you can see Evie's trying to hold the wave, but this always gets a little bit dicey when you're already kind of low on health. You know, he's trying to make it feel risky for Kana. Kana's so healthy, and he does have a ward in the river. And until you actually have levels on Shaco, like, you can't just queue over the wall and get all the way into the lane. So he's feeling pretty safe, and I do think that Evie overplayed his hand. When you really try to freeze into a heavy wave like that, you take so much harass. And unless the jungler is there immediately to punish, it doesn't get you anything. And in this case, T1 is actually looking to dive instead. Unless Evie hits 6, he's in danger. Oh, the whip.
Kana just hit level 6. Ulti going wide is big. Owner can now step forward. Waterblade, if he double dashes to the wave, will he hit 6? Wants to clear it, is immediately going to hit 6, is immediately now going to ult. He's holding on and he's moving back. That's Owner's flash gone. Steel now on the way in. Ignite coming in from the invisible Shaco. Will now be revealed. Kana holding the line, though, playing with confidence.
That was actually really well played. Evie dashing into the wave, killing just enough minions to get 6. They get 2 flashes off that for just the ulti and the ignite.
And Steel also just backing him up there, was on Gromp and in position in case that was happening, so they didn't feel concerned about it. But yeah, it started with Evie taking a bad trade, but in the end, able to defend him.
Evie now going to push this wave in. Kana backing off. Looks like they are going to fish for the collapse here. Steel, of course, has already backed Evie. Right when we praise him, it might be a little bit too late, but there's no CC here, and that means he should be able to make it out. They'll take out the burst damage, barely!
Ooh. Oh, yikes. That actually hurts. I thought he was at least TPing to base, so he would have been back to base quicker, but does get out. Unfortunately means his recall is going to be pretty delayed, as he was just TPing to that tier 2. But either way, does escape. And maybe Steel needed to stay around a little bit longer, but I think they made the read. Kana's really low. They both just flashed. They expected T1 to have reset. They stay out on the map for a longer time there. They do get out the TP.
And so now I'm seeing T1 stabilizing, and a lot of it's based off of Gumayusi and Keria. Earlier on, they were able to threaten dive, push gang on Yutapon off the wave, and so they're behind. And they've been at under turf for quite some time, so maybe Steel can upset that. He is positioning for a gang.
Invisible has a Yuumi attached to him. That's an obnoxious combo. Gumayusi, though, the sidestep. Exhaust immediately coming out, and he's firing back. Polymorph on the Shaco. Very squishy champion. Ulti now coming in. He is not scared of that Shaco. Instant turn to burn from Gumayusi. Perfect guns. Perfectly played.
If Yutapon was able to get that snare on Gumayusi, that would have changed a little bit more. But man, what a great response from them and Keria to get the kill back.
Yeah, it's all about the sidestep from Gumayusi there. Just beautifully played by him, dodging the Jin W. And as soon as that comes down, Steel knows that he can't actually close the gap, so he's immediately retreating. But he is not 6. His farm has been very slow here. You can see a number of camps actually behind Owner, who already is 6. So you don't have a lot of defensive tools there. When you use the Q in, no way to really get out.
Yeah, and it's getting worse and worse here. Just taking a look at this now on the setup. I like the idea because T1 would be in position for a dragon, as you can see, with Owner in the river. But yeah, they turn it on their head, able to get enough damage. Ignite also pinging so they can get the kill on towards Shaco. Now looking towards Rift Herald.
And the thing is, if you make a single misstep in that gank, you are guaranteed to die. He had no ammo on 2 guns, which means he gets to cast 4 abilities in the space of half a second, and he might get to do it again. Steel now running. Evie now going forward, just wants to focus his kill on Kana, and he's going to grab at least 1. Fury not stacked quite yet. Steel has to be careful on this one. Level 6 has the ultimate and can use it, but the Yuumi will reveal who the real one is. Still, the clone Shaco going in. The Renekton locked into the wall. The Shaco locked up anyway. Keria can backstep, but now they're going in. It's a fear coming out. Evie will go down. Yutapon stepping forward. Faker, no mana in the area. Arya is here. 4-shot available. The Gumayusi just going to start to walk it down. DFM, scrappy fight on the top side.
Yeah, DFM did not expect everyone from TM to be there, or T1 to be there, rather. As the bot lane was already there, when Steel jumps over the wall and Gumayusi and Carrier are waiting for him, they were not ready for that, but Evie does get the solo kill on Nakana, so not bad whatsoever.
Yeah, the setup happened during the replay. It looks like now Steel's looking for another play on Gumayusi. But in the end, T1, their aim was Rift Herald. They can still go towards it. They're keeping their bot side up in the top lane. And so it's going to be pretty difficult for Detonation Focus Me to kind of try to stop them. Here they are.
Oh, very high stakes to go into the Felios. He's got all the guns that he needs. He's going in. He's healing up. What are you doing? This is when the champion is the strongest. You just walked right into melee range.
Your red gun, white gun, and a Lulu right next to you. Steel learned that one the hard way.
Red, white, don't fight.
Yeah, that was a math test, and DFM did not pass.
They didn't have the calculator.
Nope. It's hard without the old
Red
TI
plus white
83.
equals gray. That's the math on that one. You hate to see it happen.
You do hate to see it. T1 now pushing in the mid lane. Their lead steadily growing. Yes, some strong individual moments from the side of DFM. Arya now fishing in for big damage. And while that looks good, the 2K gold deficit certainly does not.
That's true. But if you squint, you could only see what was happening in the middle of the screen. Be like, DFM's doing great.
If we highlighted it like one of those Chinese TikToks where you can't see the scoreboard whatsoever, just a little right there, it would have been perfect. Ooh, Faker.
So Shaco definitely not working out so far. I mean, it's tough, honestly. You're playing essentially like what works as an assassin here, kind of. And every time he's going in against Kara, he has to use the Q to actually get in. But then when that's on cooldown, he just gets polymorphed immediately, and he's getting exploded during the polymorph pretty much every single time. Really starting to actually struggle, both to keep up in farm and to actually really get anything done in these plays.
That's why I want them to use Arya a little bit more. A lot of the times they think they're strong enough to be able to just come in as a trio, knowing that Owner is back in base, or earlier on in the game knowing that Owner was in the opposite side of the map. But just use a strong point of the map. He's been doing really well here, and now they're trying to make that happen.
Okay, damage, but while we all know what it feels like to play against the Fed Shaco, you might now recognize what a behind Shaco does, and it is very little.
Yeah, I mean, Steel is so unthreatening. Like, you have to kill Gumayusi to do anything. Gumayushi's playing with Exhaust. He has Carrier behind him on the Lulu. He has a full shield bow completed, and it's a phage pickaxe. You know, there's no threat whatsoever from Steel. So at this point, T1 should feel confident, just show up to objectives, start taking them, and make DFM come to you.
It really is just going to be the Gumayusi show. Of course, all of T1, though, looking relatively strong. You can see Faker still, mid lane pressure, still getting plates, but he's going to go Tabby, he's going to go Collector, and he's going to one-shot you. He's not going to need to auto-attack, he will just push abilities.
Yeah, and once again, Utapon and gang have to leave this turret. This free turret plates there, going over to Gumayusi and Carrier. And yeah, Rift Herald being placed. This is something that T1 can just do on repeat. Regardless of where Gumayusi and Carrier are sitting, they can just consistently play around their strongest piece, and it's working out well for them.
See the struggle for Steel. It's just going to take a lot of time to clear that out. Arya flashing through, trying to outplay Faker. Faker flashing over the wall, however. Portal jump, where's it going to go? Second Herald charge on the bottom side. Arya desperate to finish the kill, but will not find another 1v1. Has a stolen flash. Faker forced to retreat, so Arya should be able to trade a little bit of something back.
And I've got to say, yes, it's very clearly looking like it's going one way at this point, but Arya has played like such a monster today. He is truly showing that he is world-class. He absolutely gapped Avadaga last game. He's gotten the kill, and he's gotten the pressure on Faker this game. Yes, he got some help from Shaco, but he is playing so well today.
Definitely is. Owner's just going to do what he can to catch the experience and the wave, and T1 just steadily pulling ahead. Again, small moments, good moments from DFM, but sadly the Shaco really shut down in the early game. Makes it feel like it's going to be so hard for them to get anything done to stop T1's steadily snowballing gold.
Yeah, they have to do something about Kana here. I say that as Gumayusi and Carrier are back in the top lane to back him up and get this top turret. But he's just been a beast throughout the tournament, having the highest CS differential, and overall has been getting a lot of draft resources. The Graves has been a real power piece for him.
He's also getting a lot of owner resources up there in that top lane.
I think the difficult part too now is they just keep sending him to different lanes. He keeps farming, he's pulling ahead of the Renekton despite having 2 deaths already, and now Gumayusi, they're just using him as a strong point, rotating around the map, breaking down all these towers. Is he going to get the plate before 14 minutes? No. No, he is not.
Yep, well, they did take that tower down. The lead really growing here now for T1. The Chemtech Putrefier is done for Keria. 2,000 gold lead there on the AD. 1,500 on supports. There's nothing to sneeze at either. And I mean, really, it's becoming very difficult. The only one who has a lead is Arya, and it's small enough that it's going to be difficult for him to make anything happen.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the top side jungle here, just great amount of vision control there for T1, and there's a ton of gold being put on this second tier turret. So right now, DFM have to try for a play, and it looks like it's going to be on Kana.
Kana now backing off. That's the Shaco clone, but instantly going to see that deleted. And now suddenly, there's a Kiana running. He's going to get caught out by the sleep. Arya not going to turn back and try to fire again. Steel waiting in the darkness, but he's just forced to recall. T1 really not scared of DFM whatsoever.
But that's the benefit here from having so much vision in the top side, is that they didn't see them cutting through the top lane straight to the jungle. And now they're going to have first touch of this turret. So great job from T1 overall, making use of Gumayusi.
I mean, they just know they're so insanely far ahead. You just send Gumayusi up, start hitting the tower. Orianna and Lulu stand behind you. What are they going to do? Their wave clear isn't strong enough. They can't actually walk up to them and fight them either. So there's bleeding towers left and right here. They got both up in that top lane. They move mid. They take that. And T1 really starting to run away with this one.
And I just don't even know who the Shaco Yuumi combo can kill. You look at this combo without the item screen, and you go, that must be lethal. That's 2 ignites, that's an exhaust on top of a chilling smite, a Shaco with Halo Blaze. But then you take into account where they are relative to the opposing team, it's just so underwhelming.
I mean, I think that there's a few people that they could kill if they can catch them out, you know, away from a tower and in a 2v1. But the problem is T1 is grouping up constantly. They're not overextending in these lanes.
Yeah.
You know, if you catch Faker or even Kana, you know, overextending in the lane, you could probably run them down. But T1 is never giving you the opportunity. They're always within the same quadrant as each other, so you just have to live a couple seconds and you're going to have backup, and that has been the case every single time.
And since the early mistakes there from Faker just being picked out, I mean, he's been playing really safe and playing around phase rush and flash. So he doesn't have flash right now. He's not putting himself in a bad position. So TP coming through.
Forward, Secret Trouble Bubble not going to connect. Rather, Paddle Star will not connect now, trying to burn down Kana. Immortal Shield Bow proc. They will find the kill. It takes them a lot of resources, but T1, not a lot for them to take on the top side. Well, Herald just spawned, so never mind. I take that back.
Yeah, the jungle camps being taken down. I mean, at this point, they're just going to try and at least chip at this mid lane inner while Rift Herald is being placed here. And with how much vision that they have on the map right now, they could actually just say, we're not going to base, we're just going to use Rift Herald now, and then bounce between both mid and top lane and just choose which one has the biggest wave.
And I mean, I think part of the difficulty here as well for DFM wasn't already hard enough is that because Yuumi has just been paired up with Steel for so long now, Unipawn has kind of been hung out to dry, right? He can't actually really move forward. He has to deal with this potential Kiana. There's always Gumayusi and Keria stuck together as a duo, so he's just kind of getting scraps and falling further and further behind this insanely fed Aphelios.
Definitely an incredibly difficult map state. DFM, respect for fishing for the opportunities, finding that, but it only gets harder again as Graves gets more items under his belt. You can see starting to work towards a VT now at this stage of the game. And the man who's going to be unkillable, I think, for the rest of the game, short of a miracle from the side of DFM, is Gumayusi. You see it now. Collector finished. He's the conqueror, lethality of Aphelios. This is so oppressive if it gets a lead.
Yeah, he's huge right now. So next fight, I would imagine it to be around Dragon. Don't think DFM can really take a fight on that one. They're pinging topside turret, and I believe that's just the right decision. Just try and trade across the map. And if we're just talking about the support jungle duo, it seems like Kana's going to be needing some defense.
Shockwave to delete the wave. You like it. Steel. Let's get the ulti down. Faker isolated to the side, and they are going to be able to break down mid-tier 1, but it looks like at the cost of bot tier 2, maybe even tier 3 if the Herald can get a second charge.
It's going to get a second charge for sure. They haven't even started their recalls until just now, so it's going to be a while. I don't think that they'll be able to finish it off, but T1 is just going mid. They're going to push up that as well. So they're going to try to threaten multiple tier 2s at the same time here. And again, the gold lead is extending further and further, and they will get that tier 3.
Now the wave is set up in the mid lane as well. DFM, maybe they try to go for the fight here, but the tower getting lower and lower. Evie gonna dash in, is gonna get some good damage in with the Gore Drinker as well, but it's just gonna get popped. Has the ultimate, has the Gore Drinker, but it's not nearly enough. Red-white, definitely time for DFM not to fight, to back away.
It's getting depressing really quickly, Dracos.
Yeah.
It's getting to that point. Evie busting out of his suit to see if he can start a fight, anything for his team. But yeah, I said trade and got Rift Herald was a thing, so really good decision from T1 to just say, well, we have vision in the bottom side jungle. We can just literally bounce from bot and hip turret, mid inner turret, and now DFM is just struggling to find anything on the map.
This is brutal.
They got a Gromp.
They got a Gromp. I started the game, I saw 2 kills for the Zoe, and I believed in a miracle. And that belief is being slowly choked out of me by a Gigafed Aphelios and all of T1. And this is why they are currently fighting with EDG for first seed. And again, how much they have stepped up. We saw the first game versus EDG, they got absolutely blasted. It was not even remotely close. EDG playing to a T, second time around, clean things up, playing a lot better, and we are now poised, if 100 Thieves can't make the upset, for the Game 3, the rematch, the tiebreaker.
And this was kind of always the story of T1 in the past, at previous Worlds. They ramp up throughout the tournament, get better and better. They've always been so adept at learning from their mistakes, at adjusting to the meta, at finding their niche within those powerful picks. And when they do, they're so tough to beat, especially because their early game is just so ridiculous this year. They've such an incredibly skilled roster of players, and now starting up this Baron.
Steel gonna have to live up to his name. 5K getting lower. Shaco Smite, level 10. Can he get it? 4K, they don't have vision on it, 3K. T1 want to flip it, they're ready. Are they just gonna hold it at 3.5? They're not autoing the Baron. Yes, now they are again, 2.8. Taking their time. Evie off to the side, just trying to bait the fight. It looks like they're going to find one with the ulti. Evie now getting pulled up, using his ultimate as well. Gumayushi backing up the Baron, but the Baron, they're still leashing it. They're still holding on to that point. Order almost one-shot. Curtain call now coming out. T1 really trying to force DFM to come into them, trying to bait a mistake, but DFM playing it slow, not really giving much up.
That was the best thing they're done by DFM, and now they're pivoting for a fight. Arya's coming from a flank.
It's going to be easy to land the bubble. Bubble coming through. Now Faker going to be locked up, forced to flash away. Now Arya stepping forward. Looks like a creep going to tank that one. Pretty massive. Faker's still rooted. Steel off to the side, but the Shaco not too menacing. DFM forcing T1 back, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get much else.
Not able to do anything really besides get them off the Baron, because again, T1 just kites it out. They stay together as this squad. Arya poking away as much as he can, but there's no real threat of a counter Baron on DFM side either.
Yeah, and I just liked what DFM did as a response, because Owner was the one that was sitting in a flank spot looking for a fight. He didn't want to be in the pit. He wanted to force DFM's hand to put themselves in a position where they had to fight. But Steel was right behind the pit. No one trying to push him off. Looking for another kill on a Faker. That was a close one.
Yeah. The bubble going through the wall and off the map. That had connected. You have to feel like Faker would have dropped.
The paddles are also very, very close there. You got to respect taking those swings here. Arya knows it's a long shot to come back in this game, but you've got to find picks if you want to have any hope whatsoever. But T1 just focusing so much on vision control. Look at all the sweepers they've got. They've got the Umbleglaive here as well on Owner, you know, going more for the vision control, vision denial, just trying to shut DFM out of this game.
And that's been the strength of T1 in this group. They have the highest support jungle proximity. A lot of the time, vision is nailed down by Owner and Keria. They've done a great job at it, and it's surprising for such a young roster. Of course, specifically looking at Owner being that rookie this year with Gumayushi. So really good look for the team. You said that they were skilled, and it looks like they have the fundamentals down pat.
Very crucial.
And it feels like we're kind of just on this collision course for the tiebreaker. At the end of the day, of course, there is the chance that DFM can make something happen, or that 100 Thieves could potentially pull off a miracle. But given any sort of upset, nothing like that happens, it is going to be T1 versus EDG, meeting for that first place seed. And EDG, despite being the LPL #1 4 times now, have never come out of groups #1. They always come out in second place. They always seem to fall short at Worlds, and T1 is looking to try to make that happen here once more.
INTZ tiebreaker. Got H2K out in first seed. Thank you, INTZ. Part of the 2016 run. C, BDG can make just a small bit of history today by taking T1 down in the tiebreaker, but of course, one game at a time for now. Steel locked up, has to play careful. Of course, the Yuumi is getting stronger. She does have the Luden's Echo completed, so isolated members of T1 are still very much vulnerable, but when they play as kind of this death ball, it's so hard to get through both the Orianna and the Lulu shielding.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back there. I guess the blue trinket is being hidden by the control ward, but ultimately, wow, that's a lot of damage on a ward's owner. They just wanted to play with time there, knowing that Graves was just threatening down bot lane. No one was responding to him. Now, Renekton is going down there, but think T1's doing a good job playing it respectfully, and now they should just start up. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they're going to try to force here. I mean, they have no engage, so they can't really pick a lot of their fights. The only way to get fights is to actually go to the Baron, but then they have no tank, so the Baron is somewhat dangerous. They're relying on these shields, and DFM trying to get in here to stop them, but it is going down fast.
Leaping out, heavy off to the side. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get into the pick. Can they do it? Steel. Can he find the miracle? He ults, but that just means he does not have time to land the smite. DFM now trying to force the fight in the meantime. Gumayusi on the backside, but he has not taken any damage yet. Red, white, do not fight. Do not take this one. Gumayusi finding a kill onto the Shaco. In the meantime, all of DFM running. Yutapon got the 4-shot in the extra movement speed. Arya trying to lay down some damage from downtown, but Evi just going into the meat grinder and getting chewed up. Owner can leap forward with the water blade in a moment. 3 members of DFM left standing as they back away, but T1 with the Baron can push in for so much more.
Gumayusi, oh yes!
Okay, I see you.
Oh, that's
Owner
Faker.
is
Hello,
styling.
Faker.
Here we are. Hello.
Faker TP. Arya fishing for one more kill. Won't be a solo kill, but goes golden. Kana there to body block the follow-up Paddle Star, and T1 just marching down mid lane. They've got a Baron-empowered wave. It might be enough to end the game, but Steel coming back. It feels like instead it will just be 2 quick inhibitors picked up.
Hey, they want to go for it. At least Kana's just trying to pressure that one turret. But yeah, just take a look at this. It's just insane. Gumayusi unkillable. Doesn't need to use his sums on that one. On one side, and on the other hand, Owner are looking from a flank, and that's just been what Owner has been doing throughout this game. Has been really creative with the vision that they do have. And taking out this Axe effect replay here, DFM wanted to push in. A great call to use ulti just to stun up the members of DFM so they don't have a chance to steal.
Yeah, and then it's all about the shockwave from here. As the 3 members of DFM try to exit out, Faker finds him as he has so many times before. No chance for them to get in, no chance for them to get away, and Faker again.
Locked up. Faker taking his time with this one. Clockwork wind up and a command attack gonna finish that kill off. Steel running, he's invisible, but T1 are still hunting him down anyway. On the chase, Whimsy does come out. T1 feels like all but certain victory. We're looking for really miracles, true, actual, honest-to-goodness miracles at this point for DFM, is T1 now pushing on the top side and are set to end the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough one for DFM overall. Really hard not being able to find that win, but a great showcase of their talent. Arya has been a real great star, but they have to draw the line in the sand somewhere. One last fight.
The ulting, they can see that one coming. Steel going invisible. Faker potentially off to the side, but no, Gumayusi still finding these kills left and right. Doesn't matter what guns he has anymore. He's just too far ahead. All of T1 now collapsing on the Nexus. Going for a few more cheeky kills. Why not? They've got the time, and it is certainly their game, but absolute dominance here from T1.
Made no mistake about it, T1 grabbed their 5th win of the group stage here. And now will be guaranteed at the very least the tiebreaker for first. They become 100 Thieves fans, see if they can knock out EDG, save them a little time at the end of the day. But if that does not happen, we are going to be having that tiebreaker between T1 and EDG, who has been getting ramped up here in week 2.
Yeah, and T1 is just a scary team. Jungle, top lane, have been a real force in this tournament. And Owner on his Kiana, this is a great showcase of just his creativity, as I mentioned. A great playmaker. They don't have to start and flip around objectives. They just want to force those fights, and their team fights have been crisp.
And I think the thing that I really love from the side of T1 is that, in Gumayusi, obviously you have so many individual performers, but in this game, Shaco, obviously not something you're probably scrimming against, not something you see a ton. You played against it in solo queue. Despite that, the team reacted so well. That little ward on the top side for Kana, very big difference. The confidence to move in, getting bot prio, contesting the crabs. And while, yes, maybe there's some arguments that Steel could have played it differently, I think the one unknown element, this Shaco pick, they played so well around.
I mean, they played very well around the win conditions of their opponents, trying to lock them down, trying to cover their bases, make sure that they weren't able to snowball. And then honestly from there, it just felt like it's a skill difference, right? T1 are so adept at the team fights, so adept in lanes.
Absolutely. Well, with that T1 win, it's time for us to step away and prepare for 100 Thieves to chase a final win at Worlds against EDG. And while we all get ready, check out 100 Thieves Picks Industry Baby by Lil Nas X is the song that represents their play style. You can find it and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official Law playlist on Spotify.
Woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Flying with fire and we'll burn it all down.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the way. Look.
Legends never die when the world is coming near. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. In time you'll bleed for reaching greatness. Relentless, you'll survive.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Lore is getting set up in Iceland to interview Faker in just a few moments. But in the meantime, we'll break down this victory by T1 over Detonation Focus Me. Important that they move to that 5-1 record so that they keep pace with what EDG could put up by the end of the day. I know, well, I know you were really hoping for the upset there so that EDG could just lock it up in the next game. But at the very least, if they get it done against 100 Thieves, we will have a tiebreaker for first. All of that said, there was a moment
A brief moment, albeit at the beginning of the game, where Team Aria looked like they could maybe get it done. The early kill on the Faker solo.
James, my face went from giant smile at the champ select in the beginning of this game to, shoot, it is running away quick. Because they start out, champ select. Shaco gets picked up. By the way, not Shaco. It's Shaco, and Faco is the clone. I thought he was actually going to go AP because AP Shaco is a little bit stronger in my opinion and just a better playstyle for pro play. But still, super happy to see it because it's the first champion that I made. Every time I've seen it come out in pro play, though, it has flopped. So I was very sad to see him, going melee range on the Aphelios with Lulu there and having white gun most of the time.
Hey, he blew that flash on Faker, and if that flash doesn't get blown, Ari doesn't get that solo kill.
Exactly. The combo in the beginning, ganking mid, instantly getting the flash, then Arya pushes him under the turret with that, no flash, dives it, completes. That's your first goal, versus SKT.
Yeah,
as a
get
team,
one on the board.
Getting that actual kill on him. Of course, the comeback from SKT tells a very different story, but.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I think, Gumayushi popping off. His Aphelios skin was absolutely insane. Even just, hitting on their draft. I really love T1's prio of Aphelios Lulu coming in. I think all the LCK teams have had such a good read on what is good right now in the current meta. And I mean, it looked sketchy at first, right? The solo kill mid, he goes top, gets another kill. Even Evie got a solo kill on Kana up in top side. But it's still always so T1 were in the driver's seat. They had a 1K gold lead from very early on.
That's the thing that I wanted to point out right there is the fact that you had early kills going the way of DFM, and instead it's T1 sporting the gold lead. And again, to me, that is one of the key characteristics of top teams at World Championships and international events is they somehow manage to cobble together gold leads even through non-typical means. And then you get to the late game, and of course, a team like Team 1 will find the fight they need to ultimately take it. Huge Kiana ult there coming out of Owner to put this one in the bag. End of the day, though, I mean, for T1, they're going to feel good about this victory and moving to 5-1, staring down a possible tiebreaker later in the day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to come out with some momentum, right? They were heavy favorites. They expected to win this one, but seeing some of the pop-off moments from each of the individual members, I think Owner has been a player we've been highlighting all day long. Is, Kobe highlighted earlier his feast or famine play style. Definitely seeing the feast in this game. And once again, if they have to play the tiebreaker, he's going to be the key player.
He's well fed. He's well fed at the moment. Kobe, I'm a little curious too. Just a meta point, moving away from the game in terms of how it played out. But you look at this T1 squad, and what an interesting composition where you've got Graves, Kiana, Lulu, Orianna, and Aphelios. There's not a single tank per se on that entire team comp.
There's been a bunch of very interesting points as far as the meta and how it's developed over group stage. And one tenet that has pulled them all together has been LCK. They've been the first ones on the Yuumi, the Graves top they invested very heavily in, Twisted Fate they invested very heavily into the Poppy jungle. All of these things, it feels like the LCK teams have coordinated and been on kind of the leading edge. Avant-garde picks really coming out. And a lot of the other teams are adapting well to them and incorporating them. But it does seem like there's an edge there.
Yeah, and again, we'll be very curious to see how it develops throughout the course of the tournament. Now, with the fate of DFM locked in, we turn our attention to the next matchup. We're still getting that Faker interview ready for you, but it's sports. 100 Thieves versus EDG. 100 Thieves looking to play spoiler, maybe get a win against the top team. EDG looking to extend and actually take it. But we want to take a look at our MasterCard fan predictions to see where everybody else is throwing their weight when it comes to these two squads. I don't think it's going to come as a surprise to anybody that EDG is the favorite team. In fact,
I like those chances, though, 27%.
I was about to say, in fact, I'm surprised that 100 Thieves is even being given a 20%.
Look. An LPL team soul was sacrificed yesterday for the LCS to make it to quarters.
Yes.
So,
so you're looking for the return of the favor there.
That was not by their choice, though. they went kicking and screaming.
They got 300 kicked, right? Yeah, right? Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
Booted
My
out
goodness.
the door.
I mean, I'm going to make the assumption that both of you are throwing your weight behind EDG when it comes to 100 Thieves. I think we put a lot of focus into the bot lane, but the scary thing about that is that seems to be one of EDG's biggest strengths.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a super difficult game for 100 Thieves, of course, but I like how they've approached it, and I especially loved who he's interviewed. that he gave after their victory over DFM, focusing on growth, focusing on improvement, because they have not had quite enough time.
Well, we'll see if they can show their stuff in the next game, but Lore is now standing by with Faker, so let's send it to Iceland.
Thank you very much, Dash. And Faker, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. You guys are 5-1 before potential tiebreakers. And I remember in a recent interview you said that you were disappointed in your performance after 2021. How do you feel after the first round robin and after the setter game?
네, 우선 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 예전 인터뷰를 보셨을 때 올해의 활약에 대해서 크게 만족하지 않는다라고 언급하신 적이 있는데 그럼 지금까지 그룹 스테이지 경험에 대해서는 어떻게 좀 만족하고 계신지?
뭐 그래도 아직까지는 만족할 수 없는 경기력이라고 생각하고 있고 조금 이제 아직 그룹 스테이지다 보니까 좀 더 보여줘야 될 것 같다고 생각합니다.
I cannot say I'm satisfied yet, and because it's only group stage, I think I have more to display.
Get satisfaction in the quarterfinals because you made it and you're a veteran at Worlds. You won 3 times. You have more participation than most of the players here. What does it mean to you to be back on the world stage specifically this time around?
네, 이제 8강전에 진출하신 만큼 8강에서 만족스러운 그런 모습이 보일 수 있길 바랍니다. 그럼 이제 페이커 선수는 정말 여기에 와 있는 그 모든 선수들보다 경력도 많으시고 월즈 참여 경험도 많고 3번이나 우승하신 그런 선수이신데 월즈에 참가한다는 건 어떤 의미를 갖고 있나요?
비록 이제 여러 번 출전하기도 했고 우승도 많이 했지만 여전히 월드에서 우승을 목표로 하고 있고 그리고 그 의미 자체는 예전이나 지금이나 여전히 저에게 있어서 중요하다고 생각합니다.
Even though I've been here multiple times, I won many titles, but still I'm here to win Worlds, and that meaning of Worlds is always the same and very important to me.
I can imagine, given how big of a player you can be now, focusing on the rest of the day, you may have a tiebreaker against EDG. They won the first time, you beat them convincingly the second time around. Looking at this potential tiebreaker, how do you think this one's going to go?
네, 그러면 이제 오늘은 좀 타이브레이커가 나올 수 있는 가능성이 있습니다. 저번 첫 번째 EDG전에서는 패배했지만 오늘은 굉장히 확실한 경기력으로 승리를 가져오셨는데요. 그럼 세 번째 리매치가 발생하게 된다면 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 마지막 경기를 이기는 자가 진정한 승자라고 생각을 해가지고 이번에 만약에 타이브레이커에 가게 되면은 좀 반드시 이기고 싶은 마음이 있고 그리고 또 조 1위로 올라가는 것도 큰 의미가 있기 때문에 그만큼 중요하다고 생각합니다.
So who wins the last will be the real winner, and getting out of the groups as a first seed is a lot to me. So I really hope we can get victory in the last match as well.
Yeah, and it will be a first time from T1. Also, last question for you, Faker. It is always extra special when we have you participating in the World Championship. Is there something you want to say to the international fans today?
Thank you for watching, and thank you for cheering T1. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Faker 감사합니다, for this interview. Jisun, thank you so much for the translation. And we're going to take a break now before looking at the last game of the day before tiebreakers. It's going to be EDG versus 100 Thieves. Stay tuned.
and welcome back to Worlds 2021. We are down to the final regularly scheduled match of the day, and that right there is Isaac Azale coming.
Hello.
We needed the slow zoom just to reveal you with so much drama.
Yeah, I was really considering, like, you know, getting right up in there, but I was like, come on, you're
like, all right, it's the MF figures time to shine.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Get like so much time on camera. She gets like 30 seconds.
And also, I mean, I'm 33. I feel like, you know, I gotta be a little bit more mature, pretend that I'm evolving, you know.
Getting closer and closer to the midlife crisis. All right, it's about you now. It's about.
I'm the main character.
Yeah.
Main characters right now, definitively EDG and T1. And we're waiting to see if we get to see those main characters go toe-to-toe in an epic battle, or if one of them is going to get completely and absolutely dumpstered. In this case, EDG by 100 Thieves. I love it.
Slick.
This is technical.
Yeah.
Highly technical. So we're waiting for that. Basically, at this stage, T1 very much the expected favorites. If they win, we get the tiebreaker, the third game of the best of 3 between T1 and EDG. If 100 Thieves make the upset happens, it does nothing for them, but it secures T1.
Makes them very happy.
And NA fans think happy.
They'd get that would actually be a pretty big deal. You get a groups 3-3. You took in EDG. You can feel okay about that. But I gotta say, 100 Thieves have not been having a good day at all. You know, the DFM game was a very close affair, to put it lightly.
Yeah.
They got absolutely blasted by T1. So, you know, I would just like to see them, you know, from the North American point of view, come out and play with a bit of confidence, right? They have looked so hesitant in both of those games. I want to see them looking confident in their plays, playing aggressive, utilizing set pieces as they did in the LCS, pre-planned dives, pre-planned plays that you're executing on with confidence.
And I would love to see that, especially in this matchup going up against Mako and Viper. If they can play to what has been 100 Thieves' strength, playing towards their 2v2, having closer get there first. They tried that first time around. Of course, that didn't work out well for them because Owner was there first, tilted that in towards, or at least in this case, JJ was there first, tilted that towards them. So it's one of those things where I take a look back and I say, it's going to be hard. JJ has been having an incredible tournament. He was a player that I was looking towards in this event and seeing how he was great in the LPL, but he was at times inconsistent, knowing that he was a major playmaker. But in this one, he's been a consistent force for them.
Yeah, and I just think EDG's team fighting is so next level that, you know, even if you do have a strong early game, it does not necessarily result in a win or even a close game.
But if you can headbutt another Alistar into a fountain,
headbutt another Alistar.
Use an Alistar to headbutt.
If we can get blind pick, is what you're telling me. If he can draft Alistar.
As Viego, take Alistar as he uses Season 1 Revive. And then, okay, all right.
I like
you know
those chances.
Let's hope that 100 Thieves are better at playing League of Legends than I am at speaking at this very moment. Because that's what it's going to take for a massive upset. Aurelia banned away. Yuumi going to follow. Let's see. 100 Thieves. Can they do it? Can they do it for T1 and Faker?
I'm just so interested to see what the draft plan here is going to be. You know, I do tend to agree with Raz. Go aggressive on the bot lane. Yes, it is EDG's strength. Yes, you are not favored against Viper and Mako. But you've got to play the style that brought you here.
Yes.
And I would like to see them go towards something like the Lucian Nami. Go early aggression on the jungle. Move towards bot lane. Play through it. See what you can make happen.
Certainly don't leash if you play a bot lane kill lane. No more of that. Get into lane. Take control of lane. If I see a leash and also it's matched by the other side, I'm going to be furious. I know that's a minor thing to get stuck on, but it will upset me greatly. In the meantime, though, debating. What is the first pick going to be? Yuumi taking away some of the priority 80 carry picks are up and available. Lucian, one of them is on the table. You have to think if 100 Thieves don't take it away, it's an option for EDG.
Also, 2 of the trifecta of mid lane mages are available, with Twisted Fate being banned. Rise and LeBlanc are available. And that's been what Abbedagga has been so great on throughout the tournament. Of course, his last Orianna game, he's definitely not happy about that. So this would be a change in pace.
Xin is up, so that's definitely a possibility here for EDG. Wouldn't be shocked to see something along the lines of the Jace as well. They love playing up towards that top side. MF another good option. Graves another strong blind pick top laner. We are expecting this to be FBI's Lucian. Yes, potentially it could be flexed around, but it just doesn't really feel like 100 Thieves style.
Taking taking time here from the side of EDG, debating really what they want to lock in. Lulu would feel, I think, a bit premature, but I guess trying to limit.
It feels like they're just going to do basically what the T1 core was, right? Of Lulu, Aphelios, and Graves. I think that seems pretty high potential. You take the Lulu now if you want to deny that from potentially being grabbed away, and then you're expecting the AD has already been grabbed, so they could grab Aphelios third. They could also look towards MF if they want to have a little bit more of a more powerful laning phase, but this does seem like what we would expect. You know, if you do go towards the Rise, you can move down towards that bot side, play towards your Lucian Nami. They've got to get it going.
And I like this pick here if he does lock in the Rise, because he now forces EDG to ban the, to either pick Aphelios or the LeBlanc here, and they get the opportunity to ban the others. So I would like the Aphelios being picked here, and then just banning LeBlanc and making it so Scout has another pick.
Taking the time on it, as you said, they're put in a precarious situation. One of those champions is going to get pitched.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, and I mean, you can ban LeBlanc, and you can at least limit some of the roaming options that Faker might have. But Faker obviously is comfortable playing out the Orianna. We just saw him play that. You know, that's absolutely a fine matchup. Azir is still up on the table, so you can just grab one of the kind of generic control mages, even if 100 Thieves want to target him in the bans.
One surprise here is that we haven't seen too much of the Syndra. And so in this situation where you're going up against a pretty squishy, well, you have the range advantage versus the Rise and a squishy mage support there in the bottom lane. If you go for a Syndra here, first Scout has been strong at that one, just historically. I think it would be a good look. Also creates space for Graves and Aphelios in later team fights. Want to see what the second ban is going to be here for 100 Thieves.
Taking their time, and again, we'll have to see what the forward pick is going to be. They have the luxury of counter pick wherever they do want to use it. Expect it to go. The thing is, you've already locked in mid lane on the opposite side, so there are certainly some options. Solo lane Lulu, I can't imagine will come to the table, but
that ain't happening.
Maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the meta these days, and Scout is such a good aggressive player that it feels like almost a little bit of a waste unless they thought they were getting some incredible counter pick or some incredible, you know, answer by moving things around, but feels unlikely. Talon getting banned away, GP nod to Sumday's game earlier, not wanting to play that matchup for Flandre. Of course, JJ could be playing the Graves, but we are expecting it to be top. It has largely been played top. I am just expecting probably another ban towards Scout here. You know, try to limit him. But it is instead going to be about the J4. So they're worried about the setup. They want to deny this kind of engage combo.
And one of the things that we did see in the T1 composition, they got so far ahead that it was ultimately not very consequential, but it was called out very well by the both of you in draft, is that the composition they built lacked reliable, hard engage. You were kind of waiting for the enemy team to come into you, hoping for some of these bigger Orianna shockwaves. Now, there's not an Orianna yet, but the Zen, as it is now locked in, is a little bit more reliable way to get things kicked off. It's not a Malphite. It's not instant guaranteed hard CC, but he can leap in.
Yeah, and I mean just overall, if you have prio through bot lane and through top, you can get to the objective first. Don't think you need an obvious way to start a fight other than forcing 100 Thieves to walk into you. And so, yeah, makes it so JJ is overpowered with the Lulu behind you.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if it's Viego or potentially, you know, an Olaf. Viego, I think, was Closer's best champion, at least in playoffs. He was on fire on this champion. It got to the point where people just absolutely had to ban it. They were getting run over by him in these skirmishes. That was really the 100 Thieves bread and butter. Move towards bot side, play through that, force 3v3s, force 4v4s, where Viego can really shine if you can get that first reset. The Kennen coming through here. So it's going to be a lot about 5v5, a lot about playing through bot. I expect somebody to kind of be on his own on that island. We are going to get the Syndra that Raz was talking about. It is a relatively fragile comp here from 100 Thieves, so I could see Scout having a lot of success.
Of course, and I think the reasoning for why Syndra hasn't been picked too frequently is just because of how prevalent Exhaust and Cleanse has been throughout the tournament, with AD carries moving away from heal coming into this event. So even with that being said, he just outranges so many of the members of 100 Thieves that if they do have Exhaust, it shouldn't be an issue. He also sets up for a lot of the fights here for JJ to go wild, for Flandre, who already is going to be, who has been ahead in his previous lanes, to be set up to succeed in later team fights.
All eyes on EDG. Can they make this happen quickly, cleanly? Need to close it out and look ahead to the game in front of them. They're going to play both those games back to back. They want to secure first in this group. 100 Thieves are looking to make the upset. Can they make it happen? A lot of comfort picks coming out of here. Power in the bot lane like you asked for in the draft phase. If there was ever a time to show up, it certainly is now.
Got to see them play intelligently in this 2v2. You know, we saw this, I think it was this exact matchup against T1 earlier in the tournament. That was the game where Owner got down there first. You know, it was the Poppy in the jungle for Owner against Closer's Trundle. They got down there first, and we saw FBI and Hui kind of overextending, really overplaying their cards, going very aggressively into what was a double exhaust lane that time around. And we saw FBI dashing in to one exhaust, cleanse it off, gets re-exhausted. It is not going to be double exhaust this time, but the early levels, you do still sometimes have to seed the push to Aphelios and Lulu. Once you hit 3 with Nami Lucian, that is where you can really start to get aggressive. Once you have all the Nami spells, have the bubble unlocked, they are playing Electrocute, they are playing Ignite, so I expect them to not leash and play for lane.
Exactly what you want to see. Ready to fight for a little bit of lane control as Abadaga is also in the area. Someday here as well.
They see the ward being placed down, so.
Just to trade of wards. Who he going to step forward to sweep? Mako now going to step forward. They don't really have any CC here. Can get a little bit of damage down, can get a little bit of poke, take the ward as well. Ultimately, it's just really important to back. But of course, with so many members committed here for this kind of long poke battle, instant access to the top side for the rest of you.
Why did Abadaga start E? You could have started W there and potentially got a flash or something. That seemed really strange to me, but they do sweep it out, but EDG just able to kind of push them back, force the reset from 100 Thieves, and re-drop the ward. And that side brush ward is actually so critical in these range versus range matchups. They might even get EDG starting topside here. At the very least, they want to get the late ward.
Yeah, late ward's going to be able to see where Closer ends up, so that's going to be nice from the side of EDG. But overall, I'm probably not expecting Closer to do anything too crazy. If he's starting bot side, it should just be a full clear.
And despite all of the resources invested by 100 Thieves on the bottom side, EDG still are in the lane first. FBI uses the dash forward. He gets a couple hits down, and certainly it feels good about proccing, you know, the keystone there. But at the end of the day, bit of a head scratcher there on the level 1. Kennen finally does get to lane. Hard to know exactly how much he missed if there's any XP going down, but FBI playing with aggressive, playing with confidence. It is big.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Viper does have the red gun, and they do have the push, so they're going to get 2 first, but they already forced the potion out of Viper here. They got him relatively low there, and because it is not double exhaust, if you dash aggressively, you can actually cleanse the 1 exhaust off, but they have to play with some respect. Wait till you get a couple of levels here. Nami in particular is so much stronger, you know, at level 3 here. So you just want to play it slow, play it steady, utilize the sustain that the Nami brings to poke away, because in the long extended lanes, shielding almost always comes out over shielding.
Yeah, and kind of reminds me of the interview that they had with Huhi just this last game, actually, referencing this matchup, referencing that FBI and Huhi, they felt like they should have won this matchup versus T1, like you mentioned. So they get a second chance at that. Closer's going to be able to, after taking full clear topside, now impact that. So I want to see what Closer's able to do.
While we wait for the junglers to go through their first clear, important time. Verizon 5G all chat. Share your thoughts. Share with us. Talk to us. Tell us what you think. Are you fans of the tiebreaker, or do you want the 100 Thieves clout win? Now, they already have Little Nas X. That's a lot of clout. Beating EDG, that's another level. Clout on top of it.
You know, really, it's a shame they couldn't get through and play Damwon, because Damwon had their own song as well, and then it could have been like Lil Nas X versus I think, yeah, exactly.
That's the real matchup we've all been waiting for. It's not. This is the matchup we've been waiting for, and the matchup potentially after this, depending on how this game will go. We are getting closer and closer to an important break point, which is maybe why they've paused the game. There are small stakes in the speed at which EDG complete this game. We'll keep you updated as to what's happening with regards to the pause. If EDG win this game in less than 11 minutes and 6 seconds, they'll have the faster win time, and they will get side selection in the tiebreaker. Otherwise, it will go to T1.
Doable.
And if they win the game in 4 minutes and 17 seconds, they will beat the all-time 5v5 speedrun record versus intermediate bots, but it'll be against 100 Thieves, which is the greatest clout win possible.
There it is.
That said, I think literally impossible, but just setting
we already passed like 4 minutes, or at least close?
It's like 3:30. I checked. I was running out of time to make that joke. So here we are.
Ham-fisted in there, right?
Yeah, just got, I mean,
just
right?
Going for it.
If the pause was not the perfect time, where else would I be?
They need a standard game pause into FF. That's what it is, right? To get the stat.
Well,
is that confirmed?
I don't think that they can, even on TR FF this early.
Well,
maybe, potentially. Patty, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Patty says, 100 Thieves, maybe out of playoffs, but Faker Dage can still help Faker to first seed. I know you guys call him Abadaga, and that probably was what I asked, but we called him Abadage, so this is Faker Dage. So is it Faker Daga for you guys?
Faker Daga.
Yeah, Faker Daga. Yeah.
Well, see, we got the pronunciation guide, right? And that was
Age of Empires 2?
Exactly.
Yeah. It helped that the 100 Thieves, one of their literal video introductions to Abadaga is like, this is how you say his name, with the literal clip of that character
Maybe
saying
that's why he
Abadaga.
left. Maybe he was just offended by us mispronouncing it for literal
I've known you for years, Daniel. Just one time.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
The player pronunciations can be tough sometimes because sometimes you'll talk to someone from a team, you'll be like, oh yeah, how do you say so and so's name? And they tell you one way. Then you go to a player, they tell you another way. Their teammates are calling them something different. It can be a struggle for sure.
Especially since a lot of the times their official response is, I don't care. I remember working with Kirei, and a lot of the teams would be like, is it Kirei? Is this like, yeah, I don't care. It's like, but
which doesn't help us as a
care.
caster. It's important that you say what you prefer.
Yep.
That's all I'll say. We might still mess it up sometimes, but we try. In the meantime, it has been an EDG pause. There seems to be a potential client issue. We'll keep you updated as we find out more information. I'm sure it is being triaged as we speak. In the meantime, interesting kind of place to have a pause, I'll be honest, because this game in itself, again, David versus Goliath matchup, as we so frequently love to call these kind of things, but the tiebreaker. I don't want to call this
a different example, you know?
Dracos versus Zao in the top lane. That's pretty good.
What about like Krillin versus Vegeta type matchup?
Also,
you know?
yeah, also very plausible. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Krillin versus Vegeta matchup. No one wants to be Krillin. We can't do that to 100 Thieves.
I mean, I basically look like him, so.
I mean, yeah.
So I feel like I'm offended.
You need the dots.
The dots? I mean, the dots would be easy to do.
Also, you might need to die a few times. You might need
That's
that.
harder to do.
That's a little
I'm
bit
less
harder.
on board for this.
Yeah, all right.
We'll see.
Did you guys both just say we'll see if you die?
No, I was gonna try to transition.
Is that
to
like an ominous thing?
I was gonna
they both look at me at the same time, like, I don't really want to die, guys. You both look over.
We'll see. There it is. I was
with one eye open.
There it is.
We're in the same
What
hotel,
did Kobe
brother.
say to me the other day? I know. Okay. All right.
Hide your kids. Hide your wife.
Oh no. All right. Bubble goes wide. We'll see if anybody dies like Krillin in this game repeatedly. There are no Dragon Balls, but you do have a respawn timer here in the old League of Legends. Now they're getting aggressive. Viper getting burned down. That's going to be first blood. Positive start now for 100 Thieves. That's the reset closer now coming in. He's got the root too. The flash down. Is it going to be enough for Morano? They managed to get it. Perfect start for 100 Thieves.
Oh, let's go. 100 Thieves straight out of the pause. Grabbing back-to-back kills. They're in the bottom lane. This is how they thrive in the LCS playoffs, forcing these fights, focusing someone down, getting the reset for closer, and letting him pop off.
Take a look at this. Viper just didn't expect it, thinking that he had the opportunity to take the fight with Jeja so close by, but no. Gets locked up and killed. And thank God you have Purple Gun, because closer can convert it into 2.
And that was such a high-value cleanse there from FBI. It looked like they slightly overlapped the polymorph and the exhaust. So we got the 2-for-1 special there on the cleanse. The follow-up with the root from closer was great. 100 Thieves, that's a play that can give you some confidence to play with aggression. And you have to play with confidence. You have to play with aggression against EDG because they will slowly choke you out of the game. They love playing around objectives. Their team fighting is incredible. You cannot take your foot off the gas pedal.
Very, very crucial. We saw highlight moments in the previous game from DFM. Arya absolutely popping off early. It was not enough. Have to see if 100 Thieves can do a better job of transitioning these early game leads into meaningful impact across the map or continuing lane domination here. Viper doing his best to just clear this one out with the Infernum as Abadaga doing all right. Roman up, getting a bit of vision down. And again, 1K gold lead at 6 minutes. Very, very positive.
Yeah, it's nice, and I'm expecting T1, 100 Thieves to continue it. Because a lot of the times when they get their early leads, it reminds me T100.
There's a T and a 1, Rats. It's okay.
Oh my goodness, in fact, they're looking for another play here. Jeja's nearby.
Gonna back away, that's the polymorph. Closer in the area though. Closer, now running for his life. Trading
Scouts
back.
here too, you don't want any piece of that.
Nope, no exhaust here to stop the Syndra ulti from doing maximum damage. So getting zoned off the tower, but Abadaga also on the way down. Everyone really has to be careful though, because if they group and focus a single target on the side of EDG, if anyone's split or caught out, they will get bursted down very quickly.
I mean, it's just so clear. They both realize this is the pressure point they can't allow on the side of EDG. 100 Thieves just play isolated 2v2. They're going in.
Red, white, they want to try to finish the kill off now. Immediately Abadag going in, point click the CC down. Viper trying his best to hold on for this one, but it's going to be 2 quick kills. Closer doesn't even need the reset. He doesn't even need to pick up the souls on the ground. 100 Thieves 4-0 up.
This is what you want to see, Azael.
Yeah, and he's not even going to pick up those souls. He doesn't need those. He's got a better body.
And this is what I love about 100 Thieves. When they know Sum's down, let's make a play happen. Being able to deflect what T1 was able to do earlier on, sending Syndra back bot lane. Rise says, wait, I still have a window here with Realm Warp. Instantly goes on top of the Aphelios without Sums. Great job.
Yeah, Abadaga, the Realm Warp was great. I think, the initial play, when it was that 4v4, it looked like it would be pretty EDG favored, but get down there, it does look like it just kind of dissipates. So Scout's going back towards mid, going back towards base. Everyone is kind of going back, and Abadaga still has the Realm Warp. So, preying on the fact that the EDG bot lane didn't have Sums there was fantastic. They have the route to set it up, and they're able to pile in, get both those kills, which is a pretty significant lead already.
And this is big for EDG, and we'll see how the rest of the game this unfolds. I think it's also massive for 100 Thieves because keep in mind, while they did win the previous game, that game was a mess.
Yes.
There were so many individual mistakes. How many times did FBI die with flash up, with stopwatch up to an MF ult? So seeing them draft the way you expected them to, both of you and a Residence, you're going to watch a kill lane against Viper Mako coming in 4 kills to kick off the game, hugely positive.
Absolutely. And I mean, they just want to make some sort of a splash here, right? You are already eliminated from groups. You've got to play with confidence. You've got to play with that pressure off here. Show you can do a little bit of damage, at least push EDG or T1. They've already lost both their games to T1. This is their last shot to do something here against EDG. And they're looking to go out here to play spoilers and again deny EDG first seed, which they have never been able to get coming out of groups.
Yeah, and to what Draco said, of course, the point about doing it against a team that plays toward bot lane, that has been EDG style, not just this year, but historically, and it feels like 100 Thieves doing a little bit better here in this game.
Yeah, and I think especially as you highlighted earlier, the Huyi interview talking about, hey, we were shaken, when we came in and there was this discrepancy in bot lane. I feel like we need to get better mechanically. Well, showing up mechanically in this game certainly, but of course keeping you updated on the pause. EDG pause, Mako experiencing an issue where his client is minimizing, league officials investigating further. Obviously ashamed to hear that kind of problem is ongoing. We'll see what the what the root cause is, how they figure it out, what the ending decision is, of course, from league officials. However, difficult now because it does undercut, I think, a little bit of the hype, but we'll find out exactly how it affected things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they can review exactly what was happening on his screen, so they can very easily find out, if it was affecting any of the plays or not. Either way, frustrating to have that sort of stuff happen for Mako, but maybe in the meantime, we could get a replay of that last double kill on the bottom side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just overall, I mean, just kind of looking throughout the past of 100 Thieves and what I've enjoyed about them, sure, it's just been how they like to play around their 2v2, but it's just capitalizing on Sums. TP plays when a wave's pushing towards them so they can take an opportunity there, or just taking opportune dives that they were able to do versus TL in the finals in the LCS. And so I'm looking at this from Mako and Viper's perspective. I'm quite scared, knowing that they're now a little bit behind, and it's only going to spiral with 100 Thieves just breathing down their necks.
I think it's really easy to watch the Gumayusi Aphelios game and be like, wow, this champion is so powerful. And when you get a lead in the right circumstances, he certainly is. But if Aphelios falls behind, he's like a utility bot until he gets 3, 4 items under his belt. You're hoping for purple gun, you're hoping for setup and team fights. If you fall behind a Lucian Nami, you're just going to get cold. This man's going to walk up to you in a side lane and one-shot you before you can do any damage at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're both playing relatively fragile comps, right? And when you bring the Kennen into the mix, if you're behind, Kennen coming in on the flank, Viego piling in, it can definitely be very difficult to deal with on either side. Such high amounts of damage coming out from both teams, and generally playing with a lead really means an incredible amount in those types of situations.
Another thing to take note of is Abadaga being pretty core to that play. In an interview, kind of mentioning how he's always found confidence in his 2v2 with Closer and working with Closer. Coordinating dives and ganks and all these things. This worked really well for them domestically. And so now this game, moving away from the Orianna and away from that slow-paced, full team fight composition to something that he's just at home with, I think is really playing to his comfort.
Frankly, I mean, it's just such a difficult position to pause in, right? And we'll have to see, again, what the end result is. But I'm ready to see what these teams can do as we come back in, how teams adjust, assuming that we continue from the point that we're at. Of course, we will have to see. But obviously very difficult for EDG to come back, and not a situation that we're kind of used to seeing them in the early game, especially when you take into account that it is Mako and Viper. And Huhi has been pretty clean today. You know, we said it, like, of the, again, very messy previous game, the Alistar was cleanest.
Huhi, Fountain Laser.
Oppo player of the game, Huhi, Fountain Laser. The dynamic duo we've all been waiting for. Now, he does lack a way currently to toss people into the Fountain Laser, which is...
That is concerning.
Disappointing oversight in the 100 Thieves draft. I think we have to call it out now. Lacking away in general, honestly.
I mean, Huhi is just such a fun player, though. Like, I've been a big fan of his for a lot of years. I always felt like he kind of got unfairly characterized as just like a poor player. Back on CLG, obviously played a very roam-heavy style. It's kind of similar to some of the treatment that we've seen Niski and players like that at times get when they are less lane-focused, when they're more about playing the map. You do tend to fall behind sometimes individually in the matchups. And it was so exciting to see him actually role swap, go towards support, where I do feel like he's been performing even better than he ever had, you know, as a mid laner. Yes, he won championships. Yes, he got to a finals at MSI, but it does feel like on an individual level, he's playing better than ever. He's able to succeed in that 2v2 with FBI. And this is something that they're doing both as a relatively new duo and also with him as just being a relatively new support.
Yeah, I'm playing through a lot of matchups, different matchups. Domestically, you know, finding different ways to play Senna. A lot of the times, if we were to ask him, like, what he feels like he's best at is his understanding of matchups, like that he has in 2v2s. And that's been what him and FBI have been so great at. So definitely great to see him, especially with how smart of a player he is, how core he is to generally engaging with his team. Different look now, of course, being on Enchanters, but still.
I think it's such a hallmark of success when you can come onto the international stage and perform after many years at this level. And obviously we can see again on some of these kills, highlighting on the bottom side, the perfect guns for Closer to get, the perfect timing on the gank. Everything went swimmingly for 100 Thieves.
And then here's that second play. You can see in the top of your screen, Scout was going back towards mid lane, thought the play had displayed, thought that Abbedagge was heading back towards that mid lane. And it's the perfect timing there on the Realm War, piling in here, 4 kills early in the bottom side there for 100 Thieves.
And that play will, you know, we'll see what happens with the pause and what the end result's going to be.
We're back.
There we go. Because the play is really damn impactful. That just means that they can re-up, double down on what FBI and who he's able to offer. Dragon is on the map, so that should just mean 100 Thieves are going to be far more confident fighting for it.
Now, one thing they do have to be careful about is the fact that Abbedagge did spend his TP to get back towards mid lane. Scout now has TP advantage, and Closer, spending all his time down towards that bot side, is a little bit behind in experience to JJ. So they have to be careful about that. They have to play with respect to the TPs, because one TP flank, taking those bounties from your bottom lane, I mean, that can really erase everything that you've done.
Yep. That fragility goes both ways for both of these compositions. A lot of squishy champions on both sides. Either side overextends, makes a mistake. Those shutdowns go over as you highlighted. Things can fall apart very, very quickly. For now, 2K gold lead. Closer and Huhi moving in onto the bottom side. Dragon potentially in their sights. As Abbedagge sidestepping there on the stun is big. He's holding on to pretty well in this lane overall. You expect the range advantage for Syndra to do her some favors there, but obviously 2 assists can keeping things pretty close in the CS.
Yeah, that's just a reminder. You know, Flash is still down for both Viper and Mako. They're going to be the target of this play. And 100 Thieves did have a pick of the litter. They could have actually rotated topside for Rift Herald or go for Dragon. They're playing for the safe play, which gives EDG an opportunity to trade.
Oh, JJ, Closer, both coming into the mid lane.
Well,
Closer has to be careful. Locked up, can't ult out to safety, and will do so. Abbedagge off to the side. JJ ready to go over the wall. Closer incredibly low. He has to flash out. Scout coming over the wall. Instant ulti to come out. If he can take down JJ, maybe they can turn it. JJ now running. He's used the ultimate to get him away. Abbedagge has no way over the wall. He used the flash earlier, and now Scout trying to make the mad escape.
Yeah, Scout's on the wrong side of the map, but will they actually find him here? He sees Abbedagge with that pink ward. Now, will he check the Wolves?
Wolves should auto. No! Oh! Ooh, the patience was for Abbedagge. It's not going to work.
Ah, that sucks for 100 Thieves, but nice play there from EDG. JJ pulling off the Herald, and Closer's checking that brush because he assumes JJ is on the Herald. He's trying to move through mid, get priority, and then move over as a 2-man squad to contest it. But in this case, JJ has pulled off. He just waits in the brush there for Closer.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, they didn't want to just give a trade and give the Rift Herald over, and they didn't have any vision as well. So even with Scout having low mana, they felt like they could take this fight, didn't know that Xin Zhao was just sitting in the bush lying in wait.
Yeah, and of course, when you can follow that dash over the wall, when you have flashes up and available, when Abbedagga does it, it makes it so easy to come out on top in that exchange. We talked earlier about recognizing summoner spell cooldowns, and EDG did a fantastic job of it.
One thing in their favor, though, they do get 2 flashes there. They got the flash off Scout, they got the flash off JJ, so there is potential to try to look for some sort of a repeat to try to punish there in the mid lane, as Abbedagga will have his flash significantly earlier than his counterpart here in Scout.
Wave priority for now. Use it to move down to the bottom side of the map. So much vision there for them. 100 Thieves, will they use this to secure the dragon? For now, it is just the Scuttle Crab. You see JJ and Scout ready to play to the top side as necessary, recognizing the number advantage present for 100 Thieves.
One thing working for EDG, despite the fact that they've died twice, Viper has just an insane amount of farm here, so keeping up his gold very well. Yes, FBI will still be ahead, but the significant farm advantage is working in their favor.
Instant stun follow-up. Scout locked up and will now get taken out. That's the reset. Closure can start to walk forward. That's going to have to be a little bit more. Kenna getting the stun down as well. Someday now moving forward onto Flandra. Instantly the ult coming out. Trying to get out there with the ultimate. Good poke onto Flandra. He's going to be forced to flash away.
Nice play by Someday, and now Viper coming back, but he's coming back to 2 plates being down. 100 Thieves are pressing here, extending that advantage. JJ trying to get over here, but should be able to finish this off. Wow, I'm actually shocked. They're prioritizing the reset timer here for Abbedagga. Instead of just moving to grab this, they know Scout has TP, so they decide to not risk the play.
Yeah. Just especially since we see from the new Axe Effect replay, trying to go for the pick on towards Scout, didn't know that actually they were using Abbedagga's ultimate there to make the play happen. So in the end, what a great pick on towards Scout to stop JJ from picking up this Rift Herald.
JJ, nothing if not persistent. He will start the Rift Herald for the 3rd time. This time it seems like he should be able to grab it, but Someday already on the way back.
Not so fast,
Dracos. To get there first. Someday no ultimate though is pretty big. Abbedagga pretty strong though. Level 10 rise very scary to the level 7 Xin Zhao. Flandra also on the way down. Nami floating her little fish legs, or whatever they are, over there as fast as she can. Fins, but now JJ's going to be in trouble. Looks like they have grabbed the Herald, but can they grab it? Flandra's going to grab the Herald and try to escape. JJ will go down in exchange, but overall can still be a positive gold trade for EDG if they use the Herald well.
Yeah, so kind of sucks for 100 Thieves since they did get Huhi to rotate for that one. Now that FBI is now under turret. But with a man down, seems like 100 Thieves are going to be able to just at least get the first dragon.
Yeah, JJ gets the Herald, but the Herald sends its regards.
There it is.
Takes him down for it, not without a fight. 100 Thieves looking to try to delay that, but
with the shield, big damage now coming in. Nami, can they try to turn this one back? Viper locked up, misses on the ultimate, but has a bunch of chakrams stacked, as well as the healing. Lane phase will just continue. Both sides ready for a little bit more. Closer can come over the wall. Maybe just go for the ultimate into the stun. Abbedagga in the area as well, but they don't have a wave to play around if they want to go for this dive. Very risky. Instead, they'll turn for the Drake.
Yeah, again, respecting the TP there from Scout. They don't see him, but they know that is up, and it could definitely get turned. So instead, they go to the Dragon. Smart play here from 100 Thieves. Such a weird interaction there, how shielding actually stops the interrupt from preventing the recall. Yeah. So, FBI moving forward, and then Viper just says, well, you got too close, bud, so drops the exhaust on him. That is traded for the cleanse, but 100 Thieves don't overcommit. They do get an incremental advantage here, still holding on to that 2,000 plus gold lead, and now they have a dragon to boot.
I will say, though, the vision that 100 Thieves have around mid lane, surrounding Scout, actually gives them the full confidence. Was able to ping Scout on the top ward near Raptors as he was leaning topside, so even though, yes, he does have TP, felt much more confident going towards the dragon itself, so good start.
Certainly is. Shizha now up to the top side. Flandra getting poked away at, but as he already has the Immortal Shield bow, it's going to be hard to go for 100 to 0. Someday ultimate up does. The dive might have been difficult if they did not have the Herald. Closer in the area. Abbedagga now on the way up. So it looks like it's just going to be 2 tower plates, but maybe EDG are going to have to pay for it with their lives. Closer now stepping forward. Flash forward, immediately going to find the point and click knockup, but there's no further follow-up as JJ uses the ult.
Yeah, nicely done there, just disengaging with that Xin Zhao ultimate. So strong in these types of situations, and they get the flash off Abbedagga, so moving up, they get the plates, they get the opposing mid laner's flash, and 100 Thieves still have not noticed that pink ward up in their blue side quadrant, so getting a lot of information off that is EDG.
Yeah, and if you're EDG here, of course, being able to get ulti for flash, Sure, there's not really a play on the map that you can get to get a scrap around Abbedagge, but what that does mean, though, if once Viper and Mako are able to get pushed down bot side, and you're fighting for vision around the bot side of the map, you do have an angle on Abbedagge if a fight were to break out. So interesting to see nice control ward being placed here from Abbedagge.
Good placement. Of course, EDG has the same placement spotted out. That's a big culling wave going to come out as well. Mako now going to be the one in trouble. Viper might also drop. Wild Growth comes out early. Clean flash away from FBI on the edge of death right there, but does manage to make it out.
Really nicely done, though. They get both the flashes off EDG bot lane. They get another kill here. And Closer trying to threaten the wraparound again. They still have got to respect TPs. JJ in the area to defend Viper. But FBI with a quick responsive flash does keep himself safe, and it's another good play here for 100 Thieves.
Someday contesting the blue buff now, scrapping across the map. You can still see bot lane being contested, but Abbedagge is back in base. He has the TP if he wants to come to the area, but there's not a lot of vision for him to play around, so instead we just got to keep our eyes on a battle for the blue buff. Kennen is going to grab it in the end.
Got him.
Someday grabs that one.
And this has just been a great combination of strong mechanics from FBI and Huhi, which is a great redemption from the previous game, and overall strong tactics. Now, no sums there from Viper and Mako. They're going to be the target when Dragon comes up, and they're going to for sure fight for the second Dragon. But as we see from the replay, a lot of great damage put down on towards Viper, and they just single out Mako. So even though, you know, the defensive measures were put down there, not able to get any of the picks there. Flash forward from Viper to see at least if he can get a trade on FBI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just great target selection. Mako uses the shield, the Wild Growth, both onto Viper. Yeah. They know the exhaust is not available, so just change targets. Utilizing the Gale Force there, the dash forward, close the gap, burst down Mako, get the flash off both. Yes, you have to trade your flash to do it, but now JJ could be potentially in some trouble here.
The Darkness is going to blast Cone out to safety as 100 Thieves push in and look to gain control for vision over the bottom side. But important to note in that play, Viper and Mako still very close to finding the return kill, despite the depths that they found themselves in. So 100 Thieves know they still have to execute flawlessly if they want to continue to find these advantages on the bottom side.
And even though EDG is not that far behind in gold, they are going to be playing defensively for a little bit. Viper is not going to be comfortable to take a fight, knowing how both their sums are down. And no vision there towards the Dragon. Sure, they have Scuttle, but this Dragon should go towards 100 Thieves.
I mean, it's kind of just been a tale of two lanes, right? 100 Thieves very clearly focusing towards the bottom side. Flandre got the Rift Herald for himself, dropped that top, so he has the CS advantage. He has the plate gold as well. And at this point, Kennen really cannot threaten Graves whatsoever. Once you have the shield bow plus Merc Treads, you're not going to burst him down. You're not going to out-sustain him. So it becomes you versus the minions and him versus the tower. And that's just never a winning situation for the Kennen. So Someday just has to do his best to hold on, look to be useful in the team fights, because this is a squishy team. And while he can't win the 1v1, he can still roast EDG if he gets a good TP flank.
Absolutely can. I think for Flandre, though, he's very aware of how squishy both sides are. You can see him going Collector second on the Graves. When we swap back over to the items in a second, that's going to be massive, massive damage if he ever gets into close range. So Viego is going to want to come into the Rise as well. So while you can get the massive Kennen, while you can be the absolute game changer on the side of Someday, you have to be careful. Pick the wrong fight, and it can just as quickly turn against you. You see red-white for Aphelios. We saw in the previous the game with Fumi. You see how powerful this champion can be. So again, Thieves have to respect it, but they also need to keep pushing forward with the lead that they've built.
I'm really interested to see, are they both going to contest here for the Dragon? EDG starting on spawn. Somebody is still topside, and Flandre has his 2 items. He finishes the Collector, so he's going to be massive if he gets here. There is a potential TP flank ward, though, below them in the river. He's going
it. Have to chain the CC flawlessly. Viper could be exposed on the backside here. Big tidal wave. Abbedagge also coming in. Viper isolated. Vicer instantly popped. EDG now running. JJ has to be careful. Pulling damage going to be mitigated for the most part. Mako slowing them down as much as he can, but Abbedagge potentially ready for the redive. Only 4 creeps there, but they don't have any tool to clear the wave. Flandre might be fishing for the 1v1, but Closer can come right over the wall. Closer can't get anything done. Big damage, big shutdown for Flandre.
Straight confidence there from Flandre. He's been the silent member this entire game. Been on the island there. Comes in on a flank just to sandwich Abbedagge, and he gets hit hard. Min wave being canceled out here, being destroyed here. So Scout's just been focusing through mid.
Yeah, Abbedagge just short on the flash. It's just come up now during his respawn timer. Didn't quite have it. That was the one he expended topside, actually trying to attack Flandre. And right again, we can see it one more time. EDG taking down the Dragon, but it's about the TP flank. So 100 Thieves, they lose the Dragon off of EDG just straight rushing it. and they're trying to get more. They're trying to get as many kills as they can to make this worthwhile. So Abadaga looks to do the wraparound, but it's 4 members from 100 Thieves on the bottom side, and Abadaga is up there by himself. So Flandre just says, hey, I can win this 1v1. I have found the opportunity. Gets one back for him, but we're back to live, and we're over to Herald.
Herald, second one of the game. Only a few seconds to take it. If JJ can slow this down at all, it might just despawn. Taking their time, though, should be able to finish it. They're going to be able to grab this one right before Baron comes up. Big potential pressure point. Topside Tier 1 still standing. Mid lane Tier 1 still standing for EDG.
But look at bot. No one's answering Flandre, so they have 5 members around mid. Yes, you get the Herald, but the Herald gives you the potential to get a tower. Graves already took a tower.
Yep. And EDG might take another one here in the mid lane setup. Gravitum trying to find a little bit more poke damage. Hugi very squishy, but there's Someday in the midst of the entire team. Jinja now going in, scout off to the side. 1 kill getting traded back. Closer now fishing for the resets. Can't go in with the Zasana.
The scatter!
It's too big. The scatter works.
Oh!
It's a disaster. FBI on the hunt. Graves now collapsing as well. He might get picked off too. Dash over the wall. All of 100 Thieves ready.
They're on the hunt. He wants this.
Stun gonna come out. Flandre not gonna be able to dash that one. Good damage coming in. Closer has to be careful. Flandre throwing back with the smoke screen. He's not scared. Throwing out the ultimate as well. They won't be able to push any farther, but massive fight win for the side of 100 Thieves.
EDG overplays their hand mid lane. It was looking good keeping Flandre on the side, but make one mistake, and that's Closer getting possession and a wonderful sweep just to get a pick on a Viper. I want to see that replay again.
Man, I just love seeing no hesitation there from Someday. If Graves is going to be bot side, you have to make a play. You can't allow him to take these for free. So Someday showing up here, finds the initiation, goes straight forward into EDG as they group up, flash, rocket belt right in.
So they're able to get that possession. Take a look at Closer on this one, able to single out Viper. And so I loved it even more twice. So yeah, JJ didn't get the flash over the wall, and so that turns into a double kill over to Lucian.
There is a Viego on the other side of that wall, though, so I don't think the flash saves him. So at the end of the day, maybe wanted to hold on to that cooldown, but for now, he'll fight for the Scuttle Crab, and
got that too.
That's a sad B now. Closer following up. Closer rather, Abadaga now going in. That's going to be the easy CC. They're taking out the enemy jungler.
They can go Baron, that's
they
a jungler.
Just keep winning exchanges. EDG, difficult to go into the pin up against the Aphelios, but you always have the threat of the Kennen re-engage. Scout might try to start some poke over the wall. This could be the Baron that secures first seed for T1, but 100 Thieves just going to be happy with the TP.
Exactly. They get the TP. They will back off. FBI is getting so strong here. 2 items completed plus the BF, but you look at the other side, and Flandre doing one better. He's got the pickaxe on top. He is getting dangerously close to that IE. And it is going to be all about the Graves. If he can close the distance here, when you get to an early IE on Graves, you get those buckshot crits, you can just delete someone off the map. I mean, he is level 14. He is absolutely enormous. But he's got to play it well because you are short range, which makes you very vulnerable to getting CC'd up and burst down.
That's why it feels like Someday's having larger impact, because all he needs is just that 1 kill. It doesn't have to be Flandre if it's going to be Scout or if it's going to be Viper like that previous fight. Then Closer and FBI can start rolling these fights, and the snowball can start for 100 Thieves.
I've got to say, Mountain Soul is going to be so impactful for either side in a game like this, where there's so many squishy members, especially dealing with champions such as Syndra, to be able to actually give you that shield to get through the initial engage, or to give you that shield to get through the initial engage from someone like the Kennen, is going to be incredibly valuable. And I think both these teams will continue to want to try to fight for these dragons.
Yeah, and similarly for Closer, you need resets. Someday wants to find the kill, you get the reset as you highlighted, Raz, and the fight gets so much easier, especially with just how powerful a lot of the champions on the opposite side are if you can pick up those possessions. That said, 100 Thieves currently zoning EDG away, trying their best to lay down a little bit of damage here on the mid-tier 1, but it looks like all it's going to do is set up Someday to start up this Drake. They will not be able to take the tower. They can, however, get themselves one step closer to that Mountain Soul.
Exactly. It's just smart play overall. You know, EDG is in a pretty poor position just because they were trying to get the vision cleared out around Baron. And so not only do they waste their time, they lose a few minions, they chip down mid-turret, Dragon over to 100 Thieves. Now next Dragon is going to be 3rd. So EDG will have to fight for it, and it's all in 100 Thieves' favor.
Absolutely, but you've also got to keep in mind how quickly EDG can burst down Baron with this type of composition. When you have Flandre this strong, plus Viper, especially if he does have Chakram's got that white gun ready, you can shred that absolutely with JJ tanking it up. So 100 Thieves are trying to keep vision in this area, trying to make sure they're maintaining some control. This went wrong for them in their game earlier today against T1, where they did give up that Baron after an aggressive dragon take that cost them a lot of health. So trying to make up for some of the mistakes they made earlier.
And just kind of seeing how EDG can get back into this game and kind of utilize Flandre here. If they were to get vision up on towards Baron and pull 100 Thieves towards them, if all you really need is Flandre just keeping tabs on where Someday is, making it so Someday doesn't come up with a flank or a TP in general, and Someday will not be able to get through Flandre, or he'll lose a lot of his HP. Flandre just picked up his Infinity Edge. That's how strong he is at this moment.
And it was already highlighted, Azale. The Graves crits in general are the most terrifying thing in the world. For this many squishy champions, doubly so. And very important, again, the 100 Thieves continue to find avenues into these fights. Cannonall going to be the big cooldown to keep your eye on. Will free up the carries to do so much work.
You can see double stopwatches here picked up for 100 Thieves. Someday's got one for the team fight. So does FBI. Was not able to use it to good effect earlier today. We're going to be looking to see that he is on point. That he has got to be against this much burst that EDG do have. Both teams posturing around mid.
Colin coming out to just eat the waves. Good poke back on the Viper, but he doesn't tank the bubble, so he'll be fine. EDG first to move up. They've already laid down the vision. Scout vision for a bit of poke on Abbedagga, but he's not going to get hit by the Scout of the Week.
And of course, Abbedagga does have to watch out here, because if EDG is the one getting full push through mid first, also having full control through the topside river, just means that Abbedagga can't at least push past top river in general. So just means that focus is on Someday here getting push out and now getting Flandre to react.
Yeah, exactly. And once you get that reaction, then 100 Thieves can move in the topside river, clear out the vision that EDG got. So that is what holding on to mid and sending Someday towards bot has got you as 100 Thieves. As soon as they see Graves down bot, now they feel very comfortable moving in here, clearing out vision, trying to maintain dominance on this side of the map. And it's also buying some free time there for Abbedagga to go here. Someday eyeing up mid lane like he might want to look for this. Closer's wrapping around behind.
To the side. Can rocket belt in, not going to pull the trigger. Waits, of course, is an exhaust on Viper as well. Very difficult. If they pull it off, obviously it's miraculous. It's a Baron, but don't want to take the risk here. Don't want to overplay their hand.
And you've always got to track the exhaust on Viper. If you do not have multiple people piling in at the same time, you are completely shut down by that exhaust as the cannon. You need follow-up damage if you're going to be the one tanking it.
Yeah, and just to kind of set the stage for people, a kill there isn't even, like, getting flashes there is a win. Because you're so far away from that next objective, 1 minute and 40, at the time it was 2 minutes, that, you know, you'll be able to get your ultimate up just in time. Meanwhile, you'll create an option for Viper and Manko, who are the targets at that moment.
Difficult now. EDG going to continue in. We're going to play some turn-based League of Legends. First, one team's going to get mid-push, push out their side lanes, move in to fight for a little bit of vision. The enemy team going to respond, push out, and do the same until someone wants to start the Baron, so until someone wants to take that risk.
And it's been all about these waves, because we see Someday, he was down towards bot, he was clearing out that wave, so as soon as EDG should see that, it's their turn to move in, it's their turn to get vision. FBI, though, does have the IE completed. That's a huge buy for the big carry now 400 Thieves. And you can see quietly, Abbedagga is quite strong as well. He's got his third item. He has the Zonias completed. 100 Thieves have the tools to win this game, but do they have the execution against one of the strongest team fighting teams in the world?
EDG unrelenting in their pressure in the mid lane. You can see all the cooldowns just consistently used on Viper. Such a difficult target to dive on, even as he steps right up into your face. Someday, again, the person to watch. Flash level 15, Kennen would love to hit 16 before he has to team fight. Get the final rank in that ultimate.
Good decision overall from Someday to back away when EDG was leaning bot side. There's just so much control here from EDG. The only thing they have to worry about is just putting down a defensive board. Here we are.
Big damage. Well, those are going to be forced to back away, but nothing too much lost there.
Yeah, TPing back down towards bot side, so they definitely want to fight for this because Abbedagga was trying to get them river access by that early push, but look at this damage!
They're walking to the pinch, who he already forced to flash out. JJ taking big damage off to the side, but he's just going to leap right in onto FBI. He goes gold, and this time he does use the stopwatch. Viper ulti not going to connect to FBI, immediately flashing out to safety, and Someday into the back line. Abbedagga stepping forward, but Flandre's cleaning house, leaping forward. The Grave's still standing, but it will not be enough. He does a lot of damage, but can he take down 3 members at the same time? He's close. The shutdown comes through. The triple for Closer. The drag dragon to follow. This could be everything for 100 Thieves.
They could go to Baron as well here. They still have Closer alive. They're soloing this up. They're taking mid tower. 100 Thieves are on the precipice of a massive upset here against EDG. They're TPing top. They want to try to get the Baron and the dragon, and I think they can do it.
They're going for it. What a smart fight from Someday and Closer. And now Abbedagge is playing defense here, not letting anyone through. He sees Scout though.
Scout, some good poke. Ultimate is still up and available, level 15 Syndra. Oh, we've seen miraculous steals. Scout, can you do it? You need to keep going. You need to fight for this game, to fight in the tiebreaker. You are not done even if you take this 100 Thieves. Can you secure it? Can you make the miracle happen? It's so low.
Smart stuff there from 100 Thieves. They paused at a bit over 1100 HP. Wait for Scout to spend his spells, then finish it with the smite, knowing he cannot do more than that. Watch Flandre here going into the back line, trying to fly in. The initial peels are great. FBI buys so much time with the stopwatch, and then the counter engage from Someday over the top. Closer, Someday, Abbedagge slam it home as FBI kites it out, and 100 Thieves are playing a hell of a game.
They're just so proud to see in this final game for 100 Thieves, it feels like they're just showing their true selves. That, you know, the team fights that people were afraid of in dealing with Closer, Abbedagge, and in this case, Someday, they were able to make it happen. So great job there at 100, and now they're going to try and snowball this with the Baron that they have.
Almost a 7K gold lead. Soul point as well. The ball very much in their court, and you have to, this is the building of all of their Worlds experience so far, finally paying off, shiningly showing itself on stage after what was a disastrous game versus DFM. Yes, they got the win, but it was messy. But now, in the final moment, when it matters most, when there's really something on the line, not just pride, but seeding here for both of the top teams in this group, 100 Thieves really showing their final form.
And for EDG, it's all about killing FBI. He has no stopwatch, he hasn't finished the GA yet, and he's got no flash. So they've got to try to find some sort of way to get to the back line and take him down. But they've expended a lot of their flashes as well. You know, both Andre and JJ spent them in that last fight, and that's really the dynamic duo here from EDG that's trying to get in the back line and punish. So 100 Thieves trying to play it out slow, play it out smart. They're in the 1-3-1, looking to extend the gold lead here and likely get towards FBI's GA before they commit to a fight.
And Scout has to pull away from topside just to defend a possible hit on mid lane inner turret. Anytime Abbedagge can look for him.
And that's it. That's 2 quick cooldowns burn. You got both the Wild Growth as well as the Gale Force. That much easier to continue the siege, stepping up.
And that alone, I think, is going to send them back. I think that's going to be a reset here from EDG. Now you can start to get the tower damage down. Likely will be this tier 2 mid, as that is going to go down incredibly quickly. EDG unwilling to make a stand here. So 100 Thieves just slowly inching forward in this game. They are content to extend the gold lead, play towards Mountain Soul, which would be critical, but you can see Scout looking for a potential pick.
EDG doing the best they can to hold on to weather the storm of this Baron. Only 24 seconds left on the buff. You've heard about it, EDG team fighting, legendary, but certainly set up a difficult task for yourself. Definitely time to prove it if you can take down a team that's 8K in the lead that has so many strong individual members. Maybe a pick now. Scout of the Week does come out, but EDG do not want to follow up.
Yeah, but 100 Thieves are just playing really well around the vision around topside. And on top of that, I would have thought that they would need Abbedagge to move from bot towards mid lane to get the inner. But they're just playing so well, burning Mako's ulti and forcing Viper to back anyways. It's just a really tough game for Aphelios to play.
Absolutely is, and Critical Purchase does come through. There is the GA for FBI. You can see the GA done now for Closer as well. Horizon Focus finished there for Someday, almost a death cap for Abbedagge. They have gotten so much gold now. They're controlling vision on this bottom side. There's no cross-map play for EDG to make because the Baron has not respawned. They are going to be forced to take this soul fight, and as long as 100 Thieves can execute, it should be in their hands.
If EDG have to fight into a Kennen with the Syndra, with an Aphelios, champions who want to be pulling backwards, kiting away, should be heavily favored by the side of 100 Thieves. We're still looking at Flandre, we're still looking at JJ, we're looking at these people who, if they get into the back line, they can obliterate 100 Thieves, but it is a hard task for EDG. 100 Thieves taking their time on the setup. EDG pushing in 5 members strong. Abadaga clearing the mid-wave. Maybe they see an opportunity to get a fight kicked off, but it's big damage before the fight even kicks off. But now FBI's been locked up. Yes, he has the GA. Tidal Wave just used to zone EDG out of the area. Abadaga still focused in mid lane, coming down now, maybe looking for the Realm Warp angle.
Yeah, you can see that somebody trying to be above them. He wants them to commit fully into this area and then try to wrap around from the front. And Hui expended that ultimate, thinking that JJ might be dashing forward.
Four members of EDG in the choke right now. Someday has flash. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity, but Scout over the wall. Scout of the week is big.
That was nice, but remember, JJ had to use his ultimate to get EDG in the river. So 100 Thieves started to fight. Gonna look good for them with Someday's ulti up.
They go for the flip. Do they just go for the steal? EDG playing with fire.
Someday behind them, they don't know. They don't see
come in,
him.
flash over the wall. 4-man ulti just like that. One push of a button, FBI dominating Mountain Soul for 100 Thieves, and EDG, they're running out of hope.
Someday erases EDG from the map. 100 Thieves are heading down mid lane, looking to take down the LPL champions.
This is a game to be proud of for 100 Thieves and the hopefuls back at home. The fact that they're able to do this and just stomp EDG and what EDG's great at.
EDG, one final desperate hold. Doesn't look like they can do it, and that's going to be a T1. Have to be clapping in the background. FBI cleanses, but he flashes it anyway. Absolute confidence. They flashed the S, and they deserved it. S-rank play from 100 Thieves as they deny EDG the tiebreaker.
You've heard of Viper and Mako, but let me introduce you to FBI and Hui. What a game from the bottom lane. What a game from 100 Thieves coming together, playing aggressive in their final game here at Worlds, showing up huge, and Someday in that final team fight. Back and forth movement there. EDG lost sight of where he was. They thought he was coming from above. They fully committed to the river. He gets behind him, and he destroys them.
David just demolished Goliath. Krillin just demolished Vegeta. 100 Thieves just demolished EDG from start to finish. 4 kills in the bottom lane, the aggressive lane you were waiting for, the comfort for Closer to show up clutch. An incredible, incredible game.
And you see in the eyes of Closer as they finished off the Nexus, at least they were able to prove to themselves and the people at home that they could do it.
Yeah.
That they could beat the best in the group at the time.
Exactly. It was relief. It was not celebration from 100 Thieves there. I think it's easy to see that they are not happy with how this event went for them. They felt that they were capable of more. They felt that they were capable of turning in a performance like we saw from them right here. And had they shown up earlier in the tournament, there's potential to do more damage in this group. But still, I think you can walk away proud. It's a very difficult group, and taking a game off EDG here in emphatic fashion is something that they should really be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you won't look back on this tournament and say, hey, we had a fantastic tournament, but you look back at that game and say, we played a world-class game of League of Legends versus one of the tournament favorites. I think that is something to be proud of. And while T1 and EDG advance to the quarterfinals, they'll be joined alongside C9 and Damwon Kia. Let's take a listen to Cloud9's winning moments yesterday in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
I killed Kiana. Bot. Yeah. Look at Draven here. I can lifesteal as well. Look, I'm coming. I got him. He's out. Coming. And bot. Let's in. Whoa, the first dub, guys. All right, we're making it out, boys. Yes, I'm not 0-12 in Worlds. Woo! All right, good, guys. The greatest comeback the NA has ever seen. NA is making it out. I'm flash now. I'm gonna go in. Nice. Guys again. I'm out of range. Don't me. Just kill Rumble. Guys. Anyone DPM? Guys again. Nice. Yeah! Nice. Woo! It's the NA Vic too, baby. Nice. I'm looking for the rest. Oh, yeah, here, look. Coming. What? Kill off. Yeah, kill off. I'm dead. Think it's okay? Tap back here. Possible. No, look at kill this. We win. The base. The base TP someone if you can. Just cancel his base. I'll just kill Jin. Just go. Nice. Yeah! No! Man, I didn't queue correctly. That was L9. I didn't queue correctly. We are all joking. Everybody's joking. It's a joke fest. But then the next other group. North America! Oh, that was cringe. That was the most. That was the test. Oh, wait, let me.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murder business, we're my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, caught up to the wire. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You make move, 달리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 펴고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real, real world Here to light it up, set the world on fire Gonna break the rules and hearts and tools what the baddest do I never going back, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break the rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddest do It's crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to get what you had Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bag Without a look, should be breaking the law If I don't got it, I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I love the sound of applause You know I mean everything that I say When you see me coming, get out of the way Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy Sorry, not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 해 Look at the gold, all on my chest Look at the gold, call it a flex
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome to World Cooldown. You are hearing the voice of Freak. You can't see them just yet, but Lyric and Kobe are with me as we get to look at this victorious 100 Thieves lineup. Sadly, the last we will see of 100 Thieves for the entire year. Can you expect anything other than the LCS going 3-3 and failing in groups?
I feel like you guys are quite used to this.
Yeah.
We just took down the LPL champions, Freak, and smashed them at that. So, I mean, honestly, I'm just glad because confidence means so much at Worlds. And we see it every single year, teams faltering in big games. And then sometimes when the pressure is lifted, they fully unleash their potential. We saw it in this 100 Thieves game.
Closer, back on Viego, bottom lane with a very aggressive lane setup, going very aggressive with their play, bringing jungle down there, snowballing effectively. Someday even on the top side of the map, you know, fighting for himself, getting some decent plays, burning a lot of cooldowns as well, and they brought it all together.
I feel like overall, not only this game, right, but I feel like every year, every international tournament, even thinking back to MSI, you like see the potential highs of all the teams coming out from NA where they always do beat favorites, they do beat, you know,
sometimes we don't even see the potential highs, though.
Yeah, that's true. But it's also why we have hope every year. It's why, you know, I have two different teams getting out in pick'ems. The wrong two teams, apparently, because Cloud9 did, and other teams did not.
That's why you predicted Team Liquid to win Worlds.
Yeah, that's why my crystal ball pick was Fun plus Phoenix.
Oh my God, that was so nasty.
I gotta say though, I am happy we are seeing full AP Kennen. As good as Zhonya's and Stopwatch is, they are very good items. They are overrated when your champion's role is damage, because getting like 45 AP or 70 AP for an entire slot, but you have a Void Staff or a what's the far shot one?
Horizon
Focus or a Death Cap, like that just does so much more for like the job of Kennen, which is one shot the entire damn team and go let Viego reset. So I'm glad like that's one thing we're seeing. I know Nuggery's been doing it, other Kennens are doing it, but like people are going more that way, and we're not seeing the Zhonya's rush, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, and I even feel like that game, right? That was probably Sumday's best game so far. He had like so many crucial ultimates in that game, and like you're saying, you just see there were so many fights where even if he got like blown up or he had to leave a fight early, he did like 70% of everyone's HP.
Turns out you just do your job better when you build damage, and I'm happy to see it because that's the right way to go about it. Let's take a look, though, at how Group B ended up. Of course, Edward Gaming, as they lost 100 Thieves, means they are dropping just a second seed. T1 are top in the group. So far, so good. Korea, 2-2 for first place.
And every time, Freak, we've been talking about this all day. EDG are in a group with T1, and they just can't get first. In LPL in week 2, it does not look good. EDG only going 1-2 today. Obviously, FPX are out yesterday. For EDG, at least they make it to quarters. They get to show their stuff in best of fives. But I will say pretty surprising after week 1 where EDG looked maybe slightly worse than Damwon, but still up there as one of the big contenders.
And I will say, T1 just looked exceptional this week.
Yes.
We're used to it over all the years, but the transformation from week 1 to week 2, the improvements, the consistency, really, really exceptional stuff here.
Absolutely. We can take a look at the other groups, though. So yes, yesterday, Damwon Kia went 6-0. Cloud9 managed to pull a 0-3 start into getting out as well. You talked about Fumble Phoenix collapsing. A 0-4 day for them to fall out. We had another week showing from an LPL team. Edward Gaming went 1-2. They still got out, but they only got out in second when they had 3-0'd their first week. But the important ones are the fact that we've got more matches going on. That Royal Never Give Up group is what we're playing in tomorrow. It is still, as I understand it, Fnatic with a sub, with Bean in the bot lane. As Upset's not playing. I think it's a heartbreak for a lot of Fnatic fans because I think this is a group where I think they could have topped it. We've seen them beat RNG in tough groups before. It doesn't seem like Fnatic have it in them this time around. Obviously, a rough start there, but it still makes it kind of that interesting group fight.
I just don't even want to predict groups anymore, just for the fact that what we've seen these past 2 days, you really have no idea. I think RNG obviously still the favorite going into tomorrow, but all of their games have been messy. So, you know, you don't exactly know what to expect.
I expect some fun for tomorrow.
Yes.
I expect that to be scrappy.
We will talk about tomorrow in a second. We are going to talk about today a little bit longer as Lore has an interview with FBI. Check it out.
Thank you very much, Freak. And FBI, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down EDG today. Must feel a bit bittersweet, though, given the rest of the tournament. But how good does it feel to end the World Group stage on a good note?
Yeah, it definitely feels pretty good, considering it's our last game for the year. But yeah, like you said, I'm more sad than happy, because I think we could have done a lot better as a team, and it's just like a bit sad.
Even though not only you took down EDG, you destroyed maybe the best bot lane at the tournament. So tell me about the early game, especially your performance with Huhi and how you managed to take this victory from the bot lane.
I think I didn't play that well, honestly, in the last game for the early. I think it was just a really good creative ganks from our mid jungle that helped set us up in the game. And yeah, Lucian Nami is just a really strong lane. So I think I have to just say that our mid jungle is smurfed.
Yeah, well, you all smashed it. It's a team effort in the end. And I do want to point out the fact that you didn't let it go, right? Because we saw how DFM managed to get an early lead against EDG and they couldn't close out the game. So tell me about the communication and everything that went through it for you guys to close out the game in the end.
I think it was just a lot of being patient. We knew that it's pretty hard to just run into them. We don't really have a good solid engage, but we found a really good cannon flank, and I think that sealed the game, and that's what we were looking for pretty much the whole game.
How much did you think you benefit from playing without pressure? Because as you know, you knew the ending results in the middle of the day. So how much did that help you today?
I feel like blaming performance on pressure is just a bit of an excuse, honestly. And I think in this tournament, I performed really poorly. So I'm pretty sad because it's my first Worlds, but I'm pretty sure we'll be back next year, and I think we'll do a lot better.
Right, and focusing on the positives then, what are the takeaways from this tournament that are going to help you come back, hopefully, and perform better in the LCS next year?
I think just from scrims and on the stage time, the individuals here are a lot better, and you can't really afford to make little mistakes, I feel like, in NA that you can get away with. And I think being exposed to that and kind of getting punished for those mistakes will help me a lot in the future. And yeah, I hope we do better next time.
Is there anything you enjoyed in particular, especially when facing the big bot lanes? I'm talking about EDG, T1 here. Who gave you the biggest challenge and the more fun?
I think probably the T1 bot lane. I think they're really strong, just as a bot duo, and Viper Mako too. But it's just been a lot of fun playing here, playing versus these big names and trying to prove myself. So I hope next year I can be here and do a lot better.
There's no doubt that you will be back next year, FBI. Last question for you. Is there anything you would like to share with the fans who've been cheering for you all along?
Yeah, I think to the fans, I'm really sorry for how we played as a team. And yeah, I just hope we do better next year.
Nothing to be sorry about with the performance you showcased today, FBI. Thank you so much for this interview. Looking forward to seeing you again next year in the LCS, but also at Worlds. I know we will see you again.
Thank you.
And Freak, back to you in cooldown.
Thank you very much, Laure. Of course, the action continues tomorrow. Group C is going to be finalized out. The next day, yes, we have Group D as well. But this one is going to be fun. The LPL has been collapsing somewhat, Lyric. Again, they are 1-6 so far. They have taken the LCS curse onto them. Is RNG going to hold on to their top spot?
You know, at the World's Draw Show with you, I predicted RNG are going to be the team to win the tournament. I feel like RNG have been the smartest LPL team all year. They have all the pieces to do it, and they're going to be the team that doesn't break hearts.
All right, of course. Speaking of trying to break hearts, though, right, because LCK has gotten top spot so far. We are opening the day with Hanwha Life Esports. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is Hanwha Life versus PSG Talon. As far as the games went the first week, that's the battle for second. That's the battle for the next spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think that one's the real interesting one, right? And I feel like the dynamic has been very easy to see. For Hanwha, it's been all about individuals. To where for me, PSG have definitely been the much more cohesive team. But like you said, Kobe, I feel like no matter what, that is going to be a really scrappy game.
It definitely is, and I like that it hasn't always been the same Hanwha Life members stepping up, because everyone's ready to point at Chovy and at all spotlights on Chovy. Yeah. But Deft has had really big carry games. Even Willer has had some very big games for them. So if they can sync up their good games, if you can all bring it together, you know, in a single day, I'm still a little bit kind of tearing up here, you know, seeing the interviews from guys like FBI and Huhi after this, because it's just such small margins that have such huge ramifications with these best of ones and with group stages that mean the difference between you moving on or between you not moving on. So yeah, tomorrow, every game is going to have so much pressure.
Anything else you want to bring up before we end the show? Thumbs up for RNG. Excited matchups all the way around.
Glad you're here, Freak. Good hustle today.
I mean, I'll be hassling with you tomorrow.
I was going to say
we're closing out that group.
Lyric reunion. Let's go.
I'm excited. I mean, we did RNG versus PSG, the MSI semi. So, you know.
We'll it's fitting.
Oh, it's great. And here we are with that not being the match we're casting. But, you know, that's okay. That'll be the tie break for first. Who knows? It's going to be exciting. That's all for us here for Berlin. We'll be back tomorrow for the penultimate day of the World's 2021 group stage. We'll see you then.
It all leads to this. Make or break.